What's up, everybody, and welcome. My name is Ketchup, joined by Mitsuones. You are watching the regional finals for the Middle East for the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro competition. So, Mitsu, it's been a fair few months since this journey began for all of our regions and sub-regions and more, and just like that, in what really feels like a blink of an eye to me, it's coming to an end. Now, it's all done through PS4 tournaments, the ever-ongoing system where you can take part in all kinds of tournaments for all kinds of games. Mortal Kombat 11 definitely being one of the main ones that we've seen across the span of a year, and you can still get involved as their monthly finals continue, and it's found at compete.playstation.com. It is the system everyone used for the pro competition in general and other tournaments as well. So what are you waiting for? Get involved and play. Compete.playstation.com.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And yes, I think on paper it's been like what, 7 months, 8 months, 6 months, definitely over half a year. But where has the time been, man? So many weeks, individual weeks, every single weekend we had a pro competition event going on, and just like that, it's coming to an end. You know, it's gonna be a full stack day, full of Mortal Kombat action, and of course, we still have the finales happening tomorrow. But for now, it will be the Middle East going on. Let's take a look at the bracket and look at the tail of the tape, so to speak. Of course, a lot of names that you might have heard throughout this bracket. Starting off will be Nasser Tekken Master versus Datalus. We'll have Hamo versus Wasim, or Wasim, whatever you want to call it. Reaper versus Aziz. And finally, Fatal Kombat versus Undertaker. Now, this is not your regular top 8 that you are used to from these streams. All of these gentlemen will be starting in winners, so this will be quite a few matchups.
Absolutely. And the exciting thing about every sub-region kind of getting its time to shine here in pro competition, those of us that are on the absolute most kind of hardcore competitive side of Mortal Kombat have known about the Middle Eastern scene for a long time. Tekken Master kind of single-handedly putting that entire region on the map back in the Mortal Kombat X days. And now fast forward, there's a bunch of players in this final top 8 that if you haven't heard of them before, you will have by the end of today's show, because we have some absolutely fantastic talent here, a wide variety of characters as well, and players out there that have been able to make Tekken Master sweat, because they're the players that he practices against. This is the region that Tekken Master really practiced with for as long as he did to reach the world-class status he was able to obtain. So I think that really says it all about the level of talent that is highly concentrated over in the Middle East. And without further ado, we'll jump into that first match as soon as we can, really. And I think that this is a nice little introduction. We get to see more Tekken Master. We get to see the kind of characters that Tekken Master is bringing to the table. We know that he kind of plays everyone. And then you look at Datalus, who is a player that hails from Egypt. So that's going to be an interesting game one immediately. Mostly because of the characters, actually. Datalus mostly known for playing Frost, which is not a character you see all that often.
Also has some Joker and Johnny if he needs to, but I think it should be Frost for starters. And I don't think we've seen a player from Egypt in past, Middle Eastern tournaments. So it's also cool that he's representing his country here. So Tekken Master locking in what seems to be Cetrion versus, we teased it, Frost. Both thinking about it, seems like no, sir.
Now, I'm actually keeping my eye on that Datalus variation name, Mitsu, because it seems like that variation was called versus Cetrion. And if you are going to be a character specialist, it actually looks like a lot of characters. Yeah, so we have the Calving, the Microburst, and the Augur. The Calving kind of having that counter-zoning nature to it. And I like that. When you look at character specialists in the kind of post-Ultimate era of custom variations, you take those popular characters and you try and just create the best variation you can for the real troublesome matchups. You can see right there, neutralizing the Rock. How much that's actually going to work out here remains to be seen, because Cetrion still, even though she did receive some nerfs, a lot of people still consider her as number one.
Lots of zoning early from Tekken Master, all those ground pounds.
Now already we get to look at natures of this matchup. Cetrion, she has a couple of projectiles that hit singly, but at the same time there are moves that hit more than once. The Calving absorbs the first hit, but then Frost gets hit by the second. I think that's going to be an element of this matchup that Datalus really needs to be careful of, because Cetrion, She's an amazing zoner, but she can also be an amazing counter zoner because of the utility. And there's no wonder Tekken Masters put so much time into this character. You're kind of hard-pressed to find something that Cetrion doesn't do well.
And that, unfortunately, doesn't do anything against the ground pound mindful. Oh, does he, though? Big crushing blow for Tekken Master.
Looking at like a little bit of a tricky matchup almost. We have the carving to absorb a couple of projectiles, but obviously that's only going to be one small element of the matchup, and already Tekken Master starting the round off with a lot of ground pounds. And that's one thing that's going to completely bypass the projectile absorb in the first place. Looking rather simple for Tekken Master so far. Datalus pushing forward, doing really the best he can. Whiffs the grab. That could have been a lot more punishing. However, what's going to be more punishing still? Oh, never mind. The fatal blow from full screen. That's going to do about half the damage that's left. Tekken Master still has a good situation from the full screen.
Yeah, he ate that rock still. Damage from it.
Oh,
he tried! Oh. That could have been round if you would have got that. It seems to be down 3, I believe.
I think so. He went for the down. It's such an amazing anti-air, but
it is
a late jump kick. Even the best single button anti-airs, those late jump kicks, really good at stuffing them. And it's kind of been that way since forever. Jump kicks always having so much priority in NetherRealm games compared to their kind of counterpart in jump and punch. But in this game, you know, the jump kicks being able to kind of carry on forward and continue combos makes the jump kick a lot more prominent than I think it ever was. Forces you to use the flawless block, which is not something every character is able to do well. However, the first game for Tekken Master, Cetrion, a character that we know he's used for some time, and it's no surprise that he continues to use it. But Datalus, this creates a difficult situation, Mitsuones, because your main is Frost. That's clearly not a particularly amazing matchup. And I think that Datalus does have other characters which surely have to be used to counter these top tiers.
Yeah, he also uses, speaking of top tiers, Joker and Johnny Cage. And that Frost just was looking very tough to get in. So he was trying with those 4-2s. Not a single one got ducked by Tekken Master, but this should be more in his favor with this Joker pick.
Indeed. I mean, Frost, she hasn't got the greatest movement on the planet. Her buttons, while they sport good range, are not very fast. And I think that that's something, two things combined, that Cetrion will absolutely annihilate. And then we look at Joker, a character that, again, for those that might have missed the recent patch, received 950 health. Cetrion was actually another one of those characters. But for Joker, some players don't really consider it as much of a nerf as you might think, because all it really does is get him to fatal blow faster, and that is what makes Joker one of the best characters. So I think that it kind of almost puts him into his strongest state faster than it used to be. Joker having better movement, faster buttons, that low shot, which if he can land it without trading projectile, that's a good 20% in the bank outright.
That really hurts. So looks like he wants to counter zone here. Now, 3. Oh, empty jump. Tekken Master was wise to it. Here comes the cancel. Gets shimmied into the kapow. Doesn't have the bar though.
Yeah, that could have potentially been the round if we just had a little bit more meter to amplify that. But unfortunately, that far teleport. Oh, wait a minute. No, Tekken Master goes in. I love that play from Tekken Master, man. Uses the far teleport to escape. You think he's trying to get the mid-screen, and he does a cheeky dash. I do not think Datalus was ready for that play at all.
That was so unfortunate. Didn't punish or even contest the teleport.
It's going to be a scary thing to do. If she uses the far teleport and you press a button to try and punish the close one and you've whiffed it, she'll kill you. That classic kind of MK11 teleport game that Cetrion gets to do better than most. See a lot of collector players try and do it as well.
Oh, big move too. Spends it immediately into the kapow. Another bar. 42% into the corner.
Oh, there's that interrupt though. Wins and a beautiful flawless block to interrupt it. Having to give up his turn. The inevitable down 4 coming out there from Tekken Master. Dash into grab. Datalus right. This is an opportunity and then some. Got the corner pressure. Tekken Master with 2 bars of meter. A far teleport can be used. The question is, does Tekken Master kind of want to spend it? No!
Yes, he
that
does!
was so cheeky.
There is a breakaway though. Okay, wise decision from Datalus not to break away there. That could have been death. Should still be alive after this Final hits? Question mark?
Oh,
Wow, it
my.
was
It's because it's
enough.
950 health. 950 health. Oh, Joker, we talk about getting the fatal blow even faster, but in that situation, the opportunity wasn't even there. That is tragic.
Wow.
Oh.
That sucks for Datalus, man. That round had Datalus written all over it. But one crushing blow into a fatal blow was all the Tekken Master needed. And yeah, those 950 healths.
I know, but you know why there was no breakaway used? Because in normal circumstances, you would look at that situation and you don't break because the chance of getting hit by the fatal blow anyway is pretty high, and then it fully rescales it, right? With most characters, your muscle memory just goes, right, I'm going to just take this, have a little bit of health left, and then kind of use what I've got left. But it was the existence of the 950 health, man. That is what killed him. If he was pre-patch Joker, he would have had a little bit left, and he would have still had Fatal Blow, which would have been the chance, right? The opportunity. But that's the thing about Cetrion, you know, when you look at her regular combos, she's not a high damage character, but when she uses a lot of the universal mechanics, and mostly crushing blows and fatal blows, yes, it's resource intensive, but she gets just as much damage as everyone else. It's just not as consistent, I suppose. But in that instance, hey, I mean, saving it for a rainy day, that was a calculated play from Tekken Master. We get a crushing blow into fatal blow. Yes, it costs an absolute ton, but he was able to win the entire game on it with almost 50% damage, and that's just fantastic. Speaking of which, that chip damage also pretty damn good.
Chip. Gotta watch throwing it out there. The teleport. These boulders, man. Really being a pain in the neck for Datalus right now. Interactable maybe to get in. There it is.
Oh, we have a variation chain. Super jump. Totally missed that. But the boing. Another thing that we actually see a lot, mostly from players like Lord Corridor. When you're fighting against a Cetron or another Zoner, taking Kapow and then the... Sorry, not Kapow, sorry. Normally it's Kapow and Boing, but other variation can swap them up as well for mobility. But I don't think it's really helping out Datalus all that much. This Cetrion has been an absolute thorn in the side, and looks like Mitsuones we could have a 3-0 to start off today's show.
That was mostly all zoning catch-up. Datalus gotta be frustrated at this point. Alright. Some zoning going for himself as well. Slowly approaching the corner. And what that means, Teleport City.
It's the teleport. It's what makes Cetrion even better than she already is, right? And most characters, they get put in the corner, and it's right, this is my time to play. Your defensive options go down, you can't escape. This teleport being as prominent as it is, and the fact that it's a one slot means that she's able to kind of have it regardless of any other move that she takes. Very much turns this into a super variation, if you will. And by doing that, we can see Tekken Master putting that natural fundamentals into play and a clean sweep. 3-0. Tekken Master moves on.
Oh,
not quite. He gets a cheeky mercy in there as well, just to add insult to injury. Hang on a minute, though.
Okay, interesting cancel. Keeps it up. No, drops it after the down two.
The trade! No, that's tragic.
Oh! No punish.
Wait, no, that's going to KB. That's going to KB. Datalus. No, it's not. Fatal blow came back. That's unfortunate right there.
1% left.
Oh!
Yeah, and the golf swing wasn't far enough. Wasn't the driver, unfortunately, even after a mercy. Tekken Master taking it 3-0 to start the Middle East Pro Competition Finals.
I think I missed the audio cue there. You know, when Joker, one of the things about his fatal blow is that when his fatal blow's on cooldown and he does the forward throw, if the fatal blow comes back during the throw, it basically doesn't matter. If the grab landed at the time, I think I totally just missed that because it seemed very much like maybe he did it, but who knows? Proves how much I know, I guess. But that will be a 3-0 for Tekken Master. Gotta say, probably the predicted result, not just looking at the fact that, come on, it's Tekken Master, but also the matchup. You take someone who's a Frost specialist and has other characters, obviously of a high caliber, because the Joker was looking real good. You put most of that time into a character that struggles against Cetrion, that character is always going to be a problem for you. You know, it's similar to if you play Cetrion against like a Baraka main in tournament or something. It's just not going to be a good time for that player, and they're forced to play characters they otherwise might not want to play as, right? So it just gives the Cetrion main an instant advantage, and Tekken Master reason his way through.
Well, Datalus did have his moments here and there, and sometimes it almost felt like Tekken Master just robbed him, especially with that, 46% crushing blow, fatal blow combo. That was just unfortunate. But hey, post-patch Joker, yeah, that was unfortunate. But he's still in the tournament. And the cool thing is about this catch-up is that every single guy gets paid. So even if you go 0-2, which is the nature of the top 8 brackets, really, you still don't go home empty-handed. That is a really cool touch from the guys behind the scenes. So thank you very much for allowing these players to, get at least something for themselves. But in saying that, we'll go to the second match, which will be Hamo versus Wasim. This is going to be Lebanon versus Saudi Arabia. Hamo, I think, should ring a bell for sure. He's been around for quite some years as well, traveling to Vignale and all of that. Very positive, energetic guy, very friendly as well. I like him quite a bit. Versus Wasim. Now, I don't think he's been around that long. Excuse me if I'm wrong there, but for me anyway, haven't heard of him until recent, I think. Supposedly the best Cetrion in the Middle East. Maybe we'll see that matchup in winners semifinals, Tekken Master versus Wasim. We might see a Muro, but before we jump into that, it's gonna be Hamo versus Wasim.
I believe Wasim is a Liu Kang player, though, Mitsuones. I believe it's actually Faisal Kombat, who's going to be playing a little bit of Cetrion later on today. But that will be in a couple of matches' time. But Wasim is a player that is very much recognized for the neutral game, for just being fundamentally talented. And I guess that does come into play why a character like Liu Kang or other fundamental characters will definitely kind of fit that. I know Liu Kang is seen to be one of the stronger characters in the game for many. But one of the characters that is in a boat of you still need to be really good, I think, to make Liu Kang work. He's not the kind of character that you can pick up and kind of learn the execution. I know Cetrion, she's quite simple on face value. Jackie, she has a little bit more buttons involved, but once you kind of learn them, you're on your way, almost kind of MKX style, where once the execution is learned, the rest of it is just little matchup details. Whereas Liu Kang, he has all these different trades, but you need to be good at using all of them to make the character work, right? And then Hamo, known very much for playing those unorthodox characters, always having a bit of a weird play style that's not the common encounter. I always remember kind of, Scarecrow from Injustice 2 and who knows what else, to be honest with you. But I do believe, he's been playing Jade pretty much the entire time, if I recall, with Mortal Kombat 11.
He's infamous for those down twos. He says himself he is a female character loyalist, so maybe we'll see another one if the Jade pick doesn't work. But you were indeed right. Yes, I was wrong about that. Wasim being mainly a Joker and Liu Kang player. We'll see exactly that coming out of him now. Dragonfire, energy parry, and low fireball.
Which is such a common Liu Kang variation at this point. In some capacity anyway. I mean, energy parry is the one that can often be kind of swapped out here and there for other things. But the Jade, there's going to be so much, there always will be range taking part here, but it's the buttons as well. Expect a lot of that down 2 to come out. I know Hamo will do it. I know it. I expect it. But the air Razorang already. Whiffing that forward 4 though. However,
from Hamo.
Huge punish.
Goes down, no surprises there. Good throw escape from Hamo.
Oh, I like that Hamo isn't already. I like that he's not permanently going for the amplified Razorang, right? He's trying to kind of be a bit conservative with this meter. That's one thing this variation is going to be always hungry for, is that offensive bar.
Oh no, sir. You definitely didn't want that breakaway to happen.
No, Mustard always, and I always call it one of those breakaways. Otherwise known as a mistake away. Shouts to Tolkien.
That's the first down 2.
Oh, I love that challenge. That fast mid, but it's not as fast as like a down 1, so it kind of messes up any flawless block time you might have there. Reverse throw. Hamo, definitely in the advantage here. Choosing to go in rather than playing that ranged game. I think just trying to get some of that free chip.
Yeah, 8% left, and I think he needs only one more. Hold on a minute. This is Liu Kang we're talking about. He needs one more throw.
Oh my god, what happened? The jump in just worked. It just hit on its own. Now, this is where the spacing could definitely be regarded as a mistake. So Hamo had a solid life lead, but while playing as Jade, decides to go in, stick out some down 4s, get a little bit of that Delia's Dance chip, right, to get that basically free damage. but then sticking to it the entire round. I was thoroughly expecting him to back up at some point, and the fact that he didn't gave Liu Kang that hit and ultimately led to the round loss. So, you know, big risk to stay in there. Did not work out.
Those rounds, those Liu Kang rounds. You see that animation so many times and the fatal blow for the kill. Good interruption from Hamo.
Oh, definitely expecting some kind of button there. That back shot, there it is. There it is.
Second one.
Ding.
That's the second one.
Ah.
No pick up.
A bit of a read, yeah. There's that buff, though, from Wasim. Corner pressure belongs to him. Oh, that trade. Oh, what? Was that a trade combo?
Confirmed.
Wait a minute. I kind of need to watch that back. I kind of refuse to believe that was just used on its own. Whether that was a string that didn't quite get the full input, or was that a trade combo? I'm not sure.
Okay,
Looked ready.
That was a slap into a fatal blow.
Oh, wait, no. The fatal blow, there is that low that comes forward as well, right? So he must have just tried to enforce a mix-up or something. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell that was.
Could be.
I've never seen that before. However, no time to reflect on it now as we're going into this next round. Breakaway used from Wasim, and if we can get side switch, that would be best case scenario for Hamo. But I like that he goes for the less obvious throw direction there, just to get that damage on deck. Energy parry, that's why. No glaive here. Take it back.
Deactivate the glow. Oh, clips him, yeah. Oh no! Unfortunate. Didn't have the bar. Wow. We're still in this.
Love these challenges. No fear on the end of that pole vault. Normally gives Jade. Oh, now we're in that territory. Last breath we have to worry about, though. But the fatal blow is gone. The explosive damage of Jade is not going to come through anymore. Now, a lot of those resources are gone, but that one's still there.
Will it, though? Catch up. Hold on a minute. Oh, no, what a whip. From Hamo, hold on, still in this. 90% and the 4-2, unfortunately, whipping for him.
You know that combo drop was Mitsuone's? You know we've been in those situations where you land a crushing blow launch, you know the opponent's got breakaway, so in your head you're like, right, I'm gonna go for like a combo here, but you're not 100% convinced whether they're gonna break or not, so you only kind of half believe in the combo and you're not really putting 100% of your muscle memory into it. I kind of feel like that's what happened to Hamo there. Went for the combo, that simple jump in. I'm sure he can do that 10 out of 10 times in trading mode, but the moment there's a little bit of doubt they might break it, that frames of hesitation probably caused that jump in to miss. Like, we've all been there.
That really sucks for him.
Liu Kang, Jade.
Now what's it going to be? Taking some time out, perhaps? Thinking of the variation. Some Jade players do tend to play other variations for different matchups, especially the specialists. And hang on, speaking of which, actually, this might be one. I think he's gone in with the Ultimate MK3 skin. Whole Vault, Delia's Dancer. Nope, just a different costume. I respect it.
So 1-0. Going for a change is Hamo.
Man, those classic skins look so good. I'm still waiting for Ultimate MK3 like male ninja skins. I want it so bad. I know they're an MKX, but I'm greedy. I want more. Ooh, dash in trip. We can see Mitsuone's though, right? We can see how neutral heavy Wasim will be playing, and why Liu Kang is such a wonderful character for him. Lovely pickup as well. And the cheeky low fireball has been using it so rarely. I was not prepared for it there. But what a wonderful full screen game that we have. The energy parry that can reflect projectiles, but then the glow. Oh, down 2 in the chin. Whack, whack.
Patience from Hamo. Oh, what a beautiful neutral jump.
Yes, indeed.
50%. Just needs a bit more chip. Don't choke it this time. Don't choke it this time, Hamo.
It kind of looked like Wasim shimmied himself there, you know. The walk back, and then he just gets a neutral jump.
Wake up interactable.
Yes.
Fight.
It wasn't even amplified. It didn't even have armor on it. Madman.
Oh, the raw nitro kick. And that was even braver because there was no meter to amplify, right? There was no mix-up there. Going in for the glow once more. that forward 4. The entire objective here, I think, is to whip punish that down 4. He wants it so bad. Lovely flawless block.
Wow.
And an
The second he
impressive
goes
flawless
for that.
block with the Delia's dance, too. Because Delia's
Exactly.
dance normally is so good at kind of plugging that gap. Oosh.
Not so patient anymore. Is Hamo getting clipped quite a bit here?
Wake up grab. Now that is a next level read. You think they're waiting for a wake up 3 or something in the wake up grab. It really is just them blocking on your wake ups that you're trying to make the read on.
Also, after the blade. Trying to get some space. Here comes the glow. Evasion from Wasim. Faking in the jump in. Hold on a minute. 1-4-2 into a fatal blow. Could be round for Hamo here. Jump in.
The
Oh!
rawest of raw jump ins. Another jump. Oh, and there's the armored interruption. Knows that Hamo. He just knows that Hamo cannot resist the temptation to try and force a turn there. There's the armor. Having other plans for that.
It's true, not myth.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, kind of surprised that he didn't confirm that into anything else, you know. Maybe expected a break or something. Either way, easy damage for Hamo.
Stabby, stabby. Evasion.
Ooh.
Good punish.
Makes a good call out on a button in return, but I love it. This is the answer. I think that's the reason that we're seeing when he blocks the pole vault, he does a single, I think, back 1, if I recall. If it jumps out, then he gets an easy pickup, a full combo, actually, rather than having
And
to over...
jumping out quite a bit. So that's the answer.
Absolutely. Just demonstrating matchup knowledge. No doubt these players in the Middle Eastern scene, they practice together all the time, so you know that the opponents, like, they're going to know each other inside and out. In this kind of region where they play together as often as they do, you see this level of matchup layers. Submit.
Yeah, he's looking for something to confirm to a fatal blow. What's it gonna be? No more fatal blow from Wasim. Hamo with the life lead.
Nice timing on the fireball, knowing the glow's going to run out. If Hamo tried to press anything there, would have risked getting hit by the whole thing.
Ooh!
Ooh, get off me.
Escape. Wasim now with the life advantage, the glaives. Time slowly becoming a factor. 15 seconds on the clock.
Absolutely.
He's got to
10
get in. A
seconds.
chip. Hold on a
The
minute.
glow.
Hold on.
The glow's
If he
good
plays
for
his
Hamo.
parts right, it's going to be one string into Dilla's dance. If he times it correctly, catch him.
Hey.
Not gonna matter.
Yeah.
Oh, the fireball.
That stings.
Ah,
However,
that sucks.
these kind of losses, like Hamo, they're 2 close games where he's bringing it to the wire every time, but then you're given this task. 1 game away and Wasim will be moving on, right? But then in Hamo's side, like, he's playing super well, just not enough to get that final play, that final moment where he has to clutch it out. He has to do it now to just stay alive. And then the games left in return, like, this is a pretty big mental challenge to face when you're given this kind of hurdle. And we're opting from one Edenian to another. Straight up character change. It's Sindel.
Shaolin Trap Dungeon.
Scream his way to victory. Let's see, a whip and flip, the Ear Banshee, and the low stall screamer.
I haven't seen that variation from a lot of Sindels. A lot of Sindels, well, I say a lot of Sindels, she does tend to be one of the characters that people really put their different spin on. I see a haircut, mostly North American Sindels I see rock the haircut a lot of time. And then Sindel's utility everywhere else. Oh, perfect read.
Brilliant start for Hamo. Look at all of that. Good block though from counter.
And actually,
You go.
a chance to take away all of the life that Wasim just lost in return. Being able to put Hamo straight into the corner. Lovely throw tech. And that's that forward 4. Such a good string. Never forget, you know, that cartwheel once upon a time, that used to be a special move. Now it's just a button.
That's taking the throw this time. Oh boy, oh boy. This is still one hit confirm into a fatal blow, isn't it? And there it is.
Absolutely. Hey!
And there it is.
Ask and ye shall receive, young explodes.
That really sucks for Hamo, man. The first 10 seconds was all him. Oh, he's still alive though!
Last breath is going. Oh,
respect
goes for
it.
the whip. Yeah,
I
goes for the
respect it.
big old whip and flip.
Round 2. Fight.
Match point. See. To the corner we go.
This is always going to be tricky. The existence of the Star Screamer, yeah, it's pretty good to be able to go under projectiles and stuff like that. But again, you know, one jump in from Liu Kang, one whiff punish. Match point for Wasim, looking nice and strong as Hamo does currently have the life lead, but we've just seen in round one how quickly that can turn away. Charging the Scream. Even when you've spent the KB, if you're going to get that counter hit, the charged version, you still get a stun from it. It's not as pivotal as the Crushing Blow version. Star Scream.
Walk downtown. Wow, what a flip.
Whip and flip does deceiving damage too, always. Even without the Crushing Blow, one that you don't see all that often.
Man, he's eaten so many of those fireballs. It's literally was all zoning from Wasim. It's probably just one more fireball. And he knows he has all the time to work with, all the space and the life lead. What's it gonna be? The little shimmy? Yes, finally clutching out a round is Hamo.
Fight.
As he defended the first match point here against him. There's the flip.
The range of that whip and flip kind of being somewhat of a neutral destroyer, I think. You know, you want to stick out a button or a poke or something similar, and that whip and flip just comes out of nowhere. And one of the bigger factors is almost half screen corner carry. You know, 2 whip and flips and you pretty much go coast to coast. But hang on. Oh, he goes for the pickup. That is no easy link.
Bar to spend.
Reversal throw.
He's trying to stay alive here.
Oh, but he puts Liu Kang full screen. Has to ask that question, the full screen throw. Is it worth it? The Star Screamer spending a lot of meter just to be safe.
Yeah, speaking of which, Wasim does have that bar. Good interruption, though. Would be good damage.
Partying too hard here. Mitsuones was seen going for plus frames, trying to create the scary position at the end, but opens himself up for the 1-1 interrupt. Hamo
Something gets the grab. Hold on, hold on. He can zone him here. He can take the trade. 5% low streamer? Back to back, maybe?
If he throws a straight fireball right as he does one, he's going to lose the game, and he knows it was Wasim. It's going to be a low fireball now.
Ah! One more! One more! Hamo, wake up! Just one more!
No! Oh, that was such a scary situation. Mitsuones, a flying kick would have caught him and killed him, but the last breath would have absorbed it and punished him, right? So that's too obvious. But then what do? Do you throw a projectile? Do you go for a jump in? He just sticks out that lightning fast standing one. And Hamo, unfortunately, walking right into it. That's the end of a game, which, unfortunately, Mitsuones is the tale of how every single game went there for Hamo. Made it so close, but Wasim clutching it out in the closing moments. And that goes to show the level of talent that he brings forward. He's confident in what he's doing here, but at the same time, when we have those clutch moments at the end of a game where you've got to make something happen, Wasim prepared and ready all 3 games. That's impressive.
Oh, Hamo was just so afraid of a flying kick that he was holding block for dear life. I think one more low Star Screamer would have been GG. He was like, what, 2%, 1% even chip at that point. Of course, the bar was still there, the defensive bar, but still, he was so timid to press a button. Unfortunately, came back to haunt him. Wasim taking it 3-0, putting Hamo into the loser's bracket.
Now, I'm excited for our next matchup, but before we do, would very, very much like to give a special shout out to Astro, who are the official audio partner of the Pro Competition. If you want to find out about their official PS4 products, you can go to astrogaming.com. All of the commentator audio has additionally been supported by Astro, which we very much appreciate and have appreciated all Pro Competition long. But my lovely people watching the show, it's not just that. The winners of each regional final will take home a Astro Gaming Regional Champion kit. It comes with a white Astro ID headset with custom Pro Competition Champion speaker tags, a Mixamp Pro TR, which I gotta say the Mixamp is the MVP of the whole package in my opinion, custom Pro Competition Champion windbreaker, and ultimate joggers for the LAN season. When things get nice and hot, get those exercises on deck, you're good to go. But Astro have been a pivotal partner throughout all of Pro Competition. We appreciate everything they have done and continue to do. Let's move on to our next matchup. It's Reaper versus Aziz.
So this is going to be the clash of two Bahrainian players. Gonna be a Reaper versus Aziz. Aziz recently being picked up by Team Nova. Technically as a content creator, but you know, he's here doing work in the Middle East as
Hey,
well.
man gets those Twitter analytics. We've all seen it.
For sure, but maybe getting those W's here as well as he is taking on Reaper. Gotta be honest, I don't have too much info on Reaper. Maybe you can give me a hand there, but Aziz, I think, no stranger to the community with all those posts, as well as, you know, some tech. Definitely, you know, able to learn a thing or two from him. So if you're not following him now, go ahead, it's what you're waiting for. But should be interesting as well. It's like we didn't even talk about this. 4 flags here are Bahrainian flags, definitely putting in the work. And it shows that, you know, having a region to train with and team partners in your own country definitely makes a difference.
And I think at the same time, you know, take a look at the bracket before we jump into this next match. It goes to show the level of talent in such a concentrated amount. They don't have the largest community in the world, but they have a passionate and dedicated one. Those that are happy to put in the hours to reach the level they want to reach. And we can see, you know, Tekken Master versus Wasim. That is going to be a fantastic match.
Oh yeah,
up and coming. And then after Aziz versus Reaper, we have Faisal Kombat versus Undertaker. Now, for those that don't know who Undertaker is, formerly known years ago as Tekken Legend. And the reason for that is because Undertaker is actually the older brother of Tekken Master. Back when they used to travel in together for all the different tournaments in MKX, Undertaker was actually at those tournaments with Tekken Master. There were many, many European tournaments. I'm sure you remember it too, Mr. Owens, where we would be there and they'd be there too. Kind of rocking it together. And I know Undertaker used to play Shinnok mostly, but other characters, they were similar in style. Now, Aziz, Bullock does tend to be one of his favorite. I don't think this is full Bullock. I think this is a slightly different variation. But Aziz has made a promise today where he is going to mercy everyone in his path. And that is something that it brings forth confidence, absolutely.
Let's see if he sticks to his word, but it's such a Aziz thing to do. I think at Vignali 2000 and what was it, 19? I think he went with the hidden select, for example, like
random
with
select.
the random select, exactly. Like, yeah, the minute he is in a bracket, I think you're in for a treat. It's fair to say.
But he has definitely got here just kind of conventional totems, though. He's got the discus, the command grab, and damage, it seems, which is something that I think shows that Aziz is taking this very seriously. He's the kind of player that is known for random selecting in tournament. He does mess around. He does have a good time. You know, we've seen a lot of clips of him kind of just fooling around online and enjoying the process. But this is the regional finals of Middle East. You know, we haven't got time for games here. But if there's one thing he loves to do, it's stack those damaged totems. Oh, I blinked and...
That was so tricky, man. That was so tricky.
Gross.
Hold on a minute, though. Here comes Reaper. The restand, and he's out of there. Represent in the sun.
Down 3.
Yeah, the tricky stuff.
Aziz says, you know, a man of many characters, but Kotal Khan in this game really tends to be where the absolute enjoyment comes out. Lovely. Oh, and a punish. Oh, he doesn't quite get it, though. It's unfortunate, and that is even worse. And he can't break it. He flawless blocked mid-range. There's such...
There's one. There's two.
The optimal, perhaps, I think, there. Goes for the down 2. That does give him more damage. Oh, the dash in, that's going to hurt. But the totems will be gone.
Cage. I mean, he's getting a lot of individual hits, but Aziz seems just so slippery.
Very much so. Oh, those short hops.
And
he's
yeah,
dead.
That was so smart, technically, you know, to get rid of the sun.
He made a promise, but guess what? Kotal Khan can put his totems up first. Aziz is genuinely one of the only players I've ever seen put all the totems up and then mercy.
I mean, it's smart.
It's great. It's not really a mercy. It's kind of like a half mercy.
Oh, big mistake, though. Or read, I don't know.
No break from Aziz. He knows that the fatal blow is coming through. He knows.
It's not going to be death, but it's going to put him in a very good position. What, 3%? 5. 1% left. The pizza. Into what, though?
Can he do it?
Go anti-air. And yeah,
No, Aziz.
the minute he was able to take those frames, just too many individual hits. Last breath is not going to save you there. Well, well, well. Mercy coming back to haunt him, it seems like.
Nice. I'm sure he had fun. The intention was there, but no, it was the blocking of Reaper, right? Reaper blocked all the way. Oh, that was such a good, flawless block on the forward two. Are you kidding me? Oh, God, it's all going wrong. Aziz promised to Mercy, and the first Mercy has absolutely backfired.
Well, I appreciate it still, being a man of his word. Even though he stacked those totems. But it counts, it counts.
I respect any player that will Mercy in tournament, but then you know that it's a serious threat, right? And he reads him perfectly! Oh, Aziz! Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong, and Reaper has made
Hold on. Hold on. The question is...
No.
Okay, forget about it.
No games. Enough.
Reaper came to play. Ouch.
Can we talk about what happened in that match? That shouldn't be Fujin's win posed. We should be in game 2 already. But Aziz, he got a little bit ahead of himself. He put up the 3 totems. He was licking his lips. You know, he was eyeing up the analytics. He does the Mercy as promised. And I got to say, I respect it. But
yes, absolutely.
It colossally backfired.
That sucks for Aziz for sure. But yeah, maybe you had fun up until, you know, it backfired. And, you know, didn't even get a Mercy back.
I mean, they're not gonna... Here's the thing, right? And I'm gonna say, I can see the chat room are saying the same thing. Yo, no Mercy back? Look, folks, this is a tournament. There's nothing in the rules that say when someone Mercies you, you're now magically obligated to Mercy back. That's on your opponent. You know, they're the ones that put the confidence forward. If you're here for business,
yeah, I think it's like a
Mercy someone back.
It's an unwritten code of honor, I think. If you Mercy, gotta get a Mercy back. But you know, hey, this is tournament. You know, points and all of that don't even matter anymore. $5,000 on the line. Forget about Mercy.
TQ says we don't Mercy back. No, Josh. No, you don't. Oh dear. Can't type combo. Anyway, that flawless block again, so good. It feels like that Mercy, right? I don't think it was the catalyst, but since then, Reaper has just exaggerated the flawless block game. Has had an absolute base on knowing when Aziz is going to press these buttons, and he's flawless blocking it every time. We didn't see that before the first finish him came through. Like, it's helped him reach that next level.
Big whip. Command grab. Pays for quite a bit.
Oh, and I think now a message has been sent. We're going to have to bring that next layer here if Aziz wants to, I think, make anything work, because, oh, the punished totem on the down 2 anti-air. I like this play. And Aziz, he was off to such a good start, Mitsu owns, but Reaper, he has hit that next gear in shift.
Ow, it's really in his hair. Not right now, it seems to be. Reaper always one step ahead all of a sudden.
Yep, and he knows he's going to press. And now we're getting optimized combos too. Those cancels into down 2, they're a lot tighter than they look for Fujin. Oh, and another
one.
What is this layer?
Did he jump in? Trying to shimmy him with those 4-2s. Getting the counter. And the wake-up roll.
Oh, yeah. The counter poke.
Tricky
Safe
stuff.
counter poke. I mean, when the opponent's got no meter. I was going to say something about getting free damage that can't be flawless blocked. They can't armor up to it, sorry. But completely irrelevant now as he lands that back 1 into a simple confirm. And he could have ended anything in that. And he specifically did the whole string to do a brutality. I think that's a message, in my humble opinion.
Did he get like a single big sequence going for himself ever since that Mercy?
No. Every time there's an opportunity for him to get something, because the thing about Kotal and his offense, it is always read-based. But when these reads are being made right now, Reaper is... I don't know what he ate for breakfast this morning that has given him such good fortune, but his decision making right now has been 10 out of 10. But
Yeah.
it does have to go into the argument of is Aziz now being a little bit predictable?
Baraka.
Baraka.
Kitana.
Hang
Thinking
on.
about it.
Highborn? We know that, look, Aziz is quite a highborn connoisseur. Even since the Fan-Nado got kind of obliterated, really. It did get significantly, well, I say Fan-Nado, Razors is technically the name. But we all know that that move is not as good as it used to be, but Aziz still loves to use it. Will it help him now, though? Or is this, if it's going down, we may as well go down with one of the favorites.
Twin seat.
I've never
first
seen
cancel.
such a momentum shift post Mercy. I'm gonna be honest, this is the most
Hold
severe
on.
I've ever seen.
This is still doable.
I know, but Reaper, he's playing with such momentum on his side.
The tricky stuff. Nice delay. No punish.
As we can see, a lot more meter hungry this has now become, the Razors. Oh, looking for a counter hit, but there was none to be had.
That's the shimmy. Not biting. Just Reaper. Definitely pressing after those cancels.
This is that side of Kitana now. The Highborn that we know. I mean, it's still kind of there from even post-patch. It just costs a lot more, and that. Fatal blow confirmed. Fujin.
I think it's going to scale quite a bit.
Damage. Oh, yeah. However, even though situations didn't get scale, Fujin's Fatal Blow notoriously just does loads of damage anyway. It just does so much. No,
Wow. Sliding
Watch those
in
high
from
heels.
downtown. What a sequence from Reaper. Putting himself on match point against Aziz.
We haven't really said anything over how good this Fujin is looking from Reaper. Fujin is one of the trickier characters to play. If you play an extremely cancel-heavy game, he still is trickier still. I know the ultimate made him a bit easier to play thanks to Arsenal combos, but when you're using it in pressure and the cancels and everything else, there's still a lot of small little details that you need that if you miss, he can be in a real spot of bother. And there's a confirm again. Reaper, this Fujin is looking absolutely sublime. Oh!
Good counter from Reaper. Keeps it up.
I like that combo ender. Gets as much Oki as possible. Interruption. Again, looking for a counter hit. Once that
Every single
blow.
cancel is getting interrupted. But flawless block, nothing afterwards.
No meter Mitsuones, that's the thing. He amplifies the needle always when he knows there's no meter. Just takes it for free damage and pushback. Oh,
this
no!
jump is
He
no!
committed.
That is 2 for 2, man.
Release block tech.
That was sick. That was sick. And he's out.
But he's in again. That wavy.
He's trying to
Fujin.
bait.
Oh!
Almost. Well, he's still alive though. 10 seconds on the clock. What's it gonna be? No anti-air. The drill.
Messes up
And
the
he didn't
flawless
believe.
block.
Yeah.
Oh,
Seems
not
like he
again.
didn't believe. Maybe he thought he would just, regular it. No amplification.
He's not
Is
gonna
he
do
mercy?
it. No, he's not. There's
Yeah,
no way.
nice bait. Nice bait.
Friendship.
Well, at least something, I guess.
Let's really talk about the fact that, look, XSE still looked good there. He did. He very much did. But, the thing we can't ignore is everything changed after that mercy that backfired, right? He mercied him in game one. Understandably, he promised to do it, and it's probably a part of his game, right? Mind games are very important, and Kotal Khan being able to put up those 3 totems, it's great. But the moment that round didn't go his way, the next round was a total wash. And then Reaper
So was the
from
other
that
one.
point, fully in control. Like, everything changed.
Sucks to be Aziz at that point. But even that Kitana was looking really sharp. No pun intended. But, gating those jump-ins back-to-back, but not confirming, unfortunately. Leaving so much damage on the table. That meant curtains for Aziz, but once again, still in the tournament in the loser's bracket. We shall see him later on. Now, for the final match of round 1, it is going to be Fatal Kombat versus Undertaker. And I did touch on that earlier, was mistaken in the name. Fatal Kombat, supposedly the best Cetrion player in the Middle East. I really hope we see that mirror between Facial Combat and Tekken Master in winners finals. Some matches have to be played, and both of them have to do very well to happen. But one can dream. Undertaker, on the other hand, you touched on that earlier, being the older brother of Tekken Master, met him in 2016 in Vienna at Vignali. And, Tekken Master himself says, he's been traveling with him, I think, ever since 2010 and throughout then till all the way 2016, I believe. And, very important relationship that they had going on. He wouldn't be here without his older brother. That's what Tekken Master says himself. So, it's lovely to see both of them do very well, have that kind of relationship, but as well as both of them being in the top 8.
I think so. I'm going to be honest, though. I haven't really seen much of Undertaker in Mortal Kombat 11. I saw plenty of him in MKX, where he was able to go to a lot of European major tournaments. Right. The main character he would bring forward was Shinnok in a lot of cases, but he was similar to his brother, where you would see a lot of different characters come out. But in MK11, I can only assume, because again, I still haven't really been able to find that much gameplay of him. It's like, my assumption is that he's similar to Tekken Master still, where they must still play like some of those characters, right?
I think the word I'm getting is that he is a collector main. So let's see if that's
I might
exactly
have been completely wrong then. It just seems a thing where brothers in the modern NRS era tend to really like those kind of good top tier picks. And Collector
doesn't fit in that picture, does it?
I mean, I know he's not a terrible character, but against Cetrion, I'm not so sure.
Surely having that teleport in this variation. Let's wait and see.
He must
Final
have
round
teleport
on this.
Yeah, fade out.
And that is, yeah. And the Relic Lure.
Now, let's not forget, Facial Combat, said by many to be maybe even the best Cetrion out there, period. Those that have played Facial Cetrion have been like, yeah, this guy is no joke.
Let's see it.
I'm thoroughly expecting this to be a bit tricky for Undertaker. Goes in for the immediate delay, and he goes for the high risk. That is so risky.
Instantly with the mix.
Fortunately, this is where the round is going to be hard. Instantly knocked down in center range. Relic Blur, though, it's going to be very important for just getting damage assured.
Oh, almost clipped his toes with the Pinata. All those ground pounds, yes. Important to jump that second hit.
Oh, and there's the matchup knowledge from Facial.
Only once.
Yeah, that's the thing. Relic Blur is often a bit of a knowledge check move. It's an unusual punish because he's just crouched down for so long.
Wow.
But clearly, Facial knows that button will interrupt every single time.
Poke into the deadly winds. Interesting round 1, to say the least.
Round 2. Fight!
Going to this round 2. Undertaker with the meter advantage here. Nothing to be spent for Facial. As I say that, that bar.
Ooh! Letting that back forward to rock. I mean, sometimes you definitely got to do it. I love that, though. The jump back, knowing the whiff has happened. Doesn't overcommit to a projectile. The Relic Blur again, just to extend. Facial has used a breaker here, but here comes the pressure from Undertaker. Now, one of the problems in this matchup will be that grab, sending Cetrion full screen, that's really not where Collector would want her to be. But if you want to enforce a grab for the mix-up, you kind of have to just take it.
Interactable, he's fishing for the interactable. No bar, though. Air to air. One more hit. All that Undertaker needs. And saying that, he goes for a facial.
Oh, he makes the perfect call out. He does the far teleport. Commits into the entire forward 3 string. That could have been more, but he had to believe, and that gets blown up with a rock wall. That is tragic. Swones, he made the read. You know, I said earlier on, a common thing that teleport characters do is far teleport, because they expect you to do a regular one, they try and punish, they've whiffed a button, and then you punish. It's so common for Collector to do that and just punish you with standing 4. He tried to do it there. He just got hit by the forward 2-3. he got hit by the string he was trying to whiff punish. And if he landed that punish, I think he would have won the round.
It was a matter of frames, that's for sure. But yeah, did make the right read for teleport. Still got blown up for it. I mean, that didn't look terrible for Undertaker. Let's see if he sticks with Collector. Seems like it. Didn't see the variation, so let's see if anything changed there. I do believe so. Looks like a different skin. I think he had a shirt on earlier. Maybe I'm wrong.
Out and Relic Clerk. I think he's still rocking the shirtless and bald. I think that's still the same one. Respect the drip. Or lack of, I guess, if he's just wearing almost nothing.
Round 1. Fight.
Just some dirty shorts. Look at him. This is a man that is dressed for summer.
Ooh, got sucked in.
Speaking of, bring it right back in. Another pickup. Yo, that regular Relic Clerk doesn't add too bad of damage on the end of those confirms. Oh, but the interruption, the knowledge.
Oh, no pickup afterwards. Good punish, yes. Double teleport though, good punish on the health grab.
Full combo. But again, Undertaker, even without Relic Clerk conversions, can still end it and get 30%. That's fantastic. Anti-air.
Beautiful anti-air. Uh-oh, gotta watch it. One confirmed, two fatal blow. Here's the pinata. Just like that. Where's the life gone? Jump out. Hit the lead. He tried again.
Oh no! He makes the perfect call out 2 games in a row, but just doesn't get it. Push back. Has to jump back and respect. This is such a scary game to play. The short hop. Oh, he knows. That short hop was so smart. Does not want to overcommit.
That was really unfortunate for Undertaker. He was well in the lead all of a sudden. Just gone, just like that. He made the right read again with it for teleport.
Looks like Faisal is using Hell's Wrath almost on reaction to teleport. I think that will cover both directions and just be kind of safe. Either way, let's confirm again. A launch. No breaker. Oh no, breaks late.
Oh, back to back.
Nearly gets it with the forward 3. No! Straight back into the blender. Lovely neutral jump. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Are we gonna spend
Back
both?
switch.
Reset.
No reset, the tricky stuff. Yes.
That's
Your
the round.
Undertaker should be. With the real clear, doesn't even need to.
Let's go. Undertaker with that collector. Such a good round.
Final round. Fight.
We'll teleport again, and again the Hell's Wrath getting punished. Boy, it's literally a replay.
Keeping it nice and consistent. I know technically you can get more damage by going for the down 2s, but the jump in does barely less. And I think for consistency and corner carry, perfect! He can keep this unbreakable.
Does 1-2 though. Still 27%! The whip grab though. Pinata restance, ending 1, getting shimmied with the 4-2. What's it gonna be? This is all Faisal. This is gonna be another comeback.
He was being very disrespectful on defense there, Undertaker. I think trying to squirm his way out of any offense that could exist. Facial does not overcommit to the entire string. Another neutral jump. No anti-air though. Respect.
Yes.
And the punish! That's the game! Undertaker makes it 1-1 with the collector as well. Oh, and a brutality for good measure. I love it.
Your corpse has value.
Collector.
That is a script that is writing down further Cetrion nerfs that people want. The list is now half the size from launch. He is satisfied. Look at that. Man, that was such a good game from Undertaker. Impressive.
That was sick. That was sick. Getting those neutral jumps. Getting a lot of conversions going for himself as well this round. Or this game, rather. And it's 1 apiece all of a sudden. How about that?
Teleport is pivotal to this matchup, though, because Collector, one of the characters with some of the worst movement in the game. His wave dash is not very good. He is kind of sluggish on the ground. Granted, his buttons and his range give him a lot of ground control if the other characters aren't that airborne. But a lot of really good characters are airborne, and that's where it's going to become a little bit tricky for him. So the existence of that teleport just makes things so much better for him in a matchup like this. You know, just being able to change the momentum and make someone hesitate throwing a projectile.
Round 1. Fight!
Ooh, yeah, Undertaker. Lovely tech.
Good block this time around. Wow.
That's very unusual, Mitsuones. Faisal punished that cleanly in the first game. Now a full combo. Reset, staggers.
Surely doesn't go with the mix. Good punish from Faisal.
It's not in his favor now with Cetron having a fatal blow. That would be the game because you can counter hit fatal blow, then...
Oh wow, he's trying to shimmy him so hard with the grab. Not working out. He's very patient. Correct those grabs.
Punish? No, no.
No, the pushback.
That was how the last game ended.
Oh yes!
You're done!
And the down two. Wow! He believed Ketchup.
Round 2.
He definitely believed in that. Good punish. Oh, I think I could have been a punish. That sucks. Poor Undertaker. Almost could have gotten that neutral jump punish.
Ooh, doesn't get the combo.
Well, at least he's safe. Finally getting a grab here. Guess I'm not taking it this time. Oh no!
There's the interruption again. Just trying to take it guaranteed. Faisal being able to fight back in this round. I think being able to punish Relic Claire, there's a reason Undertaker isn't using it too much, right? I think he wants to keep that kind of unpredictability factor with it. Oh, another standing forward just whiffing outright.
Yes,
it, though.
still there with the punish. Good anti-air from Facial. Oh wow, it was still a crushing blow. That sucks. To the restand. More Deadly wins. Down 2 is whipped and punished. This is going to be a tough comeback.
Yeah, especially now Facial's doing a lot more. Oh, now he started doing a lot more down 4s in that corner position as well. That was a absolute ton of momentum in a short space of time. Just like that. A game on the board. That was actually looking all Undertaker for a while. I'd have been surprised, though. I think looking at this matchup on paper, you would definitely expect Faisal to win this, and maybe even quite comfortably because of the matchup on its own. But I think the Undertaker's given him a real run for his money. But the fact that he was able to kind of get that back, immediately turn the dial up on that round, does spell interesting things going into the next match. Is this going to be more of that? Is Faisal going to take this 3-1? What does Undertaker do next, I suppose?
So his final match here, potentially. Let's see if he is betting his winner's life on Collector. And he does by the looks of it.
Shirai Ryu Fire Garden.
Yeah, I mean, this Collector is looking well practiced. You can tell he's played this character for some time, and I think the moves that he's taken are absolutely making a difference in this matchup. You know, Relic Claire for the unpredictability factor, counter pokes maybe, unbreakable damage obviously, which is its main purpose, and the teleport seeming kind of irreplaceable in this matchup.
Fight.
Like I said, I'd really not like to see a Collector try and fight Cetron without that teleport. I just don't think it would be a particularly fun experience. However, the air boulder, ooh, that hurts. And the meaty. Unfortunately, impatience from Undertaker, and Faisal is running away with it because of that. The moment you start getting impatient versus Cetrion, this is when it starts to absolutely, oh dearie me, we have a disconnect perhaps. Is that going to be our spectator, or is that going to be one of the players?
Ouch.
Now, we will wait for a call on admin.
But to be fair,
what happened there?
To be fair, that can be deceiving. Sometimes it says something on that screen, and on the other screen it could be another name. So, you know, good thing we don't have to worry about that when it comes to us two.
Let me bring up the admin chat. As soon as we know what's happening, we'll let you know.
We'll handle that one. But normally, it was looking really good for Faisal, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's why the moment we saw the Faisal has left the game, I'm a little bit like, uh-oh, because... So the way online rulings normally work is if only one player disconnects from a lobby, it's pretty much like the equivalent of them pressing like the start button or disconnecting a controller, something that has interrupted the match, right? It just so happens to be the online setting. And then the other player is given that kind of, you know, forfeit of some amount. But it's only a game. It's not the entire set. But Faisal being up in the round the way he was when he's already 2-1 up, that would be very unfortunate. But like I said, I'm not going to go into this too much yet because we're going to wait and find out what actually happened there, because that sometimes could have come up and maybe our spectator machine disconnected, maybe the lobby just died. Many variables that come into the online realm that, hey, look, it's unfortunate, but I always look at it like we get to do these tournaments. We have a really good netcode. I'm just glad that we get to do these events, right? And unfortunately, with this kind of connection stuff, you just need to roll with the punches.
And the ruling is indeed out. There will just be a straight rematch, so no points deducted or, you know, matches received. So it's going to be 2-1 going into this potential final match between these two gentlemen. So nothing happens. Starting from scratch when it comes to that game in particular, not the set, don't get it wrong. And we're just waiting on these two gentlemen to get in and to continue playing this final round 1 set. Beautiful matches so far, man. Middle East definitely delivering when it comes to the final. The pro competition final, man. Once again, time has just been flying. It seems like every single weekend there has been a pro competition happening somewhere in the world. And, you know, finally the creme de la creme has been decided. It's all playing for $5,000. For the IKK anyway, for the North American League, it's going to be $10K each on the line. Will be happening later in the day as well. It's going to be a long day, long weekend, I should say, when it comes to Mortal Kombat. So if you like what you've seen, or what you're seeing, there's a lot more to come all around this weekend. So still waiting to Faisal and Undertaker to rejoin the lobby so we can continue the set. Once again, score 1-2 in favor of Faisal.
Yep, just a straight old lobby refresh, as it was the lobby that crashed. So we're just picking up where we left off. So all we can do, I guess I should say, is reflect on how that, what would have been maybe the last game, came into play. That first round, very one-sided for Faisal. The main contribution towards that, though, I think, was Undertaker might have tried to go into that match with a lot more kind of ferocity at the start, which can catch people off guard. You know, definitely can. But that unpredictability, or maybe just pushing forward, became impatience very quickly. And that's what Faisal started to run away with. One of the faster rounds that we'd seen all day, and it came from Cetrion. So it goes to show you know, how much time as Undertaker would have had to get hit for that to be the case. But again, thank you very much for a swift resolve to the admin team and for the two players for jumping back into this lobby as soon as they can. We're jumping back in 2-1 Faisal Kombat versus Undertaker. Undertaker needs this game to stay alive. In winners.
Round 1, fight.
Same characters, same score, different stage. Here we go then.
A lot of these jump-ins so far. So far, again, Faisal being able to control that full screen distance, which is no surprise. It's Cetrion. Ooh. Well, I'm going to whip punish in case those extra buttons catch you. We've all been hit by those, just throwing all of his antiques at you.
So what though? Oh, the big bet on the overhead. Not going to work out. Big crushing blow coming out of Faisal.
I kind of definitely think that this round is very much what happened in the round prior, before the lobby crashed. This is Undertaker's one opportunity in this round to make something happen. Teleports himself into the corner, though. I'm not sure about that, because now he's just given Cetron even more presence. No flawless blocks either off that mid. Yeah, the general rule of thumb does tend to be, if it's off a high, there tends to be no gap, and if it's off a mid, there probably is some kind of flawless blockable gap on the wins, and Undertaker has not challenged it at all. Facial match point.
All these individual hits, man, even be a chip from those deadly wins, really adding up. Risk in the positioning, but in saying that, instant jump out into the Hell's Wrath.
And this could be where it ends. Remember, everyone started in this 8-player tournament in winners bracket, so Undertaker, if he does lose here, he will have another chance in losers. The first round of losers is being played off stream. I believe it's for scheduling reasons. But in this position, can Undertaker make something happen, Mitsuo? He has to try. You have to go
Here's a
full combo.
sequence. Here's a sequence to make it. Fatal blow was locked and loaded as well. Gets the jump in, no grab for him. Man,
Facial's
hard to
throw
grab.
techs have been
Yeah.
so good.
Really tricky to get a hold of this man. Facial Kombat taking it over Undertaker 3-1 in a tricky matchup. Let's give Undertaker some credit there.
Oh, absolutely. I
Not
don't
for Cetrion.
imagine
Not
Collector
tricky for Cetrion.
Yeah.
Don't get it wrong.
I don't imagine Collector versus Cetron is a particularly fun matchup, and I think that
Right.
Undertaker really did play it as well as he could, given the circumstances. Brought forward a fantastic Collector, it has to be said. There was a position where he was so close to making it actually a 2-1 in his favor. There was just a point where Faisal had a bit of a gameplay shift. It was brawling a little bit less, being more aggressive on the keep away, just establishing a range where Collector is going to have a worse time, and then making nice predictions on the teleport where it didn't exist all that much. I think in that last game, how many relic lures did we see? None. There was no opportunity to make them happen. It was standing for range or bust, and from that point, Undertaker was left with some pretty limited options, I think. So that is going to be our first side of winners now in full effect. And I think these matchups, dude, Mitsuones, these next round of winners games are going to be real juicy.
I think definitely so far. Beautiful matches as we take a look at the tail of the tape, so to speak. And, slowly but surely going into the semifinals. Look at that juice, man. Tekken Master versus Wasim alone should be a very, very fun watch. And of course, let's not forget Reaper and Facial Kombat. Facial Kombat is the threat. That's the problem. I mean, just looking at the top 8, we knew that. But it definitely shows just by his gameplay. Before we go into a break, let's give a big thank you to one of the presenting partners of the Pro Competition, PS4 Tournaments. By now, you should definitely know what they're all about. Week in, week out, there's been some tournaments going on somewhere in the world. I mean, Ketchup been, can tell you a story here and there about them. Go ahead and visit the Pro Competition Center, man. Go to compete.playstation.com, sign in with your PlayStation ID, and, PlayStation really does the rest for you, with the scores, reminding you to check in and all of that. So big thank you to PS4 Tournaments for supporting the Pro Competition. For now, we'll take a bit of a break to get a breather in before we go into those beautiful matches, man. We're in semifinals. We'll be back in just a teeny bit. Stay tuned for more Mortal Kombat.
No jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation. Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series.
Ready to rumble? Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app.
Filter by type and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournaments menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play.
Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time.
A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match.
Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition.
Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
PlayStation. Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine. End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.
And a very warm welcome back to the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro competition here at the Intercontinental Combat Middle East Edition for $5,000. Round 1 is all done and dusted. Let's get into the juice here at the winner semi-finals. I'm Mitzones, and I'm once again joined by P&D Ketchup.
Yes, indeed. Now, as we go into our next match, we're getting through our next side of winners. We're going to find out who's going to get winners finals, which is that minimum top 3 finish. Great stuff all round. But, whoa, Wasim versus Tekken Master. We've kind of teased it a little bit. We've talked about how we know this is going to be a great match anyway. The question is, who does Tekken Master play? Is it Cetrion all the way? I kind of think that this has absolutely become his main, for sure. But does he even use other characters anymore? It's kind of hard to tell.
Probably doesn't know himself. He does like Cetrion, that's for sure. Hovering over
Joker.
her.
We've seen the Joker be a pick that obviously has been able to defeat Tekken Master Cetrion in the past. I know that Joker was the greatest Joker, you know, in Sonic Fox, but still, a matchup is a matchup, isn't it? And giving it some time to think, I think. That might not have been a what character do I pick? It might have been, I know I'm fighting Joker. Let's keep in mind or check some notes or whatever it is, because now this is where things get really serious.
Round 1. Fight.
Here we go. Yo, no custom costumes anywhere to be seen. I'm so disappointed in both of them. Flawless blocks on the rock already, even at that close range. Wasim ready for it. Not quite that one though. However, 3 out of 4, not too bad to start the round off. Push forward and the wind's already prepared. He knows he's going to press. Thing about the winds, you know, if he amplifies it, it's a lot more plus. Regular winds, I think, is only +2 if I recall. You know they're going to press it down 1 to try and poke their way out. A back up into the rock wall is absolutely how you blow it up. The Tekken Master looking real good in this first round. Wasim is not having a chance to really exist at all so far.
Trying to fish for a punish there, whip punish, not gonna get it. Jumps himself in the corner. That's the back throw though. I mean, he needs a miracle and then some, yeah. Convincing round for Tekken Master. Let's see Wasim's answer. Has him cornered anyway.
Flawless block once more. You just have to be able to do it, right? You have to shut down the chip or anything else that comes forward. Speaking of chip, Tornado's still pretty good. But this is a matchup that Tekken Master would have played countless times over. Cetrion being a popular character, you know the opponent's going to be ready for it too, but this is a battle of a little bit of range. They've both got decent buttons, they've both got projectile options. Obviously Cetrion has more, but Joker has a fair few himself. Lovely flawless block, I love it. Ooh, combo, the down 2 after the inevitable breakaway anyway. I like the double jump, he's really trying to catch Tekken Master out here.
Flawless blocks. I mean, he's being patient. Big forward 2 crushing blow. And I mean, even chip at this point, there is no defensive ball for Tekken Master. Getting a grab. Hold on a minute. What's he gonna do in here? And yeah, couldn't take it.
Okay, around the piece here.
Final round.
Interesting development, I think. Yeah, Tekken Master's plenty of players in this bracket that can definitely give Tekken Master a challenging path. Tekken Master is the favorite for this entire tournament. Wow. Ooh, palm into the chin. You just take those. Oh, half of the life is already gone. And just like that, Wasim is now in fatal blow territory. This is where Joker wants to be. But he needs to pretty much have a fantastic one sequence here. I think Tekken Master will go relentless. Oh, hang on.
To start.
Confirm.
Breakaway.
Oh,
played it safe.
Beating it. Only baited the breakaway with a standing 1 on its own. Ah,
Not gonna matter. It's just too many individual hits he's getting hit by. Tekken Master in control in this winter semifinals.
just making the right call out at the last minute, really. You know, trying to play that game of range when the damage was done. I think that Wasim, the second you get into Fatal Blow, it's the scary thing of Joker is that he very much kind of needs to go all in, but he has mix-ups that definitely favor him, right? Very few of those mix-ups besides a grab or something is it like he's putting his life on the line. He's going to get chip, he's going to get pushed back, he's going to get pressure, but against Cetrion of all characters, some of those situations are not as good as you might think because she has things to contest. That's why Cetrion's such an amazing character, and look, that's why Tekken Master's playing her. Tekken Master is known for playing pretty much the entire roster in every game, and using different characters for different matchups. He does that still a little bit in MK11, but it feels like Cetrion has become almost the 80% focus from whenever I see his competitive gameplay. And that's because Tekken Master is one of the fundamentally most talented players in the NRS scene, arguably NRS history with his resume, and with Cetrion having this crazy bloated toolset, she will fit a player of his standard. There's nothing she can't do, and he'll make it work. Ooh. Counter hit, but we're just going to go into Kapow for now. I think that counter hit's going to become a lot more pivotal later.
Good interruption on the dash in. He's going for the optimal.
Lovely read! Fantastic. I think that read was even more better because Tekken Master might have wanted to somewhat concede the round, but at least get out the corner. And the grab was one of the better ways to obtain that. Wasim making the perfect call. Confirm again, that 2-1. Man, getting a full combo from Joker's 2-1, that hurts.
Standing 2 interruption though, and the Hamo break. This is all Wasim here all of a sudden. Hold on a minute. Another 4-2. The crushing blue coming through.
Oh, that's the game.
Oh,
no, he dropped it.
Well, how about that? Gets another chance. What?
Wait, what?
Man,
I'm really confused over what happened there. There was a combo drop the first time. The second time, I don't know what that was.
No, that second one was undroppable, really. Just needed to press any button, really. Down to standing 1 even, I think, would have done the job. Standing 4.
What the hell was that?
That was so odd. The first drop, alright, I get it. But the second one? I hope his controller's alright, because that was very uncharacteristic.
Hey, but I tell you what was really good. That bloody game. Fantastic stuff from Wasim. And it's no wonder, you look at gameplay like that, it's no wonder he shares the sponsor of NASA. Like, this guy is no joke. Fantastic ability. And being able to take a game like that on Tekken Master. I wonder if this is a matchup they've played in the past, you know. It's very common of them to practice together, NASA boys. You know, even before, back in the days with Shark Teeth. You know, Tekken Master and Shark Teeth were similar in that regard. But now, Wasim looking real good and tying things up 1 game apiece. Now, Tekken Master, like I said, he's the favorite in this tournament, but there are players in the bracket that could absolutely bring it to him. Wasim is one of them, and this is why.
Round 1, fight.
1 apiece going into this 3rd match. No changes from either player so far.
I'll save the day.
Back-to-back up threes.
Wake-ups, absolutely. I take turn, you take turn, rinse and repeat until we run out of bar. Another lovely flawless block. This time, the backdash after. I think you really wanted to call out Tekken Master pressing a button there. No buttons to be had just yet. A challenge in that 1-2-3. Ooh, letting that back forward 4 rock at the end. I think amplifying it really seems like it's going to somewhat mess with someone who really wants to flawless block that. We've seen that plenty of times in the open series with likes of Mighty and Justin Tweedy, right? Tweedy flawless blocking that back forward 4 like it's going out of style.
Oh, trying to shimmy, make a throw. Tekken Master not biting, double flip blows in play. Tekken Master is cornered, the standing 2.
He's done, he's dead.
Yeah, don't drop this. Okay. Jump in kick, that's standing 1 to the Kapow, man. What a button standing 2 is.
And a very comfortable looking Wasim so far. one round up here on Tekken Master and also the screen positioning. But you can see how much respect Tekken Master is showing. He wants to escape the corner, but he knows that he can't use both defensive bars to do it, because if he gets clipped by Joker after using Far Teleport, that is a lot of damage that he does not want to deal with.
Punish the Kapow.
Oh, the
wow.
chip! And with Setron being 950, the chip of that string is ever more frustrating.
Hold on a minute.
God.
Drop it this time. Standing 4 instantly into the Kapow.
Oof.
Wow, 43%. And the shimmy. Wasim all of a sudden in control in the set.
Mr. Owens, when do you see Tekken Master get shimmied like that? When do you see that? Wasim. 2-1, Mitsuones. One game away and it's a 3-1 winners finals?
I mean, we knew this was gonna be a good set. That's for sure, but to bring it to Tekken Master like this? Let's see.
Someone said something in the Twitch chat room, and I have to definitely quote it because right now it's ever prominent. They said if anyone in this bracket can send Tekken Master to losers, it's Wasim. And I'm seeing it. I'm absolutely seeing it. I know this is not the first time they've clashed in a competitive setting. Wasim has always looked good against Tekken Master, but this is the stage to do it. The regional finals of Middle East. This is the Middle Eastern Pro Competition Finals. And if Wasim can defeat Tekken Master here, it's just a progression of the Middle Eastern community and their wonderful story of just how much talent exists in that part of the world.
Round 1.
It's one more, but let's not forget, this is Tekken Master. This is far from over.
Oh yeah, never count him out. He is the champ. Now what's it going to be? Teleport into down 4, right? You want to try and press the button, eat this down 4, give me my turn. Flawless block at that range. Prepared. Judo trip with the stick. Machine grab. Wow. Seems still able to establish with the amount of confirmable buttons that he has access to as Joker, the grab becomes such a scary part of this game. However, a fumbled flawless block, I think that was another one.
That was probably like 20% just like that. Both wars here between these two. Good punish with the Pinata. And Tekken Master all of a sudden looking like the game 1 Tekken Master, just getting all these individual hits, zoning after zoning, keeping Wasim at bay.
Defensive brick wall.
Yeah.
That's the thing, Mitsuo's much more of a brick wall. Now goes in for a grab, the version that you really can't tech. There's no way you're teching in that direction when he has Fatal Blow. But Tekken Master takes the game. Yeah, it's this defensive style with exaggerated things.
He's keeping it simple.
Fight.
Oh, beautiful punish, but no confirm, Ketchup!
Can't let it slip through his fingers now. This is still his game to put him forward into winners finals. The down 4, tried to low profile it, but the jumping 1-2 Meteor mistime from Tekken Master for sure. And he will learn his lesson. He's not going to try and do it again. That down 4 steals the turn away. Thought that might have been a fumbled flawless block on that rock.
Hey.
But there's a hard read. He's got no defensive bar. This is gonna, this even gonna be close to the round.
Yeah, this could be round. 1%, Venti Pew Pew maybe? I mean, anything virtually. He's getting failed. You can see he's really trying to press the attack here. Yeah, he's looking for the right range. Wasim was looking for the right range. Not trying to get.
There it is. He finds it.
The teleport. Match point. Wasim to put Tekken Master into the loser's bracket.
This would be an earlier part of the tournament than I would have expected Tekken Master to get knocked into losers. If at all, to be honest with you. Tekken Master back against the wall in game and in the series itself. A forward throw just to give him some space. As long as there's space, regular teleport could in theory work, but if that's a punish, that's a painful punish to take. The punish! He's ready! He knows Tekken Master's going to get greedy with the bar and the back-to-back. There's that wake up down 2 though to blow through the standing 1. The rock wall again. Wait a minute, Wasim can't get ahead of himself here. A raw jump in, the down 1.
Oh, anti-air though. 14% left. Good flawless block. Into the
grab.
throw. Hold on a minute.
That's half of
Gonna
it.
hurt.
All right, one more sequence away. One more play.
He does it. Look at that chip. 4%.
Wasim. No! Clipped by the Hell's Wrath. And we're going into a game 5. Oh, he was so close. He was so close to defeating Tekken Master, he could taste it.
Man, he needed one more hit at 4%, but you gotta give credit to Tekken Master. I think the reason why Wasim got hit with that Hell's Wrath was because Tekken Master amplified the ground pound, cancelled it, and went immediately for a Hell's Wrath. Maybe Wasim was looking for a jump out, a dash in, got clipped cleanly with the Hell's Wrath.
A game 5, though, our first of the day, and in fitting fashion, it's Wasim versus Tekken Master. It really has been a series that those that are familiar with the Middle Eastern scene and the players that come forward, I think this was a matchup that was on everyone's eyes, right? We're looking at it, waiting for it, and now it's happening, and of course it delivers. Game 5 for Winners Finals. We're not even in Winners Finals yet, folks.
Yeah,
this could have been a Winners Finals match, and I would have believed it.
It's strange seeing these Titans before Winners Finals, yeah. But hey, we might see them again.
Round 1.
Deeper in the tournament. Final match between these two in this Winners Semifinals. Movies. It hurts so good, man. Even the chip alone.
Here we go, though. At full screen game, something that Joker, he does have the ability to kind of work his way in piece by piece. The existence of Ktop alone in the range buttons, it's just a nice tool set to have in this matchup.
Oh!
Lovely. That was a great call out.
Oh no, he still got hit.
I think he was expecting a Hell's Wrath, and that's why he did it, but we'll take those.
Such an even round. Both timid to overextend their buttons. Look at that. Oh, wow. Tekken Master striking first here. Big crush of
Oh, he tries the fatal blow. He tries so hard to go through it, but I think that was an amplified win. +10. Getting a fatal blow out of +10, that's just not going to work. You have the +10 you got to deal with, and then you've got the 8 frames of armor.
Match point, Tekken Master.
It's all going to slip through Wasim's fingers in the last second. Momentum was on his side for some time, but I think that momentum has well and truly shifted from one NASA player to another. As Tekken Master's looking confident and comfortable. There's the counter hit, though, to maybe put things the other way.
Save.
Whip punish!
Another one.
Come here.
Beautiful whip punish. The 4-2. Keeps it simple. Wants another bar. Saving it for a rainy day. Tekken Master getting the grab. Some space to work with. The double dash in. No anti-air. Straight into the Hell's Wrath. 4 tools lock into the deadly winds. Jump in. Patient!
That's the round.
And
That
the
is the
punish
round.
for sure. Don't drop this. And final round. Tekken Master versus Wasim. Tekken Master in the corner. And in saying
And
that,
this time, yeah, one of the first times all series we've actually seen Tekken Master use the bar teleport. That is respect. That is, if there's a small chance that not spending this bar gets me back in the corner, I'm not taking it. And he's going to make sure we keep this full screen game. It's where Tekken Master has established himself the most in this matchup. It's where he could arguably win this round here. The final round between these two. Crazy stuff. Wasim, can he pull this off?
he's getting hit by a few of these zoning tools, that's for sure. Ground pound, Hell's Wrath. Wasn't just zoning this final round here. He's trying so hard to get in.
Double flawless block. My man's on another level.
For good measures. We're going from coast to coast, but it's saying that Tekken Master already having those 2 bars.
Jump out though, that's a good little pickup there for Tekken Master, and importantly screen position, but he gets a knockdown.
Triple dash in into the jump in. Where 1 is blocked. What's it gonna be?
Oh, the low profile. Throw tech. I think that was a forward 1-4. But you know what? Doesn't matter now. The delay.
He's holding up. What is that?
What? No! No!
Oh, where you spend it? Time. 15 seconds, 6% left. Not jumping on health, Wrath, 1% left, 10 seconds on the clock. This is the corner. I think all he's got to do is block. Hold on a minute. This is 30%. A short top could kill here, I think.
The time is frozen. 2.
And the delay wait.
1.
So smart. No! So smart from Tekken Master.
Mid-zones, you know that came down to a timeout. How much seconds did we lose holding the fatal blow that got blocked in the end?
No.
The seconds that could have been spent in the final moments of that round.
Don't go there. I mean, I'm not sure what that cancel was all about, but virtually all he needed was like 2 seconds maybe to work with, because the threat of a grab, the threat of even like a sweep, a short hop, anything really, could have been the difference. I'm not sure if he had the bar there, but even a string into the Batsy Pew Pew just needed a bit more time to really take it to Tekken Master. But let's quickly talk about that cancel. Just held it and was dialing in his sting. Like, what was that all about? Because I do think he can dash out of it, can't he?
I've never seen a series end like that. I really haven't. So I've seen Joker players hold down the fatal blow longer than you expect because it catches you pressing. I've never seen a Joker player hold it all the way before, and could have resulted in more disaster, right? So that was definitely not the moment things ended. He gets the grab, but then Tekken Master does the right thing. You know, he does the right thing. He kind of holds his own. He delays the wake up, wastes the time, and doesn't even create the opportunity to get that last little bit of health in a final round, game 5 between 2 legends of the Middle East and MK11 scene. That delivered absolutely. But you know what will also deliver? Right to your door, some lovely Mortal Kombat Pro Comp merch. And if you want to get involved in that, just go to amazon.com/Mortal Kombat. Simple as that. You can mix and match different logos and different regions that you want to be involved in here with the various characters and lovely designs that are put forward. And you can support. Really, as simple as that. Get yourself some merch and support Pro Comp at the same time. But that was our first side of winners in the matchup. We're now going to be jumping into the second one, which is Faisal versus Reaper. So probably Fujin versus Cetron is my guess.
So another Cetrion, that is for sure, coming out of Faisal, but Reaper, yeah, that's what I think anyway. But in saying that, we do have the lower bracket as well. You touched on that earlier. Losers Round 1 is indeed being played, or was being played, I guess, off stream, and that's the results. Hamo and Datalus. Unfortunately, Datalus not in the tournament anymore. Hamo being victorious 3-1. Currently waiting in losers, and Undertaker versus Aziz. Aziz still in there. I don't know if he did Mercy or not, but he is still in the tournament. We'll be facing Wasim later on. But that is the story of the tournament so far.
It's going to be honest, Mitsuones, it's a hard path for Aziz. You know, he's able to get through Undertaker, who was no slouch. We saw him absolutely hold his own versus Faisal. But being sent to losers by Reaper in that display, and then now his next opponent in losers is Wasim, that is going to be a tricky path to get through. But this next match proves to be just as, if not more, because it's going to be Reaper versus Faisal. So Cetrion, again, it's going to be a very Cetrion-focused day. She is, I'd say she's extremely meta at the moment, but I think that's kind of redundant because she's always been meta. But she's just as prominent now. Like, you're going to see her a lot because she's the best character in the game. And I think that with someone like Faisal, who's been playing Cetrion this whole time, he's going to take those small details. You don't see a lot of Cetrion specialists. That's the thing Mitsu owns. He's a common character to have in a pocket, but very few specialize.
It's interesting that you say that even with 50 less health, she's still #1. You'd reckon?
I think so, but because really nothing else. She had some other changes, I know, but they weren't really enough to specifically change her design all that much. And her base design was always what worked so well, right? It was the moves in harmony together, the fact that everything is a one slot. You know, we have to talk about the fact for sure that when it comes to custom moves and abilities, that the slot allocation does make quite a big difference to just how much utility characters have. And I think you look at the best characters in the game, like Jackie, Cetrion, Joker, Liu Kang, with the exception of Joker because of something like Kapow, loads of these characters that are really high up on the tier list, one of the things they have in common is that their abilities, their best moves, they mix and match. They're all one slot. So they kind of have a lot more creativity over what they want in a tool set. Whereas you look at the weaker characters and characters that kind of maybe arguably need a little bit of assistance competitively, a lot of their moves are two slot. And it's kind of like that will automatically just mean they can't have as much access to utility as these top tiers can. Obviously, this is a conversation that could go either way forever. You know, it's probably a story for another time as we wait for this matchup to start. But I think it's one of the big things that makes Cetrion so good. All of her best moves are things that you can just kind of take, and then you have 3 of them. Can't go wrong, really.
I mean, definitely that health difference, I don't think realistically makes a big change. Of course, on paper, 5% is a lot, but you know, as you said, I think on paper the character is still the same, and that's why we still see her being represented quite a bit here in the Middle Eastern region, and I'm sure as the day goes on, we'll see her quite a few times as well. Speaking of which, man, this is going to be a weekend full of Mortal Kombat action. The entirety of the Pro Competition Finals will be happening this weekend. I mean, we already started technically yesterday for us with the Oceania region. Wasim took that one. Congratulations to him. Right now, you're seeing the Middle Eastern Finals happening as well. I think later this day, the EU East happening as well, and of course the North American League happening as well today and tomorrow, with the EU West happening as well. It's going to be a weekend full of Mortal Kombat action, and the stakes are high. Once again, $5,000 on the line per region, so Wasim took quite a bit of cash home, or technically, you know, got it to his home. He was home. You get the idea. Here, 5K as well, and the North American League, respectively, will have $10,000 per region. Quite a bit of money to play for. But once again, man, just like that, this is going to be the climax of the pro competition. So many weeks, so many months, week in, week out, somewhere in the world, a pro competition event was happening. You know, the Liga Latina already done and dusted was happening last week. Last weekend, of course, but today it's going to be focused on the IKK and the North American League, as we still are waiting on these two gentlemen to get into this lobby to see who will, you know, make it into the winners finals as well, following Tekken Master. Once again, we said he was going to be, or I think it was, looking at the bracket, Tekken Master would be the favor on paper, but we've seen now you can, you know, even he can bleed. You know, we see definitely making him work hard for his money, so to speak. But yeah, just like that, he finds himself in winners finals. Let's see who advances between Reaper and Fatal Kombat. Another Cetrion, for sure.
I think she's going to be a rather common character this weekend. You know, it kind of just goes to make sense. Tekken Master playing her, and other characters as well. But I think this weekend it has been Cetrion very much all the way. A bit of a delay right now, folks. Obviously, we get the lobby up and running, and we get the players in. Sorry for that, but we'll be in as soon as we can. Thank you very much for being patient. You're stuck with us in the meantime. How about that? Lucky you.
It's all good, man. It's the nature of online events. Sometimes it takes 5 more minutes, give or take. But it's going to be good regardless. Full day of MK. 5 minutes shouldn't be a issue when it comes to that. But once again, man, pro competition is over. Isn't it kind of sad? You know, it was almost like this thing that was always there somewhere. And I think sometimes you don't appreciate it until it's gone. It's gonna feel empty to a certain extent, man, these weekends. Come on, man. Every single weekend, a pro competition event. It's gone.
I mean,
sad.
It's been that way for me very much so as well, because I've been doing. I've been lucky enough to be commentating Open Series as well as. So there's been plenty of Mortal Kombat. And, you know, we're still doing the monthly finals for those, although the weekly invitationals, you know, they've made some room for some other games. But the monthly finals are always like, they're even more pivotal now for the players that compete on that platform, because it's like, you know, that's your one chance of the month to get yourself seen and get that victory. But there's a victory to be had right now, and whoever obtains it moves into winners finals to fight Tekken Master. Fatal Kombat versus Reaper, with the Arsenal Skywalker and Needle again. Very much. Now, we have seen Fujin be able to fight Cetra. He has the tools to do it. He's got the mobility, he has the pressure, he's got mobility being the main factor here, but also some of the buttons, you know, back two, for example, being able to somewhat contest. But we do sometimes see a lot of Fujin players, ouch, crushing blow, use the wind push against Cetra, but this is not one of those cases, so I'm curious as to why he's got Needle instead.
Let's not forget, you know, you talked about the character traits. Let's not forget Reaper with that sick execution, man. You take a character like Fujin, mix it with a execution-heavy player like Reaper, you're in for a treat.
Not only crushing blow there on the 1-1 up 4, but a side switch, additionally stealing the super kick from Rain. But you know what? He makes it work. Looking for fatal blow. That would have been an easy confirm.
Oh, good patience. Trying to bring it back, but the escape failed. He was ready for the throw, just wrong on the direction. Beautiful decision from Facial Kombat to go with the back throw there.
Round 2. Fight!
Ooh, all out on the forward 3. Teleport by within Facial. Being greedy with the meter, going for the regular teleport rate. You can get it out safely, not spending 2 bars of defense. It can be such a game changer. I love the full screen belonging to Facial still. It's on game all round. The escape. Ooh! Press, but Facial with that defense not going to press anything just yet. Fujin wants to shimmy you so bad.
Oh no, the minute he tried to approach, he guts his guts. Flip. Dang.
Wow. First game, just like that.
Just like that.
Looking real comfortable in this matchup.
It just kept him at bay, especially in that second round. First round, Reaper almost took it back, or brought it back. But that clutch back throw, sealing the deal in that round. But here, Facial, just seeing a bit more in control of things.
Cetrion. Fujin.
Now, will it be Fujin all the way? I think so far. I mean, if you're going to have this level of execution with the character, it's fair to assume that you've been putting a fair bit of time into Fujin. He is always known about his mobility above all. He's got good abilities too. I still think that Fujin is a character that we haven't seen 100% competitively explored. There are some other moves that he has that are genuinely really good for certain matchups, but I just think that he's got so much moves right now. It will take some time, I think, for the code of Fujin to be written. Because what works right now works enough to do well in tournaments. So it's kind of, you know, one of those things where is it necessary to explore just yet? Fujin. A lot of different variety here. Facial with a good start once more. Nice little touch, and then that forward throw to create space. And it's less damage for Cetrion as much as it is spaced for the next play. That's where the damage is going to come through. Through it will. Flawless block. Ooh.
Oh, what a read, though, from Reaper. Saw the grab coming.
I'm actually surprised of all times that was when he was training for the grab, actually.
Disgraceful.
Ooh. Jump kick. White though. Pull back one string. Yeah, and we're starting to do something we haven't seen much before. Using the crossbow on the end of that back one. Doesn't want to be too predictable. Doesn't want to have to, every time you block a back one, turn it into Skywalker. You'll need to cancel it, and that costs meter. Taking a meter. Tries to catch Facial, pressing the button there. No one home though, but there will be for this Hell's Wrath, and I think he'll be able to chase this down. Ground pound. I mean, you're full screen. What do you do? The ground pound can come out. The Hell's Wrath will catch you. If you jump right as she throws a boulder, it will catch you. She has options everywhere. Perfectly put to use here by Facial Kombat, who was looking fantastic so far. And Reaper, who demonstrated a masterclass against Aziz, he's having a rough time here, Mitsu.
Even that chip, that was like, what, 15% in a matter of like 10 seconds. Just chip alone. Good punish with the pinata. And the second he goes with the grab, it gets neutral ducked. Man, oh man. Does Facial look crisp here. Good interruption. Good pickup as well.
Looking like we might very well have a Cetrion mirror match in winners finals, Mitsuones.
To be fair, it was the match I want to see.
I think when people talk about Middle Eastern Mortal Kombat, especially currently, it does tend to come down to Fatal Kombat versus Tekken Master. And Wasim is right in there as well, as we clearly saw. This could have just as easily have been, with the way things are going. I'm not talking about it like it's over. Reaper can still stay until that set is finished. There is always a chance, no matter how minuscule it might seem. But I'm thinking that we're getting a fantastic representation of top-level Mortal Kombat right here in Middle East. Faisal needs one more game for a clean 3-0. Reaper back in for Fujin for what could be the final time here in winners.
Sticking to his guns. That is for sure. Faisal Kombat up 2-0 against Reaper here. Needs to make something happen here.
It goes back into that mountain to climb that I talked about earlier. You're in this position where your opponent is looking just clean as anything against you, and it's a rough road, and now magically you need to just pull off 3 wins in a row. For a lot of players, can feel like an impossible feat. Ooh, that could have been much more punishing if they still made the read. Obviously trying to stay safer with the downward boulder for now, but this full-screen game belongs to Cetrion.
Oh, so unfortunate.
Oh, not again! Looks like we've had another crash of some sort. I think it's coming down to the exact same thing. Unfortunately, history is currently repeating for Fatal Kombat. Now, let me, again, before we get ahead of ourselves,
assume anything.
I'll open up. I'm going to open up the admin chat, and we'll find out whether that was a player disconnect or a lobby crash. But that's just one of those situations where, damn, dude, that sucks.
It happens. Once again, the nature of online tournaments, usually not everything goes smoothly, so it's all good. Let's await the final or the official ruling from the admins, how we deal with that set going forward. But he was still up 2-0 against Reaper, needing one more, and the reward will be facing Tekken Master in Winners Finals. How about that?
What a privilege. But whoever makes it into winners finals, clearly what we've been able to see so far, has every opportunity to defeat Tekken Master. Tekken Master is historically, and always has been historically, the best player in the Middle East. However, these are players that he trains together and plays with all the time. And when you play someone enough, you will be able to eventually bring it to them because you just get on that level. The second one part of the world has a player of that caliber, everyone around you grows from it. And the Middle East is a perfect demonstration as to why that is the case. I'd love to see more of these players be able to travel, when it kind of seems like with some offline tournaments that are happening right now, like some events are starting to happen, and that is coming down to vaccines and everything else that we don't need to go into right now because that's a long discussion. But it feels like maybe next year the future looks kind of bright for the FGC. And I'd love to see a lot of these players that we've seen in this online realm for the kind of 2 years we've been in this lockdown circumstance to have taken all that confidence they've built up from these online tournaments and go into competitive next year if they get the chance to and showcase what they've got. I'd love to see it.
Even taking the whole offline scene out of the equation, just with a good netcode alone, these players were able to grow even bigger. I think it's fair to say a few years back, the only name that rang a bell was Tekken Master when it came to the Middle Eastern scene anyway. But all of a sudden, you have these Wasims, you have these Fatal Kombats, and you see how they put in the work and obviously bring the results as well.
Right, everyone,
making Tekken Master sweat like that.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, Mitsuone.
Oh, good.
Just before we jump into the Smash, got to give everyone a quick update. That one was a Fatal Kombat disconnect. I believe he's having some internet troubles today. But again, as in the rules about match interruption, It's going to be 2-1 now. Reaper will have that game. But like I said, it just comes down to if players having a connection trouble and it is only them that has the disconnect, it really is not the opponent's fault and it counts as a forfeit. Just like a pause, just like a controller being unplugged. It's the same thing, just in the online space. Hopefully, for Faisal's sake, that is the last time a disconnect happens. But
thank you very much for the update.
2-1.
We go back into the match. Good punish on the pinata. Reaper finally with the life lead.
Ooh. Back into this full screen game.
Needs to be patient. Needs to be patient here, Reaper.
Oh, it's exactly like we saw before. When it was actually Undertaker versus Faisal. Undertaker did so well, and then in those rounds where he starts to get a bit impatient, the health just deletes.
Oh, beautiful whip punish.
And he looked for the air snore as well. He tried to get a little bit more. Oh!
And there it is.
Outright, no, the confirm.
Third time's a charm. 4-2 into the fatal block. I'm not sure if this is going to be death, but it's going to be good regardless. 4%. Can you get it? Yes. Well, oh well. It was looking so good for Reaper, but one confirmed. Reaper finally biting the bait. Fatal Kombat on match point against Reaper.
Now that throw could be the beginning of the winner's bracket end here for Reaper as it puts him full screen. Chipping away piece by piece, the amplifier on the Hell's Wrath to push back to a safe distance again. And this back two, you can see Reaper back two crossbow. He doesn't want to turn every back two into a down up. He doesn't want to have to do it because it will be meter intensive. Now, speaking of meter, none being spent on this lovely corner combo. Nice setup as well. Unfortunately, does put himself in the corner though, and I'm a bit concerned about that.
Now one incidentally wins the tricky stuff coming out in this final round. Potential final round anyway. No anti-air. Jumping out. No anti-air. The jump-in kick. Potentially was looking for an anti-air. But again, jump-in kicks. Some characters being tricky to deal with. Fatal Kombat, after all, being victorious 3-1. Putting Reaper into the loser's bracket. And we will indeed, potentially, see the Cetrion mirror between Tekken Master and Fatal Kombat.
It's, I think, a strong possibility at this point, actually, especially with what we've just happened here. We're just kind of looking at the characters they play in Tekken Master. When the chips are down, Cetrion tends to be the pick. We know he's confident in the Cetrion mirror. We definitely saw that previously in the year. And I think that what we're going to really be thinking about now is these next few matches. So the winners finals is it would have been a safe prediction, right? Fatal Kombat versus Tekken Master. Of course, that is going to be, I think, a lot of people's predictions here. I'm curious about the rest of this bracket, though. You know, I'm sure when we get a chance to, bracket will get updated and we'll throw to it. Hey, here it is. Wasim versus Aziz and Hamo versus Reaper. So these will be the matches on stream. Datalus, unfortunately, eliminated, as is Undertaker, but Reaper and Hamo, and then Wasim versus Aziz. I think these are some good matches.
So I do think we'll jump into Aziz versus Wasim first, so you know Hamo doesn't have to play back-to-back. Should be an interesting one as well. Probably still Kotal Khan coming out of Aziz. Let's see if he gets a chance to verse him. Let's see how that one goes. And of course, Reaper versus Hamo should be an interesting one as well. So once again, we didn't see the first round of losers, but you know, these gentlemen staying alive and, you know, trying to get a piece of that prize pot worth $5,000. And I don't think we even talked about the distribution so far when it comes to the 5K. First, we'll be going home with 1,500 each. Second place, of course, with 1,000, and the third 750, all the way to the seventh place, which will be getting 250 each. So once again, everyone getting something, not going home or staying home once again empty-handed. I think that's a good touch that, you know, every single player gets rewarded to or for performing in the pro competition. Once again, week in, week out, 8 qualifying weeks per region, you know, put in the work and now getting the reward for that. Very nice. For
Been a good day so far.
Yes.
And when we look
Put in
at
the
the
work.
next few matches, and we're kind of looking at Aziz, and will he be able to keep up with these? I think I'd say unorthodox picks. I think Kotal Khan definitely isn't, but when it comes to Kitana, his variation choice definitely is with Highborn. He
Yeah.
really is the only Kitana player I've seen post-patch. You know, once the razors were changed into what they are now, where it's a lot more meter intensive. No one really uses that variation anymore. You still see the half-blood stance in customs. It's a very important move to take with Kitana, but I'd love to see more of that. I think I'm a bit biased though. I like watching players use unorthodox variations. I've always been someone that's a fan of the specialists, those that aren't afraid to kind of play the weird characters, the weird variation. It kind of just goes all the way back to MKX. You know, and someone will specialize in something that you just don't expect, and it's like, yes, I'm here for it.
Stuff like Duelist, all of that, you know.
Duelist, Liu Kang. I mean, Rebel was just posting countless Twitter clips these days of just all these combos that he's pulling off in matches, and it's like, whoa.
It's beautiful though. It's beautiful. But yeah, Aziz being one of those. But let's not forget that Kitana was looking really, really good. If you missed confirms here and there, but let's see if we shall even see the princess coming out of Aziz just a teeny bit as we try and set up this losers round 2 set between Aziz and Wasim. Probably a Joker or Liu Kang coming out of Wasim. Let's see how that one goes. And with Aziz, I feel like I didn't even put a character here in the notes because I feel like you don't know when it comes to that guy. But it should be a entertaining set, that's for sure.
But when we look at results, though, I think it's a matchup that will definitely favor Wasim, especially with what we just saw versus Tekken Master and Wasim. I'm just kind of catching up on social media while we wait for this, and I'm kind of looking at the players talking about the matches they've played, and Tekken Master, you can tell he was definitely sweating after that winner's side match to get into winners finals, because Wasim really pushed him to the absolute limit. And considering Tekken Master is one of the absolute greatest MK11 players on the planet, Wasim being of that level was impressive enough as is, and this could still be a tournament that he wins. Many players are able to come through losers bracket. It just means they have a harder path in grand finals, obviously. As the bracket reset comes into play, we can touch on that later, because there's still ways to go before we reach that point. But it's possible. If you're good enough, you can do it, for sure.
I mean, how many times have we seen someone in MK11 coming out of losers, reset the bracket and take it? Quite a few times, I'd say. So, we did indeed go with the scheduled match. So we're not going to see Aziz and Wasim going at it.
We'll see it next
For
time.
now, yeah.
We're all good.
In a bit. It's going to be Hamo versus Reaper first.
Sindel.
Straight into the Sindel this time.
Black Dragon Fight Club.
Now I'm looking at the variations here. Does Hamo use the one Sindel variation? Gonna be honest, I'm not 100% sure. This one will be Whip and Flip Banshee Barrage. Yep, same one as before, and the exact same for Reaper. So there's definitely going to be elements of specialists here. Gonna be honest though, Miss Owens, I think Fujin versus Sindel, not a matchup I've seen all too often.
Fight.
Here we go then. No Jade. We'll start us from Hamo.
That barrage instantly coming out off that jump in will introduce some elements of a jump in game here.
Yeah.
Whip and flip out of nowhere though, I told you. A bit of a neutral destroyer sometimes.
Here comes the back two. Finish the string. Cancel. Pressing all the buttons. Good buttons though.
Oh, to get each one to pick it up. Watch out, tornado. Again, we're not putting forward though, just letting the needle go by itself. I don't imagine Sindel has a particularly amazing answer for needle, actually. I know that the needle can be a real problem for some characters. Again, he tries to enforce his turn after it, but Reaper was prepared, and I'd say wanted that to happen.
Oh, hold on a minute though.
Armor break!
What's it gonna be though?
Oh,
The tricky
down
stuff. He's still alive though. He's still alive though. And he's out.
Yo, and he is.
That was an odd sequence.
Fight.
Hamo striking first here in this losing round 2.
Oh, that hair whip on Amplify does such deceiving damage. Yeah, jumping whip on clip. You want to poke? You want to press a button? Eat it. Backing up. Ah, good observation there. Reaper knows it's not going to work out, so he puts himself to a safe distance. However, another armor break. Mo. This is his
This
game
is looking
so
so good.
Woo.
Well, I wasn't punished, so it's going to be good.
Another throw tech. No grabs today, sirs. Yo, Hamo,
I mean,
we did not get a chance to see much of it. Brutality. We didn't get to see much of it in winners earlier on today, but we saw a fantastic showing just now. That Sindel was not messing around. Hamo.
That was
Yeah,
all
Daniels.
him, though. How about that? Forget the Jade if the Sindel is looking that crisp. Convincing. First game over Reaper. How about that? I did not see this coming.
You always assume there's going to be a Jade. Normally when people play Jade, like Jade always tends to be the main character, right?
Right.
She's a very unusual pick. She has a strong place in the game's meta because there really is no one else in the game that plays like her, but always nice to see people with kind of different tool sets in mind for different matchups. Clearly, Sindel the pick for the job. I mean, her down 2 ain't too shabby either, let's be real. But what does Reaper do? Reaper giving it some thought, I imagine. It's been Fujin all the way. Wait a minute! My man has said, enough of this.
You were saying?
It's time to mix.
You were saying?
I didn't finish my sentence just in case. I left that option select wide open.
Good stuff, good stuff. So, how about that? Deep Freeze and Creeping Ice. Sub-Zero making his debut here at the Middle Eastern Pro Competition Finals.
We know
skin
what
as
it's
well
going to
for
be.
Hamo. Oh yeah.
Second you have Deep 4. That's it. I told you. You know what's going to happen here.
It was the
Time to
first
mix
button. It was the first button catch-up. Just reminding us of what's to come, really.
On a beautiful up 2. I actually wonder, well, surely it must be. I wonder what Fujin's up 2 has there, because I know it's got a good hitbox on it, but I know it's like a bit slower than others in some instances. It's a very strange one. However, no time to talk about that. Now Punish into the corner with you, and the Sub-Zero looking very, very effective so far. Not expecting that second barrage. Lovely reactionary stand block though on the overhead. Good stuff there from Reaper, and that first round.
Round 2, fight.
Reaper all over Hamo. A change of things. Standing 2. Nothing afterwards.
Punish, yeah, that slide punishes everything.
That is a big issue here in this matchup now. Slide. Huh? No fear from this man.
We talk about down 4 on block into back 2 to blow up the button. Mo is showcasing
Back to back.
I mean, to be fair, the slide crushing blow, it's gone. He has nothing to fear now. Delayed forward for Mo. Hang on a second. That first round was all demolition, but we just know it's Sub-Zero. Sometimes those rounds will happen, and now he can't challenge it. A full combo here from Hamo. A round apiece. If he gets this one, 2-0, Sub-Zero.
Convincing as well, back to back now. Block from Hamo, not overextending, and saying that air flip is blocked this time around. No fear from this man. No fear whatsoever. I like it. Back 1 though, will confirm to the ice ball. Swaggy stuff.
Squeezing out that damage when we can, and Hamo.
Oh.
This is a hard one. Ooh, off with the head.
Speaking of squeezing, he tried to squeeze in a poke there when it wasn't his turn. Got beheaded for it.
Not breaking at the end as well. I mean, I wonder if he even had a chance to there, but I know that keeping the whole thing as unbreakable as possible, doing the jumping in into the back 1 string really does let you get as much as possible. The only thing he could have arguably broken there was the slide, and I don't even know if he could have with how weak he was, but the Sub-Zero change. Sub-Zero is definitely a character, and we have to be upfront here. You know, we're not going to pretend it doesn't happen. Sub-Zero is a little bit trickier to deal with online. I think people always thought that Sub-Zero was more difficult to deal with online, like than he actually is, because we've clearly seen this year alone that Sub-Zero can work offline just as effectively, thanks to Foxy and more. But online, he is very much that kind of pick that if you're a competitive player and you really want to just mix people up like it's MKX, Sub-Zero is a very good pick for that. He has the low, the overhead, the grab game, which has loopable plus frames. He's just a really good character to kind of disregard certain elements of a gameplay and just put all focus into the guessing game. And that will have its pros and cons. You know, if they block right every time, you're just putting your life on the line and they're getting nothing but punishes. But if it works, they just guess wrong all game. And if you're a competitive player, it's actually not a bad character to have in the pocket. It's why Pocket Sub-Zero is so prominent. But the Jade, the change. No deep freeze in the neutral for you.
Fight.
Same variation as earlier as well.
I feel like this could be a game of lose and change. If we see the Sub-Zero not work here, depends on how close this game is, I suppose. But if this sub doesn't turn out to be all that effective, I reckon we could see the change back to Fujin. There's that down 2. Jade, you know it's coming.
Packed down 2.
Nice flawless block on that jump in, though. Speaking of which, Hamo would have had an up 2 of his own if actually had meter for it. Lovely block.
Beautiful block. Beautiful block. Get a lot for it. 18%.
What?
The short top, though, wow. Totally avoiding that BEP 1.
Round
Well,
2.
answering back.
Fight.
Shades of last game, really. That's how the second round for Hamo went, by the way.
A very nice block. The reactionary blocks coming out from both players so far have been excellent.
Good check
Easy to
afterwards.
enforce. Yep, the down 1 for sure. And now we're starting to enforce the grab. This makes you extra uncomfortable on defense against Sub-Zero.
Good block. No fear from this man. How is he right every time?
Oh, what a crushing blow for sure. Oh, the low. I mean, I think he is very much Mitsuone's just dedicating to a direction, because right now the low has been kind of blowing him up. He's been blocking every overhead. That means my man is dedicating to an option.
Wow. And one more wiggle stick into a fatal blow could be curtains here. What's it gonna be? Ice Ball won't do any work. Trying to press here is Hamo.
Oh,
And it's safe from the direction it's safe.
chip, chip,
I
chip.
won't hit. Close out. Here is where it's getting tricky. It's in slide range. Not anymore. And there is the glow. On cue. 20 seconds on the clock. Both trying to lame it out. Good flawless block. And he needs some more chip. Hamo, he knows. But once again, a string into Dahlia's dance could be all he needs.
Hamo's going to make something happen here. Oh,
Wow!
perfect pull out for Reaper.
My goodness, that could have been disastrous for Reaper. No fear, though. Empty jump it.
Respect being shown always. Ayy, trying to enforce a forward too, actually, in that situation. Stops the jump in, messes with the frames. Oh, there's that down 2, though. We've seen a couple of them work. I know the last round didn't quite get the down 2 he was after there, but at least in this round, it's still coming out. The instant breakaway. This time he's looking for the low. I like that Reaper wasn't too comfortable with the low there. I was actually a little bit worried that he was going to throw out the ice ball.
He believed.
Because he's just expecting it to work, right?
Hamo needs one more, 12%. Grab potentially. It's Reaper with the grab. Wake up jump,
Oh,
the
that
up
was so
2 go.
good.
Uh-oh. This is Sub-Zero catch-up. 4-2 into Fatal Blow. Surely.
Low poke.
Not gonna matter. The Dahlia's dance supporting Hamo. On 2-1 against Reaper. How about that?
I'm liking this Jade pick very much, and so is Hamo, able to get a win on deck with it. But it's like we said, we could be seeing a character change war. I would say counter pick, but I don't 100% think it's like counter pick based. I just think it's different tools for the different rules. And as we come through now, will it be Sub-Zero again, or is this going to be Fujin? Because then if you go Fujin, you know what's in next, because Hamo won the first game, right? He'll get the last change. So if you change to Fujin, which you will be doing, you have the confidence in the next match that if Hamo goes back to Sindel, you are confident you can win that matchup also. And this is where the difficult decisions come in, right? You know that this is it. I just realized Reaper's variation, I think it's called Kenjutsu, and he's got the glowing blue sword. Was he a Kenjutsu player in MKX? If anyone in chat knows that, can you confirm my theory? Was that his character? Because Kenjutsu was sick in that game. Really good. One of my favorites.
Soul Shaker.
So actually, it was Hamo who was taking the time there to think about this. So once again, Hamo with the advantage, being up 2-1. Even after a loss, being able to change back to Sindel.
Round 1.
Let's see if he actually needs to. Fourth game.
Oh, that forward three. I think the intention actually was to go underneath the Razorang, so that's definitely going to be some information. Now, we're talking about changing characters for different matchups. That's not to say that Hamo is going to lose this matchup. We've seen his Jade do the majority of the work today. Another wonderful block. The overhead into Delia's dance, though. Plus frames. Into the jump in. Lovely flawless block. And the fourth block game all day long from everyone has been so good. And we optimize. Give me that 32%.
Good block. The down two. Good patience from Hamo. Ooh! Almost sliding in, getting punished though.
Recheck. Even if you block it, the chip damage on that overhead into pole vault was fantastic anyway.
Does he spend it? Yes. Beautiful punish. And this is gonna hurt quite a bit. Gonna put Hamo on life support here.
Now, if this
What,
was a
2%?
If this was a 950 health character, it actually would have killed.
Yep.
But Jade, not one of them.
2%. The glow is out. Doesn't have to worry about the crossbow. Empty jump into a throw catch
It's not over. It's not over.
Oh,
Again.
that was so risky. That was so risky, that flawless block, man. Woo! Natural kick. He can't take the drill, can he? No, he couldn't. He couldn't. It was just enough.
Round 2. Fight.
Remember Hamo being 2-1 up here. This is an important game to win. I think he'd much rather have a 3-1 victory and not have to sweat it out in another game 5.
Uh-huh.
2. And the pickup. Icon up 2. Reaper lacking the offensive bar to do it. Ooh!
Oh, that's really high up.
Wow. Nitro kick.
Out of nowhere.
Out 4. Ooh, wow. That was no combo, but we'll take the damage for what it is.
Very risky. Didn't have the bar to make it safe. Oh, down 2. I'm surprised.
I think the jumping actually surprised Hamo, to be honest with you. Nice block on the low. No crushing blow for you, sir.
Nothing got forced. That was so scary.
There's so much respect being shown
Yes.
right now. Instant jump in, plus frames again. Nice flawless block to shut down some of the chip, but it's not enough now, as it looks like we could be going into a final round here. Plus frames. The defense so far. Ooh.
And that is it. Match point, Hamo. To eliminate Reaper.
Fight.
One more.
The pole vault. That's a free hit right there, and again he's fishing for the KB, but no, down 2 whiffs. There's a lot of anti-Jade Brigade in chat that liked watching that down 2 whiff, I tell you what.
Sure. For all those that did hit their mark. For all the minute though, this is Reaper looking really good in this final round. So this game 4. Stands safe.
Nice confirm. Hamo is completely out of resources, and he just walks up and gets a forward throw. Great start. And really as good as it was going to get given the circumstances. Spends that only bar of offense.
Oh yeah, he's got nothing to work with other than the fatal blow.
Whipping the pole vault and still getting a down 1. It's
Oh, that should be death. That should be death. No.
Quite. Yes,
Couldn't
it will
take
be.
it. Could
Okay.
not take it. The
It's
defensive
Owens.
bar wasn't there.
I
Talk
ask
to me.
you a question. I ask you a question. Jade or Sindel? Who do we think? I think Sindel.
Yeah.
I mean, that first game, the Sindel looked better in this matchup than Jade did. And another game 5 here. It's been such a good day, full of some fantastic games. And they will continue. I reckon it's going to be Sindel as well. It depends on how Hamo's feeling in the heat of the moment.
He's probably thinking about this. Hold on a minute. He might be taking a minute here.
Nope. Here we go. Straight in there.
Realistically, not even a second. Instantly locking in Sindel's. Reaper was thinking this time around. Man, oh man, is this a close one?
And this is just one of our games and losers. Remember, after this, we have Wasim versus Aziz. This is to kind of put us into that top 4 territory, as winners finals is already decided. Faisal versus Tekken Master will be happening a little bit later down the line, and this is to get into top 4. And I think honestly, at the end of a many months worth of a season, being able to finish in the top 4, top 3 tends to be a really nice goal, but top 4 is still a highly respectable result. It's better than joint 5th, right, for a lot of players. Getting top 8 is a great result in any of these pro comps because of how long the season has been. But I think that top 4 is a nice foundation.
So it is indeed going to be Sindel. Did the trick earlier against Reaper's Fujin. Let's see if history repeats itself. Final round! Excuse me, final match here.
We could have a final round. Oh, there's the punish though. Forward 3 on the barrage. That's definitely why Hamo wasn't using it too much before.
From that range as well.
Oh. Yeah, we got like reactionary forward 2 blocks.
Bit too cheeky.
Final game strats, my friend. Sometimes you let it out of the bag and it's a mistake. Sometimes it just magically burns.
Dash and grab. Nothing for a wake up. It's gonna be still getting the punish. All right.
This has been real good for Reaper so far. Almost punishes that forward 4. Not getting hit by so many. Man, those forward 2 blocks have been on point.
Back to back, back to back to back, down once.
The triple.
Match 5. Full effect. Scream. There's no counter though. The block once again. Patience from Hamo. Amplification. No one's home. Back 2. No punish. He really wants to get in. 20 seconds on the clock. And that should be dead. Finally getting clipped with that back 2. And there was a back 2 straight into fatal low. Should be death, surely.
Yes, it will. It paid off. The overhead has been getting blocked so many times. Hamo just throwing out the back 2 from a magic range. Oh, and he's worried about it. He's worried about it. He blocked every overhead, but now it's all going wrong.
Escape failed as well. This is disastrous for Reaper. Hamo in total control. Oh, I think he was thinking a bit too much there. Should I grab it?
Ah! Oh my god! We're just spending everything right now. Lovely challenge!
He still has that throw, I think.
That was so brave. If he was late on that interruption, he was going to get screamed on.
Dude, this is happening all so quickly. What is this final round? Potentially? Surely! As Hamo takes it over Reaper. 3-2-2. Struggling to get anything going the post-finish of screen.
I think he forgot how to do fatality. We're so used to doing like easy friendships and stuff, and you go, no, I'm not going to friendship, I'm going to fatality. Wait a minute, what's the input again? And then you haven't got, by that point, you haven't got time to go to the pause menu and look it up. And you just have to accept your no fatality fate. But I think he'd much rather take the series win as Hamo. That change to Sindel. Unfortunately, we will be saying goodbye to Reaper. Reaper gave us a fantastic showing of, well, not just the Fujin, but some Sub-Zero as well. But Hamo moving on, finishing minimum top 4 now with the Edenian squad. We've got that Jade and Sindel looking real comfortable. And just like that, we'll be moving into our next match of Losers Bracket, which is going to be Wasim versus Aziz. And I think Wasim going into this is the favorite, in my opinion.
It's fair to say, but again, man, another Game 5 situation. Unfortunately, no final round situation, but still, that was a hype set for sure. Happy for Hamo, bagging himself at least $500 for his results. And let's see, man, how deep he can progress into the tournament. But for now, let's go ahead and jump into Aziz. to see if he can withhold or withstand the challenge in Wasim.
Now, before we do that, I got a frog in my throat at possibly the worst time in the world. Let's have a quick discussion about PS4 tournaments and really how it has been the one-stop shop for competitive Mortal Kombat 11 all year round and all of last year as well. Even before Pro Competition started, Open Series was fully in the works since last June, and they are continuing. You can catch the monthly finals at the end of each month on twitch.tv/PlayStation, YouTube channel as well. But it's compete.playstation.com for all things competitive PS4, especially Mortal Kombat 11. And it's actually not just competitive tournaments. Mustard and myself have recorded with the team a bunch of exclusive content that can be found on their YouTube channels and the Competition Center, player interviews, tech guides, walkthroughs. If you have a favorite player out there in Mortal Kombat, we've probably made some kind of content with them on the Competition Center. So there's a pretty large backlog of content to go and watch on that. So check it out if you've got an evening or two to kill when you've just got nothing else to do. We now have our next match of losers Mitsuones, which will be Wasim and Aziz. Like I said, Wasim going into this as the favorite purely with just how he's looking on the day, because he really was one round away from sending Tekken Master to losers and being the one in winners finals. And that says a lot for the caliber of Tekken Master. So Wasim, he could 3-0 this. I'd like to see Aziz really bring that A game for sure. He might be goofing around here though. Like I know he focuses more on tournament about like having fun than winning the tournament. That's just always been his way. And I think, is it Highborn? He hasn't picked it yet. Now he's gonna do it maybe.
Looking like it anyway. But you know, the point about the fun you brought up, that goes both online and offline. Even when, you know, traveling and spending God knows how much money, he's still there for the fun, man.
Dude, he sends himself to a tournament to random select. What a mad lad. But it will be Highborn this time, again. And I think that Aziz, he has been a absolute pioneer of Highborn in the current meta, right? The current patch. There are a lot of Katana players that are right, nah, can it? We're not going to bother with this. And Aziz is like, oh, I like it. Rocking that human revenant costume as well, which is really nice. You see him actually going in with the Joker for another time. Oh no! He didn't believe in the string.
I'll save the day.
Oh, the perfect read. It's calling out all kinds of options there, able to escape it. Alvo a bit too far away.
Forward 2 anti-air, what?
Yeah, and it's just the fact that because it counter hits, it hits the counter hit crushing blow and it pretty much recaptures for a combo. So good. Yeah, the really nice read there from Wasim. We're not playing as Melina, but that was definitely a Melina thing to do. If you're about to go down, you just go for the tele kick, because why not?
Ouch. Man, is he throwing a lot?
He is.
Look at that chip even.
It just comes out so fast that really, the thing about it is that Joker in general does not have the kind of same luxury of being able to kind of get a projectile out, because there's more wind-up time on his projectile than that side toss comes out. But the biggest thing is, folks, it doesn't do a lot of damage. Well, see, he blocked tons of them, and just look at how little damage he's taken.
Here we go again. 1, 2.
More.
Oh, that was so smart though. Yeah, especially when flawless blocks. Nice. Man in between. The short hops. Trying to confuse him. I like the game plan. Just throw everything and the kitchen sink. And maybe yourself in there. No, the best pew pew.
He doesn't have time to get a projectile out.
Look at that. Aziz on the verge. Get out of there! Get out of there!
No!
We're not gonna work. You tried to dial in the entirety of the strings to get out of trouble. See him chasing him down.
Now, I don't play Katana, so maybe I'm wrong there, but he dialed in the entire string to try and get himself out of trouble, but he didn't finish the string, I believe. I'm sure that string has, like, enders, where she moves
the overhead.
even further. Yeah, where she moves even further forward, right? I assume that comes out on with. Either way. That's just going to be the first game. Now, is it going to be Katana all the way? That's my question. Do we see Kotal? Do we
I
see
don't think
Random
so.
Select? I have no idea.
I don't think Kitana's the only character we'll see. If it's like your final match and your final moment to shine here, I think he's gonna pull an ace out of his sleeve. Let's see what that ace will be. Total, random select, hidden select. I don't know.
Now, the thing is, I think Aziz got a little bit of information from that first game. In that, in this particular matchup with this particular variation, you can kind of neutralize the low gunshot by using half-blood Cytos, right? So that is actually going to be a part of the matchup that's quite important. It's going to force Wasim to push forward and go into a position where you might eat a neutral jump. You might eat a regular jump in. If there's one thing Katana can do in this game, it's jump. She has amazing jump ins.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh,
That sucks. And he picked it up as well. What?
allow me to put myself in the corner for you, sir. That's basically what happened at that round. But the cancel. I love the jump out as he's able to immediately stop that.
You're just walking. Woo! Out of there.
That was very expensive.
In there.
Nice, Andy, yeah. It begins. Nope, never mind the trade.
And not a good trade for Aziz.
Ooh. Set up for another time, but this time Aziz without any kind of likelihood this is going to be tricky. Again, Wasim will just close his way in. There we go. I like it. Let's get the damage. Ooh.
That was fortunate, man. That was still in front of him, yeah. Good patience. As I say that, wow, was that still a confirm or did he just believe?
He tries to go for max damage. Ouch, that's a lot of free chip.
Hold on a minute, though.
Wait, this is the end of the round.
Here's the life lead.
Oh, there was an input error from Aziz. He did not want to whiff that button. Whoop.
Chip avoided. There's one more.
Oh.
Wow.
The patience coming out for Aziz.
0.1%.
Fight.
Aziz putting himself on the board here.
Overcommits, but no!
He had so
Aziz.
much time that he had too much time to think about what his options would be.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, too much time.
He decided on the wrong punish at the wrong time. Double down to. Wow! Uh-oh.
So that's
Definitely going to be the round.
Will it though?
Break?
Hold on a minute. This is doable. This is one string to Fatal Blow.
No!
Is it?
It would have been, but he
would've
just
been.
got hit by the back forward four. That sucks. It's a brave breaker to go for, but he gets the wake up counter hit, and then he has a fatal blow confirm. 2 touches is really all he needed there, but eesh! There's a counter hit, no breaker for Aziz. This power's gonna hurt. 37. I know. Just going from bad to worse here.
Yeah.
The one thing Aziz isn't really able to do at the moment, and that's damage.
Will he break away? Good thing it
Thought
didn't.
he was. Oh god. That just whiffed fatal blow from the jump distance. And now a 2-0 for Wasim. Aziz. Is it Katana all the way? Or are we going to go out with some kind of bang? Random select is the biggest one that we could have. I don't know why I'm talking about it so much, because he said nothing about random select, but I know Aziz.
It definitely would be fan service. So let's see what we're in for going into this third match.
Because if he does get random select right and he wins a game, he'll have to random select every time.
The Joker.
Hey! Hold on a minute.
Ah. No, it's going to be RoboCop. Robert Coppert.
I mean, I'd get it. The zoning didn't even look that bad. That was just Kitana.
Yeah,
But you have like a
variation though, because RoboCop players do mix and match a little bit. The low water 9 tends to be taken every time. And then the others are
command
here and
grab.
there.
Let's see it.
Air charge. Yep. Low water 09, command grab, and the air charge.
Round
Oh, wow.
Instantly.
That is one hell
And
of a
they
way
break
to
away.
start. I think Aziz will be trying to zone this Joker out quite considerably.
Yeah.
Cobra Cannon. Oh, such a good move.
I mean, again, it was looking good with just Kitana, but to take a premier zoner like RoboCop, he could definitely do work here. You'll take that trade.
He's not really against the idea of putting himself in the corner, it seems, because I mean, he's confident of being able to kind of wiggle his way out. Situation there. Getting clipped by the end of that forward 2-string. Oh, there's the counter hit, though. A chance for Wasim to equalize. And he's just shy of basically doing it. Now, we can't forget RoboCop. We've got a significant buff where now, at 1100 health, it's a huge change for RoboCop because he starts the round with the life lead, basically. And seeing as he's always about trading projectiles and winning the zoning war, that extra 100 health goes a long way. However, not doing much to help him here as Wasim puts him in the corner, and it's now a match point for that Joker pick. Ooh. Come on, grab. Wake up forward, that. He knows that he's not going to go in.
Yeah. I was betting that Aziz was retreating. Who command grabs? Nade launcher. It's a lot of ooh, just walking
up.
Right.
It's a very RoboCop thing to do.
Yeah.
Oh, with punish.
Or 2 into the Kapow breakaway coming through. Aziz needs to make something happen to stay alive here. Command grab? No. Wow. I'm a broker. Wow. That was going to be a breakaway from Wasim. Yeah, look at his bar.
Came out immediately.
Yeah.
And the armor break.
See it. Block on the low. Down, 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 down 1.
Oh, Aziz. He's definitely trolling a bit here because he's doing it against Joker, who has one of the fastest mids in the game. You gotta be careful with that grenade. You know, if he gets hit while the grenade's out, it just becomes a dud. He does not trade with it. Oh, 09. Oh, he's out.
Sub 4-3 coming through. Amplification. Beautiful stuff. Smart.
Definitely tries to interrupt. Wake up 3!
Oh! Kill problem. Cancels.
Fatal. Yeah, fatal blow territory.
No, he didn't cancel it.
Uses it for pressure. Oh, and he expected anything?
Death.
No! Aziz, no! No! Extra these. Yeah, the RoboCop actually looked really good for this matchup. I just think that he kind of panicked at the end and thought, I'm going to go for the wiggly, unpredictable defense to close out the game. But I just think that the offense from Wasim was too airtight for that to even come close to working. But, hey man, got to give Aziz, he always plays NetherRealm games in his own unique way. And he plays the strangest team of characters in every title. And, you know, like there we've seen Kotal Khan, which was very, very Aziz, for sure. The Highborn Katana, which is like him to play a popular character with the fans, but in a, no pun intended, but in a different way. And then RoboCop. Like, where does RoboCop fit into that mix? But the RoboCop looks really good and actually came close to winning that game. I just think that his defense, it crumbled at the end of that match. And that's really what got him killed. And unfortunately means that Aziz is out of this tournament, but with a respectable joint 5th finish. So well done for getting that top 8 and well done for your final placement. But it does mean our top 4 is Hamo, Wasim, Faisal, and Tekken Master.
4 remaining players in this Middle East Pro Competition Finals. And of course the winners finals. That's going to be a juicy one as well. Tekken Master versus Faisal Kombat. And the winner of that, of course, going into the grand finals. Just a few more matches remain for the Middle Eastern Pro Competition Finals. Once again, $5,000 on the line. These final gentlemen already secured themselves quite a bit of cash. Let's see how the rest will progress. We'll be right back, and when we're back, we'll have the winners finals. Stay tuned for more Mortal Kombat.
jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series.
Ready to rumble? Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app.
Filter by type and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournaments menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play.
Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time.
A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match.
Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition.
Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
PlayStation. Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine. End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.
only a small handful of series are left for our Middle Eastern regional finals here in the Intercontinental Kombat MK11 Pro competition. As we're about to conclude this side of things today, and if you enjoyed today's action, stick around because we do have EU East coming up after this. But 4 players are left, Mitsuones. Our winners' finals will be happening Tekken Master versus Fatal Kombat. And then in the losers bracket, we have in the losers bracket, I'm trying to remember, Hamo versus Wasim. I don't know why it was so hard for me to remember that. We just commentated their matches. I think it's because I saw the graphic and it just completely messed with me because I normally just follow it. Totally my fault, everyone. But yeah, Fatal Kombat versus Tekken Master could very well be a Cetrion mirror match.
I talked about this winners round 1. That I did want to see that particular set, or this particular set, I should say. Tekken Master probably, definitely going with Cetra. Maybe, you know, trying to make a statement. Once again, Fatal Kombat is set to be the best Cetron player in the Middle East. I think, you know, Tekken Master wants a say in that. Wants a little piece of that. So let's see if, you know, he can bring it to him, if they'll, you know, clash between Cetra and Cetrion. Definitely want to see it. So, you know, just waiting for both of these gentlemen to get into the lobby and find out who is indeed the best Cetrion player in the Middle East. Just waiting a few seconds. And, you know, who goes into the grand finals as well. Definitely a bit easier.
And at the same time, the likelihood of it being, I think, a Cetra mirror goes up because we know that Tekken Master is incredibly confident in that mirror match because it's something he's played in tournament before. He's done very well with it in tournament before against the best Cetrions out there. So it's something that I think he's going to be more than prepared for. Now, before we go into this winners finals, I would very much like to give a thank you for another time to the wonderful folks over at Astro, because Astro has been, throughout the entirety of the pro competition, the official audio partner of the pro competition. I mean, they do so much support for the FGC in general, and MK11 is no exception. If you want to find out about all their officially licensed PS4 products, you can go to astrogaming.com and find out everything you need to know there. All of our commentary audio has been provided by them, and we very much appreciate that. But as I said earlier today, that ain't where the support ends. Astro have also been providing a champion kit. This comes with the following stuff that you can see in front of you. A white Astro ID headset with the mix amp, which has got custom MK11 Pro Comp Champion branding on it. And then there is also a windbreaker and some joggers to come through as well. So a nice little bit of swag right there. But it all comes down to Astro just continuing to support the Mortal Kombat community of the magnitude that they have. And I, you know, would love to see it continue. Astro are wonderful, and they have always been wonderful. Now we'll jump into our winners finals between these two players. Tekken Master's my bet, because I think it's hard to bet against him. But what do we think?
Yeah, I think on paper, yes. But we've seen that even Tekken Master can get into trouble. So I don't expect a 3-0, but I do expect Tekken Master to be victorious as well. And I do expect, once again, a Cetra mirror. That's like the most important thing for me anyway. I do want to see the clash and, you know, see whoever is getting crowned the best Cetrion player in the Middle East. You know, this is the time to show it. So let's see if Fatal Kombat can bring it to Tekken Master. Both of these gentlemen should be in just a teeny bit. So stick around as we try to get these players into this lobby. So both of them, correct me if I'm wrong, already guaranteed 3rd place finish, being in the winners finals. So at least $750 guaranteed each. So either Tekken Master or Fatal Kombat.
It's not too shabby, is it? And I think as well, at this stage of the tournament, especially for these two players, it's not even about the money for these two. You know, there's just the desire to become the best they can be. And that's always been a thing for Tekken Master. Tekken Master was traveling since the beginning of MKX, really, back when no one really knew who Tekken Master was. We just saw a post from, I think it was Aziz on Test Your Might back in 2015 saying, oh yeah, by the way, there's this European kind of champion finals thing happening with the Combat Cup, which was a promotional league that happened post-patch in the early days of MKX. Many of us from EU probably remember that. And Tekken Master was the Middle Eastern representative. None of us knew who he was. and this we just see someone posting on Test Might bigging up this person we'd never heard of, and we're like, yeah, okay, sure, I'd love to see him do well, but you hear those things all the time, right? You kind of brush it off. He rolls up to this tournament, which takes place in France, and he gets grand final. The only person that could stop him was Foxy. I think even back then he was playing like heavy weapons jacks, I think, as well. He loved the cancels, like the cancels and jacks and everything else. He really, really loved playing that, which I think probably came from eventually why he loved to play other run cancel characters like Devora later down the line. I think it all stemmed from heavy weapons jacks back in the beginning. And from that point, we all knew who Tekken Master was from that stage, beyond his name and everything else. Like, I think he was even supposed to, he couldn't make it in the end, but that prize for that tournament was originally supposed to be a invited spot at the Pro League Season 1 finals. Like, Tekken Master was actually supposed to make his American debut at the Season 1 finals of the ESL Pro League, but he just couldn't make the trip in the short notice, couldn't get things together. Obviously, he ended up getting his travel stuff together because he's been in America for loads of their tournaments ever since. But what a crazy reality how like his American debut was actually Evo 2016, but he should have made his debut in America more than a year prior. And who knows, how many tournaments he could have done well in if he was able to get the year before, because that would have been his chance. And then, I mean, that year, stage one, so the Season 1 finals of Pro League also was the week before Evo that year. So he would have gone to Evo as well, no doubt. Like, history could have been very different, Travel can be a difficult thing.
It's so beautiful that you still know the entire lore, even who he played. Heavy weapons jacks, indeed it was. And as you touched on, man, visa issues have been just clubbing the NRS scene for so many years, man. It wasn't even just ESL Season 1, Season 2, I think all the way to Season 3. People qualified, but ultimately couldn't make their flight because of a missing visa, and last second you gotta get another player and all of that. It's gonna look at the points. It was just a pain in the neck. It looks like it's easier nowadays. Well, I shouldn't be saying nowadays, like a year and a half ago, I guess. But yeah, Tekken Master, man, all of a sudden everyone knew who he was, and that rivalry between him and Foxy Grandpa took him a few tries to take Foxy down, but ultimately succeeded when it came to that. But yeah, ever since, man, Tekken Master has been, I think, fair to say, almost like a celebrity status, especially if you follow him on Instagram and stuff like that. Man, they really treat him like a celebrity over there, getting invited to shows, talk shows, stuff like that. Definitely being treated well by his people. And, for a reason, man, definitely one of the best NRS players in current time. I think that's fair to say. And, this win today would just be an added collection or an added trophy to his ever growing collection of trophies, really. So let's see how it goes, and let's see if Fatal Kombat can be a spoiler and put him to losers early before the grand finals.
But that's where we kind of steer this conversation, because Fatal Kombat, a player that is one of the players that is celebrated by the Middle East because he's fantastic. And like I said, some players actually do consider him to be the best Cetrion in the world. And there's always a strong conversation for who those top level Cetrions will be. Dragon becomes an absolute notable example. Over in EU, we have Asad and Matza and more. And in the Middle East, it's Fatal Kombat, and said by lots of players to be like, hey, look, this guy is the #1 Cetrion. Now, I know that results and stuff like that, statistically, you do have to go to Dragon in this conversation because he is the most successful Cetrion out there. There's also this conversation to be had for players that just wouldn't have had chance to travel. And I think that, again, I was talking earlier on about players that haven't really been able to get out much and they haven't been able to get to many tournaments. I think Faisal is one of those Cetrions that you'd love to see hopefully be able to start going to some more tournaments next year if it is safer to do so when things open back up and we can start going to tournaments again. There are a lot of players from the Middle East I'd love to see travel, and Faisal is one of them, absolutely, for that reason, because you just love to see how these players do versus everyone else. But I mean, as well, just give everyone just a quick fill in if it ain't obvious already. We're going to have to right now fill in a little bit of time and have a chat and everything else, because we're currently getting Faisal into the lobby. I believe he's having some internet troubles today, which sometimes these things happen. I know he's been kind of plagued by internet troubles all day. It did cause a lobby to crash earlier, and he unfortunately had a disconnect in his match against Reaper, which could have gone a lot worse than it did. He was still able to win that 3-1, even with the forfeit game. But when we're doing these online tournaments and someone's having trouble, you kind of just need to do what you can until they can play. There's really not much else we can do. Least of all, I think this late in the bracket, when we're in top 3 territory, like, let's not forget this next match is winners finals. You know, this is to get into grand finals. We can't rush this. As frustrating as it might be, we do apologize for it.
Just gotta roll with the punches sometimes. That's unfortunately the nature of online tournament. But hey, we get to do this from home. All of these gentlemen getting some money. So hopefully you guys watching at home can forgive us for, squeezing in a little 5 minutes here and there to get some more time for these gentlemen to prepare and get into the lobby. Hopefully we'll have this match going underway in just a teeny bit. But once again, this is the Intercontinental Kombat Finals. You're watching currently the Middle Eastern portion of the Pro Competition Finals. No more Pro Competition for now after the end of this weekend. Liga Latina concluded last weekend. Oceania is done and dusted as well. So we got the Middle East, we got EU West, EU East, and of course the North American League didn't start yet, but will be starting after EU East has concluded. So almost immediately after this broadcast, we'll have the EU side of things, also the Pro Competition Finals, another 5K on the line, and then we'll start, late for us anyway, the North American League. But once again, a full weekend full of Mortal Kombat action, and it's just waiting to be crowning another champion here at the Middle Eastern. But as I'm hearing right now, we're quickly going into a 2-minute-ish break to give some more time to these players to really get into the lobby. So stay tuned for more Mortal Kombat. We'll be back in just a teeny bit.
back, everybody, and thank you so much for your patience. It was an extended break, and again, we apologize very much for that. I just want to give you a complete transparency. Unfortunately, it seems that Faisal was having some extreme internet trouble. He's having a hard
time connecting to Tekken Master outright. And sometimes these things happen. Internet can sometimes be your worst enemy, and under these circumstances, you just have to try and do what you can under it. But while essentially these online fixes attempt to be made, we are going to go straight into our top 4 match. Now, normally we do this in a different order, specifically for kind of like player fatigue, so then have to like play 3 series in a row. Under these circumstances, there isn't much else we can do. So what a match is available is Wasim versus Hamo, which we are starting right now. Liu Kang versus Sindel will be the matchup. And during this time, hopefully we can get some internet fixes for Faisal, because, I mean, he's got this far. We'd love to see it conclude. But again, apologies for the wait.
So, Hamo
Round 1. Fight.
taking on Wasim. Loser semifinals.
Apparently the stream can't hear us. I don't know if you can hear us now. I'm gonna just keep talking until then, but I have just kept one eye on the chat, and if we come back, I'll have to give everyone a fill-in for part 2.0. I'm just gonna keep talking.
No, it's all good.
We're good now?
We should be good. We should be good.
All right, I'm gonna be really unprofessional for a second while these players are doing their match. How much of my intro did you hear? Because I enclosed some important information. I'm gonna wait and see what the reply is in Twitch chat room.
So Wasim currently with the life lead, backing off. Clean jump in to the activation. Good pickup, and that should be, no, not quite. Up 3, maybe, and the down 1 to seal the deal.
All right, good. Looks like everyone heard most of it, and that's good enough for me. So again, just so no one wonders why we on this match and not winners finals. So we're good now. That first round, Wasim, get to see more of that Liu Kang. And again, that whip and flip out of nowhere. The second you want to be comfortable in the neutral, here comes a whip and flip.
Standing 1, out of range. Good trip guard. Well, I don't think we've seen the crush him low all day.
Ooh, but speaking of crushing blows, we get that bicycle kick out of nowhere. Push back. Meaty jump in. There's one thing that we've seen commonly today, the importance of flawless block anti-airs, but then I think it also exaggerates the importance of characters that have air specials to really mess with the timing. Now there's a reactionary block on the overhead, and that's just a clean opening and a fast game 1 for Wasim. Now the Sindel didn't look hopeless. I just think that this Liu Kang with Wasim is so good. It's going to be a tricky challenge.
So convincing first game. Going to Wasim. Let's see if we'll see a Jade coming out of Hamo at this point. Surely at some point.
Maybe. I think with that game, it could be Sindel again, and then Jade if that doesn't work. I think it really depends on the information that Hamo got from that first matchup. No, it will be Jade straight away. It'll be an entirely different set of tools, though. You're not going to have the same kind of explosive mobility kind of aspects of the Sindel. A major part of Hamo's Sindel comes from the mobility of that whip and flip, just coming out of nowhere. And then, you know, before you know it, the corner carry happens, then Sindel's got you in the corner or near the corner. With the existence of low fireball, the low star screamer is not going to be as apparent as it normally is. I think other than that, just Wasim, he plays these matchups phenomenally well because of the fundamentals of his character.
So, Wasim currently up 1-0. Let's see if the Jade pick will be making a difference here for Hamo. Game 2.
Oh, that's a... Oh, wow.
Interesting
recovery
sequence.
On landing. I mean, you know that he waited so long because he probably wanted to get a forward 4 or something. Lovely punish, though.
Personal grab, though.
Yeah, instantly. Oh!
Wow, that is not an easy punish, man. That requires for him to do it almost instant, man. The recovery frames on that, almost non-existent. Huh. Ouch.
Oh, yes. That classic Mortal Kombat 2 combo right there. Oh, the beautiful trip. God, that whole thing is guaranteed. That might even be it, actually. If you get the buff active, too.
He needs 40 and then some. No, he's not going to get it. 1%. What a rage. You madman. You madman, Wasim.
I was unsure because he had the buff activated. I was like, nah, normally I'd be like, no, but as long as his hands are on fire, then maybe. Either way. A whiff and a clean whiff punish again from Wasim. Delayed mid. However, oh, the clean jump in. The bicycle kick just keeps on adding up. Man, this Liu Kang is so strong. Definitely looking for a flawless block there, I think. Where Delia's dance takes that string and just makes it even better. Delicious neutral jump.
I'm dealing with the punish.
Nice.
One, yeah.
Totally made the jump in whip, actually. Don't see that every day. Oh,
good punish.
Staggers the back one just to create that free jump out.
And truly, a string to Delia's will seal the deal. Oh! Not like this, Hamo. Not like this.
Don't get opened up.
What the heck? Was that a short hop?
That was either a short hop wake up or a flawless block on wake up. In hindsight, if Wasim just blocked on wake up, that was a forward 4 bicycle kick crushing blow with Hamo's name on it. But this was not that day.
Ouch! What a sequence. Almost 50%. In a matter of seconds. This is Hamo. Good punish as well. Nice patience. Recovered. Flying kick.
Oh, definitely looking for a down 2 there, I think. Just ducking on wake up. You're against Jade. Know your enemy, etc.
He's been sniping him out of the air so many times with those fireballs.
Shut down the airglaive game considerably. Wow, probably expecting a breakaway there, maybe. Or we would have seen maybe some more buttons dedicated.
Smell a fatal blow.
Doesn't spend it.
Why does he spend it? Hamo, why? Why?
The game. It was in the palm of his hand.
11%, not like this. Fireball. Oh, thankfully he was patient with it. Man, oh man, would that have been heart-crushing.
Yeah, that would have been a tough pill to swallow if Hamo did not win that game. He had the back 3 string. That was just fatal blow. Thank you very much. Bring me into the 1-1. But he very generously gave Wasim another chance. Now, that happens sometimes, right? The heat of the moment, your hands take over and you just do the wrong thing. Maybe you misjudge the fatal blow, whatever. You know, there are many different reasons that a choke can happen, but it was a choke. The important thing was that he recovered and didn't lose the game because of it. Because if he lost that game, I'm sitting there thinking, right, that has to be a 3-0. Because mentally, you rarely get to recover from that kind of situation.
So no changes from Wasim, to be expected. So it's 1 apiece.
Round 1.
As close as that was, that could have easily been a 2-0.
Well, sure.
I think we could have another game 5 on our hands at this rate. Oh!
The first parry. The first one. I'd like to see him down 2ing exactly. On reaction, all those jump-ins. Good patience. Wasim punish as well. Only trying to find his way out of the corner. Beautiful stuff from Hamo. Low is out. Smoke assist. Beautiful punish. Wow.
Yeah, shuts down the amp. No armor break just yet. He's not going to be that punishing either. Oh, the fireball game, it really is making a difference here. And as long as you sit with
Oh no!
distance range, it makes the glow such a risk.
Wow. 6 frames, wiggle stick, down 4. What's it gonna be? Time, 15 seconds on the clock, the fireball. And you can definitely afford to play the lane game here. 1% left, 8 seconds on the clock, and yeah, whipping the nitro kick as well.
Unfortunately, the beginning of the end there was trying to flawless block the single fireball and just getting hit by it. He flawless blocked the rest, but very much kind of just created the situation where his hand was forced. He couldn't be patient anymore. Oh god! Jade getting down 2KB. There's just something poetic about. Oh no!
This is this was month 1 Liu Kang.
Yeah,
you know, back in the day.
Neutral duck, and then immediately challenge as well. Just being that level ahead, knowing that the panic button sets in. A bit of a devastating way to lose that last round, but there's still games to work with. This is just Hamo's last chance.
That is just demotivating, man. With all those reads getting read like that, like a book. Especially with, you know, that little shimmy into a neutral duck. Making your down 2 whiff, that hurts. All those crushing blows. Looking like vintage Liu Kang. I'm always thinking about this.
Yeah, you'll need to. Final chance, I mean, this is do or die, isn't it? We're rocking it till the end.
Colosseum Beast Pen.
I like the different support in chat, I have to say. Seems to be almost a 50-50 split between those that, you know, they want either of their boys to take this. Hamo has definitely amassed a bit of a fan base in his time, especially with MK11. That's the Jade loyalist.
Round 1.
And is the Jade going to fall short here? Is it going to fall forward and go into that loser's final? Remember, folks, this is for top 3. We're a little bit out of order at the moment. But this is to get into losers finals. But the losers finals opponent has not been set yet. Oh, that would have been a lovely pickup.
So throw counter.
Yes, indeed. I like that range that Hamo sticks to. It's very classic MK11 Jade range, but it's just outside of jump distance, right? Wiggle stick, down 4, pushback, kind of putting her into advantage still, but no pushback to be had here as Liu Kang is pushing forward full speed ahead, and he waits for the button. Ooh, looks for maybe an interrupt there. Could have messed up the flawless block, could have just tried to interrupt, who knows?
Raw fatal blow?
Yeah, don't get hit by fatal blow now. Man's hands and legs are on fire. You know what that means?
Rare footage of Wasim not confirming a hit. It's gonna be 15 seconds on the clock. Make something happen.
8 seconds.
Oh, the string into Delia surely. Has the bar now.
Flawless blocked! No! He flawless blocked, but then he got hit by the Delia's dance. If he just continued to block, he would have survived that, and it would have been one
100%.
final play.
100%.
What is this? Patience coming out.
Oh, the regular one.
Yeah, he's cheeky with the meter, but it's working. So much there.
Spent only one, interesting.
A preemptive energy parry. I wonder if that was intentional. That's a counter hit, and we spend. Gonna turn off the buff, but it gives us nice damage. Ooh, 36%, just like that. Thank you. We'll take that. And that's going to be a match point now. We'll see. This is to get into top 3. Hamo, this is your final chance, mate. One round in it. You've got to take this. Oh, I love the low fireball checks. Really the tool to challenge that down 4. And if you have the Shaolin fire buff, I mean, better than nothing. he wants that down four to come out so bad. He's staying just within its range to bait it out. This goes into the footsies we were talking about, so known for that neutral. Looking to whip punish down four is as neutral as it gets. This is a scary game to play now because it is Hamo. Jade seen as the anti-laner, getting zoned out by Liu Kang.
Yes, beautiful patience from Hamo. Still in this, but the flawless block coming out of Wasim. 6%, surely just a matter of chip at this point.
Flawless block. I mean, that flawless block punishing the back three. Oh, good lord.
And a little check coming out of Wasim.
Clean
Eliminating
delivery.
Hamo from the tournament, guaranteeing himself a top 3 finish, at least.
And I think that the top 3 in this tournament, and I mean, dare I say top 4, honestly. This has been a fantastic top 8, but the final players that we have in this bracket really, I think, are a fair representation of just how talented the Middle Eastern scene is. Because now we have Wasim, Faisal, and then Tekken Master populating that top 3. You could definitely put forward and say they are the best 3 players in the Middle East. You just look at their play, you look at community tournaments, you look at the Pro Comp through the course of Pro Competition online, and the results still very much speak that, I think. And fitting, when you get these kind of leagues, especially when they go on and everyone gets to play everyone, the best in the region truly do get decided within themselves. You know, the next layer of this is going to be that fateful day we can all return to offline, and hopefully more of the Middle Eastern scene is able to travel, if not to American tournaments, to European tournaments and other kind of international events. I'd love nothing more than to see that, because we already know now amongst themselves who the best are proving to be, and I want to see how these players stack up versus everyone else, right? Because it's just where the stories get written. It's where Tekken Master started and went into, and it's where so many other international now gods started online and made that transition piece by piece. But I do believe now we are currently in the process still of getting Faisal versus Tekken Master as our winners finals. If the connection issues persist, I do believe eventually an admin decision will be made, which is likely going to put us straight into losers finals, where it would be Faisal versus Wasim. And that would 100% just be a last call if nothing else works and we cannot get players in the lobby right now, and we've problem solved everything that can be done. Eventually an admin decision will just have to be made. And if it comes to that, it's not going to be a straight DQ. It will, however, be putting a player into the losers bracket to give them more time and more chances to do that, right? So if it comes to that, it will be losers finals. Hopefully it doesn't. I would love to see the tournament. I will admit I've been commentating tournaments for 6 years now, almost 7, and I have never been in this situation before. I've never seen an online tournament where we're this late into a bracket and we've had to make this kind of call. I say we, admin decision always. I take no credit for their hard work, but it's like, this is the kind of situation I don't think anyone likes to be in, right? You know, because you always want to see the tournament come to its proper conclusion. But when these issues happen, there's not much you can do apart from problem solve as much as you can.
We'll see how it goes, and we'll keep you posted, of course, whatever decision is being made. But let's hope there will be no decision. Let's just hope there will be a winners finals when it comes to that. But, you know, we just had our top 4 qualifiers, and, you know, looking at the seeding, it really represents the hard work they've put throughout the entirety of the pro competition. Tekken Master, first seed, still in the tournament. Hamo, unfortunately, just eliminated 4th seed, so also top 4, and of course as well as Faisal Kombat still in 3rd place. So, you know, it really reflects the entirety of the work they have put in, and this is exactly what you're looking at. Winners finals, Tekken Master versus Faisal Kombat, and the loser of that will be facing Wasim to make it hopefully into the grand finals afterwards. Once again, $5,000 on the line. All of these remaining gentlemen, of course, have at least guaranteed a top 3 finish, so that is at least $750 earned for their hard work. And, you know, every single match at this point is a money match. Of course, all of the others were as well, but it's getting a bit more significant. First place goes home, stays home with $1,500. Second place with 1,000 and the third place respectively, once again $750. So it's definitely, you know, showing that gap is getting bigger. You know, the deeper you progress in the tournament, the more naturally you earn. So let's hope we'll have this first finals on the way in just a teeny bit to see who is the biggest or the best Cetrian player in the Middle East.
Because right now, statistically, Tekken Master is definitely like the most successful. But it's a matchup that we'd love to see. If we don't get to see it, I'll be sad for sure. But again, it's not going to be ending today on this note of connection troubles and stuff like that. I could be jinxing us to absolute oblivion. But wait.
Ooh.
Wait,
what is this?
I don't think this might not be a real match. This could be...
This could be a button check situation.
But look,
connection check.
Look, I see them in the same lobby. Like, that's a good start. That's good enough for me.
Start.
They're in the same lobby here.
Well,
So
let's
hang on
hope
a
this
minute.
is not a match. I
Hang
don't
on a
want to see
minute.
this.
Right,
I need that Cetra mirror.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Wait, are we playing? This is looking like a real match
This is
to me.
looking legit. What? We've been teasing that Cetra mirror for so long, for hours. Oh, we get Jade versus Kano?
But I mean,
well, here we go then.
It's very, very Tekken Master to look at a matchup. If he knows or thinks his opponent's going to play these characters, even if he plays Cetrion, there might be better picks for it. You know, we've seen Kano versus Cetrion, especially this chemical burn variation, be very, very good at fighting Cetrion. So, of course, Tekken Master learned it. Probably the first thing he did when he got back from Ukraine. Well, I tell you what, everyone, thank you so much for sticking with us. Thank you to the admins and the players for honestly doing everything they could to get this match happening, because we actually have a winners finals taking place. I'm here for that.
Woo! Oh, I could have had it! Oh, what a drop from Basil. That would have been a huge comeback. He just slapped him.
Uh-oh. Old string's gonna work out. Safety gets that down one. The turn stealer. Chemical burn instantly. Oh, that's a KB. Ooh, that hurts. And damage over time. This whole variation is built on damage over time.
Just melting your left. Look at that.
Ooh.
Wow.
By the glaive.
We're looking for a flaws walk.
Hey, it wouldn't be Kano without back-to-back down ones right now. He commits into the pool with Fatal Blow ready. That was a vital breakaway, but that hurts. Over half of the life is gone now. Oh, the forward one just hits by itself. Plus frames. That. Oh, fumbles all round.
Wow. Back to back. No interruption attempt from Tekken Master. Trying to shimmy. Getting the grab after all. What's it going to be? Kano ball?
Oh!
Wow, a photo finish from Tekken Master.
All right, so a strong start here for Tekken Master, and a matchup that we were, I think, seconds away from not seeing. I really, really, really cannot express enough that I'm glad we got this matchup actually happening, because having to DQ a player out of winners because of connection trouble is, you almost never see that, but when it happens, it sucks. But, you know, you reach a point where there's nothing else you can do. We squeezed this match in. Yes. Yes. And now it's Kano. We end up getting a matchup we didn't even expect. Kano out at the party.
Shirai Ryu Fire Garden.
It's looking like a straight mirror match. Let's see it. Like the same skin anyway. Facial combat. Man, oh man, we had like two heartbreaking drops there. Didn't punish. Only punished with a slap. You know, definitely got to tighten things up here to have a chance against Tekken Master. Always hard enough to beat this guy, but you gotta bring your A game, that's for sure.
He just plays so many characters. It's a different experience for Tekken Master, because he looks at his opponent. He's one of the biggest players in the world for looking at his opponent and picking characters on that alone. He would use Cetrion on most people, but if he's going up against someone who knows plays Cetrion, there's probably another character he can play that he thinks would do really well versus them specifically. And clearly right now, Kano is that pick, at least for now. Oh, no Kano ball for you. Get back there, Kano. Whoa!
There it is. That's more like it.
Take your time getting up.
And a very comfortable round 1.
Round 2. Fight.
Good answer. Didn't freeze. Those missed opportunities.
All plus frames into grab, deciding to expand. Forward 1 string, and if the spit jails, then it is a real matchup changer. The down 2 punish. I wonder if that down 2 hits regardless of whether Kano amps it or not. I know some characters can interrupt that. Once again, there's that flawless block. You know he's going to enforce a down 1. Flawless blocking the down 1 without doing an up 2. It just means he can't tick grab you or anything else.
Ooh. Stands flipping. And how about that, Ketchup? How about that? Bringing it back to 2 rounds in a row.
1 game apiece here. With the
Yeah,
way
that's
things
sad.
have panned out, like we've said though, there are many players in this bracket. The Tekken Master is not going to have an easy ride throughout this bracket. He could pull it off still and get that win, but we saw him narrowly scratch his way through into winners finals by defeating Wasim, as close as that was. And now, 1-1 versus Faisal. Now, is this going to be a game of constantly changing? Tekken Master, he's now fighting Jade. What does he do? Kano worked for game 1, but in game 2, it looked like a different story. He's thinking of other characters, hovering over the Jackie, perhaps.
Jackie Briggs.
Which again, character we've seen actually a surprising little amount of. Normally in the top 8, you get at least a couple. And no doubt, we will be seeing Jackie later today in EU East, mark my words.
Fair to say, yeah. And yeah, it's gonna be next gen upgraded Jackie. No surprises there.
Fight.
Super
Let's see
duper
it.
Jackie Briggs. Wow, just a raw jump in. Now we're going to get that forward throw to create some kind of situation. The forward roll chased down by the air glaive, and Tekken Master, the immediate throw tech. Okay, this is that Jackie opening. Taking the whole amount. You break and take 34% anyway. Pressure continues. Staggers as well. Lovely jump back. That's a clean answer, actually. And that's punish.
Hey!
Yeah, a few characters can down to KB punish the dash punch on block. And I guess Jade is one of them too. Wow. What is going on?
A fatal blow from Tekken Master. Huh? Takes away the momentum. And realistically needs 1 more confirm. This is a good choice.
The throw. Wait, how much damage is that going to do? Oh.
That was so dirty. So dirty.
Round 2.
And that whole sequence started from a down 2 on block punish from the dash punish. -10, folks. Speaking of KBs, here comes another.
44, just like that.
Anti-air. Wow, the pickup. Tekken Master playing a careful game. He's not all out rush down aggression. You know, it's very much a hit and run right now, looking for the time to strike. Speaking of which, oh, he wanted to counter hit.
Oh.
So bad there.
Very greedy with it. And this is just not realistic. Yeah.
Definitely not. I don't even know what he can do. I don't think the glow stops the damage over time. What does he do?
This sucks. Oh!
The one thing he could do was to get the cinematic of the fatal blow to get rid of the goop. But even after this fatal blow finishes, he's just going to put another one down.
Nitro kick him probably instantly.
He's too far away.
Oh, it was too obvious, didn't do it. Playing, wow. He actually went in.
And it
Man,
worked.
that was really risky, man. 1 down 2.
Okay.
Could have been curtains. Wow, Tekken Master.
He just doesn't want to get too
Decision.
complacent, right? If you get too comfortable sitting full screen in that situation, you, in some ways, can open up just as many opportunities for them to come back. You know, if you go in and you push and maybe they'll crack, maybe they don't have the clutch that you have. Whatever the case may be, you know, going in was the right call. I could have just as easily gone the other way, though. And I was kind of half expecting him to sit full screen. But the moment that fatal blow happened and we took all that damage, things are a different story. Now, this is where we change again. Faisal played Jade. Does he now go Cetrion? Yes, he does. No. Yes. No. No. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Wait a minute. He hasn't locked it in. He hasn't locked it in yet.
Just looking at the stats and everything.
We'll be in tournament and go, what's my AI set to? Reversal and combo? Or should I have grappler?
So, confirmed no Cetrion from Faisal anyway against Tekken Master.
Which leads me to believe that really is why Kano was the first pick. Tekken Master has to fight Cetrion. I can only assume now that Kano might be his pick for that matchup. Ooh, Duck could have been a bigger punishment. A little bit late on that one. No glow for you. Tekken Master keeps it. Ooh!
Interesting choice. Was that intentional?
It might have been an execution error. I know that when you do play in higher connections, it can be a bit tricky.
Yes.
Down two. Oh,
yes.
And another one.
Back to back.
Wow. All right, I've never seen Tekken Master be that impatient. So clearly there was some frustration in that round.
Fight.
There had to be.
Oh, fortunate sequence for Faisal. Was doing very well. Hold on a minute. What was that all about?
Oh, and he's trying to counter hit. Everything is going wrong in this game. Having some real execution troubles. And with execution troubles, we naturally breed frustration. Tekken Master is not the kind of player that tilts, though. Another down two.
Beautiful down two. Air to air. Nitro kick. Just looking really good.
A nice flawless block. Remember, Jackie's leap, it did get an extra few frames added to the flawless block window. I think 6 now. Oh, and another down two.
Nothing afterwards.
They trade because of the plus frames.
Just
Game
like
5.
that. Faisal Kombat bringing it to Tekken Master. Convincing. And comfortable 2 rounds in a row. And it is going to be a 2-2 situation. Didn't see that coming, especially with how the last game went.
I'm just kind of keeping my eyes on the character select now. What do we do? Do we change character for another time? Do we go Jackie again? His execution wasn't looking all the way there, and I'm not going to bring up the netcode too much. I don't want to kind of discredit anything, but I do think that the conditions are going to make things a bit trickier for Tekken Master. And now he's going in for the Shang Tsung. Now, Shang Tsung is a character that does well versus Jade.
It was somewhat predictable, man. This is Tekken Master. If something doesn't work, change it. Evidently, couldn't really get things going for himself with the Jackie pick, and the last game at least. So a change coming from Tekken Master. 2-2 situation. Winners finals. This is for grand finals. One more.
Now there is going to be a lot of rush down, I think, from the Jade side in this matchup. And this isn't a variation that does it. Oh, the Soul Steal. Hang on a minute. Plus frames. Looking to put forward pressure of his own, but he gets clipped instantly. The neutral jump, and there's the morph. Yeah, cannot establish Oki, thanks to the morph taking up the time. One of the big things about this matchup, it's actually not necessarily the zoning of ground eruption. It can work if she hasn't got glow, but that's it right there. If she glows, the corpse drop goes through it. So it means that she actually cannot safely activate anywhere on screen, because boom, just like that, one of these hits, that's it. Faisal Kombat will have to take it on block, and this change to Shang Tsung has worked out. And I think being on this final match, there's no way Faisal can change character again. Stuck to Jade, which I think cemented the Shang Tsung pick the moment Tekken Master lost that last game.
Oh, beautiful punish as well with the knife. Neutral duck.
He even reads the breakaway and does straight skull instead, so we can get a little bit of damage, a little bit more Oki. No throw tech though. But if we go full screen, Shang Tsung's not going to be against this.
Wiggle stick. Good pickup as well. Doesn't overextend. Staying safe. Look at that all of a sudden. Punish as well. Catch up. Catch up.
Yep, that's the corpse drop at the wrong range.
Do indeed have a final round here in winners finals. Baseball combat. Tekken Master, one more. Into air.
Oh, ground option works out again, and he will take that read every time.
And no more. Just wants none of that Jade. Another one. Oh, Facial Combat getting a bit impatient. Well, down 2 attempts.
It makes things really weird as a Jade player, right? You're full screen, you're so used to activating glow, but the corpse drop just does not allow it to be so. The jump in does not OS it into ground option. I think maybe too low for it to work. There's the escape.
Oh,
down one.
Greedy
So
as well. It's gonna be the grab. Man, oh man, this is a tall mountain to climb. Faisal needs a lot more. No anti-air from Tekken Master. The delayed grab, forward grab, mind you. Slowly approaching the corner. What's it gonna be?
But doing the back roll on Wake Up, it really says just how much Tekken Master wants to clear distance. That was the game. It was over.
He needs one more realistically. Oh! Oh my goodness, he almost avoided that ground eruption, man. Almost. That would have been a back 3 string into a fatal blow into GG's. However, it's going to be Tekken Master advancing into Grand Finals.
Yes, indeed. But having to work again, tooth and nail, to secure it. That was a game 5, and this was one of those times where you're fighting Jade, you have a Shang Tsung, you know how to play the character. It's a really tricky matchup for Jade. That's very much, I think, Tekken Master being Tekken Master. He knows who he's against, and he has a team of characters ready to use that will make you uncomfortable. Started out with Kano. Jackie didn't quite work. I think getting kind of frustrated playing the Jackie, perhaps. We could see it in the gameplay. Some uncharacteristic mistakes, and then uncharacteristic total lack of patience, too. Then we see the Shang Tsung, and it's a totally different world. And that game 4 being lost really meant, right, we're getting Shang. There really is no two ways about it. I'd forgotten he even played Shang, to be honest, up until we saw it used. But, right, Tekken Master. Grand Finals winner's side. Now we are going to be going into our losers finals straight away. Again, to remind anyone that might have just joined us, had some connection troubles. Now we have to swap the order of our matches a little bit, so we're not doing it in our kind of conventional way where it was winners finals, then top 4, then losers finals. We kind of had to throw that out the window so we can actually get this pushing forward. But we should have our losers finals coming up in due time.
Just a teeny bit, yes indeed. But before we jump into it, let's quickly talk about Astro Gaming, one of the official presenting partners of the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro competition. They've been, supporting us for many years, but here especially with the audio equipment, what we hear is coming straight out of the Astro Gaming gear. So go ahead and visit astrogaming.com for their officially licensed PlayStation audio products available right now, but they are even amping up and supporting us even more. Astro Gaming are also supporting us with the championship kits for each and every single champion throughout the pro competition, getting a white Astro ID headset with the mix amp, and of course the windbreaker and the joggers. Big thank you to Astro Gaming for their continuous support. In saying that, barely could get the sentence out, we already have the losers finals on the way. It's going to be Facial Combat versus, indeed, Wasim. Finally, we do see, shouldn't say finally, but we do see a Cetrion out of Facial.
But Liu Kang, definitely a character that can fight this character. He has the punch options. He has the range of his own, Not necessarily being able to zone Cetrion, but at the very least, just compete. Not getting completely overwhelmed by Cetrion doing what he wants. And look at this rush down so much. So good from Wasim. This corner pressure. That's looking like a pretty clean round 1, if I say so myself.
That's a way to start things, I guess.
Fight.
There's a full combo. Now without crushing blow, it's not going to do heaps of damage. You're kind of looking at about 18, between 20% maybe. But it adds up to all that what comes next, especially when you end a combo in the wind. +2 or +10, really up to you. Depends on how much meter you want to spend. Punish again. Oh, the fact that in between the earthquakes he moved himself forward by inches is just optimization on the punish. Ooh,
oh, still there with the punish. Yes.
The light
Good patience.
Final round.
Facial combat.
Fight.
One apiece.
Oh, you can see the patience right now in this matchup. A huge part of it is just accepting that Citron is going to be the oppressive one. She's often going to be doing what she wants, and you have to play around it. So we're seeing he's essentially waiting for Faisal to do something. And then, you know, the situation changes depending, but he's content to do that. He's not trying to force the issue, and by forcing the issue, he's get hit by everything she throws at you. With punish. Ooh, clean! Man, I've talked about this guy's footsies. Almost whip punishing with a fireball. Like, come on now. Overcommit. Good trade though. Very good trade. Only a little bit of health left for Faisal, but the fatal blow is becoming a real threat!
Wow! What an anti-air. Standing one straight into the fatal blow. Gonna put him in the lead here. 13 more. Is this the moment where he starts to get impatient? He's been so impatient throughout the entire match. 4-2 finds it smart. Nothing afterward though.
The interruption, but he doesn't commit! Oh my god.
I don't know about that, man. Maybe he tried to cancel the ground pound but didn't get it because doing that on block, I don't know, man. Haven't seen that all day.
Canceling the ground pound and having the gap interrupted, the 1-2 coming out on its own without anything else, I was so worried that was a major choke. And it could have been, again. But we recovered all the same. That was a absolutely ridiculous game one. And the beginning of this series. Remember, this is losers finals. The winner of this fight's Tekken Master in the grand finals.
Liu Kang, Cetrion.
That was a back and forth though.
Black Dragon Fight Club.
No changes from Faisal. Would have been odd anyway.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
How close things.
It could very well be these characters until the end today.
Yeah. It's their mains after all.
Round 1. Fight.
Match 2. Losers finals.
Ooh!
Could have worked, almost.
Energy parry usage from the Liu Kang specialist is always a sight to see. You just see the most unusual parries. However, looking for the anti-air, keeps a raw jump in, but I really don't think that Wasim believed in it. You jump in, respect being shown again, this corner pressure, and a confirm, +2. Low poke into it. I mean, you just know they're going to press. And the unpredictability of the offense is making a massive difference. And we chase it down anyway. Now, the round goes down in favor of Facial Combat, but I think that Wasim almost kind of conceded that round. That was just, I have to escape. I do not want to get put in this corner. Start things off with teleport. Brave play. Oh.
Hey!
Activated once again. Ooh, looking like we're gonna have a 1-1 at this rate.
It's looking really good. That's for sure. Facial combat, pressing all the right buttons. And the flying kick though, checking his guts. What's it gonna be? The flying kick. Fireballs. A grab.
Oh my god, from that range. Dude, from that range. That was so risky. The interruption.
We're saying catch up.
Waha! Liu Kang flying in.
And it, yeah, quite literally, it all started from a flying kick. Crushing blow. Went downhill from there.
We Kang, definitely one of the most explosive characters in the game. And when those crushing blows, now I always use the term win condition with Liu Kang. Like if you go into a final round and he hasn't spent a throw crushing blow, he's still got the bicycle kick, he's still got the counter hit with his core. Like it is hard to win that round against the Liu Kang with that level of resources that he can just blow in that round. Speaking of which, more.
Afterwards immediately. More defensive bar for Wasim.
Flawless block. Too far away to do anything about it. I don't think a reversal flying kick would have chased it. He's winning the range war now.
Not so even anymore. Probably trying to shimmy with a forward 2 at this point. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Doesn't even need to. 1-1 to the fatal blow.
He was looking for those 2 hits to confirm. Always. Cetron players always reach that point where they have a fatal blow. All they need is a single 2 hit, and you can just confirm that into fatal blow. Oh, he's baiting it. Oh, the reaction! I can't believe it. Wasim, you absolute god. He reacted to the startup of the rock. That was out of this world fast.
I'm really surprised he even opted to go with the boulder. Why not Tails Wrath?
I mean, it really depends on the situation, right? Because the boulder has the pushback, it's got the chip on it if they don't flawless block. But that is something that Liu Kang players, like, it can be done in the matchup, but it's hard. You can see the startup of the rock, and you can fly and kick it on reaction before it comes out, if you are incredibly fast. But this could introduce now, like, the next stage of the matchup. Are we now going to see a lot more Hell's Wrath? But by doing Hell's Wrath to keep it safe, you have to amplify it, so it's more meter intensive. And maybe that's why Faisal's using Rock more, because he doesn't want to have to use Bar all the time. Oh, that for me was the play of the tournament. Under those circumstances, with like 1% left, having the resolve to react like that. My favorite play of this top 8 by far.
By the skin of his teeth, Wasim getting a 2-0 lead here. I mean, Faisal's trying his absolute best, but man oh man. Wasim just refusing to die.
This is it. You know, if you do a Hell's Wrath and you have no meter, or you get greedy with the meter, that's flying kick every single time. And even then, you know, that would have been an amplify, I think, if we didn't trade. But, ooh, piece by piece, 50% just with that projectile on amp. So good, thanks to the buff. Push back. What rock wall? Who cares about that? MK2.
Still alive, but it's actually very even, isn't it? Support, flawless blocks, and the teleport finally clutching around out. This is exactly what Faisal Kombat needs to stay alive here in this tournament.
That was total confidence, by the way, from Wasim. Doing 2 low fireballs and then a straight one. He's like, it's so obvious you're going to teleport, there's no chance you're going to do it. And then the 3rd fireball, we teleported. Yeah, we did it, and what? It won the round. Oh, how active was that? Ooh.
Flying kick, there it is. 1Q.
Again, it's like I said, it goes down to kind of waiting for Cetrion to make the first move a lot of times. She's going to have the tools to do it. Punish! Oh, that was so good. You might even call that one a happy accident. If the intention was to hit the flying kick, maybe it wasn't. That might have been next level. These 2 players do know each other very well. And Wasim known for just having this unbelievably good Liu Kang. Still spending the defensive bar. Oh, risk! Another grab!
Still alive. What's it gonna be?
Wake up down 3, that's what it's gonna be! Wake up down 3 against Liu Kang. You are playing with your life in the balance right there. But again, it worked. That's the thing. You go for these reckless moves and they work out for you, then it is what it is at the end of the day, and it's enough to get a game on the board here for Faisal. There's Fearless and there's Wake Up Down 3 versus Liu Kang Fearless.
No fear. Right, I feel like he had to do something at that point.
I just think he didn't want to hold the basic mix-up of mid versus throw.
Right.
Because he's that weak.
Liu Kang.
This is what we talk about going into the air of unpredictability. You do weird things that someone might not expect under those conditions, and they can sometimes be the most effective. Now, what's it going to be? You have Wasim, the momentum still, and this Liu Kang that is just making clutch play after clutch play. This is what I said, Liu Kang is considered to be one of the best characters out there, but he is a character that you cannot simply pick up Liu Kang and do well. You still need to be fundamentally sound. You need to make those tools work. Liu Kang, a jack of all trades, but they're not easy to implement competitive versus really good people, unless you're, of that level, I suppose.
Lots of zoning so far. Pinata. Looking at their mark.
I love that choice. The instant straight projectile. After flawless blocking a close boulder, Citron players like to enforce something for free after that, normally feeling safe to do so. Yeah, has to show respect instantly. The moment suddenly these flawless blocks have been off the chain. Unfortunately for Wasim, it hasn't been much to give him a life lead. He's still down, but we are in the territory, especially now a fatal blow. 2 hits, and we could absolutely be in match point for the NASA lad. But it's becoming a bit bleak the way things are going, Mitsuone.
This is Liu Kang. This is Liu Kang. Don't count him out. One flying kick. There it is. That's one. And one more confirm into a fatal blow is all he needs.
Escape failed.
Still has time. 13 seconds.
Oh, I'm sure the intention was to chase down the roll, but it just got blocked. Tragic. Now, the crushing blow throw still exists, and the fatal blow
the time
existing as well.
Basal Kombat all of a sudden looking really good here against Wasim.
I'm actually really surprised that 1-2-3 did not punish the roll. That's one of the first times I've seen that happen. Oh, the projectile game. And remember, this whole time, we have the crushing blow throw still locked and loaded. There's been no tech yet. It's going to make that strike throw game a lot more scary to deal with. And as we're now hitting those bicycle kicks, it gets even worse. Stealing the turn away. I used the term win condition when describing round 3 Liu Kang with KBs locked in, and we could very well go there. All right,
hold on a minute. Here comes Special Combat. Has him cornered. Deadly wins. 4-1.
That's it.
Wow.
Point for Wasim. He still has the crushing blow throw.
Yes.
He has almost every crushing blow, actually.
And fatal blow if he needs to.
Oh my god, that's a win condition and a half, isn't it? Eey! Uh-oh.
Beautiful whip punish.
Oh, and now he's got the bicycle kick.
Uh-oh. Watch yourself.
Oh, all right, there's
and
one.
That's one.
And
now grab
it's
him.
guess for game. It's guess for game. He delayed the mid.
It was too obvious. Nice interruption. Here comes Face in Combat. Restand. Raw Pinata.
If Fatal can win the round, given these circumstances, Mitsuone's, it will be impressive.
2% though.
Teleports in place. Oh, no, he can't. There's just too much threat. Too much stuff that you have to worry about. And that will be Wasim. Moving on, Disco Ball comes out. Man's going to give us a little boogie. But that was a hard-fought losers finals. All NASA grand final.
Liu Kang wins.
And well deserved. But man, oh man, unfortunate man. I do respect that teleport attempt because there was just the fear of zoning probably as well from all those fireballs. He could barely take anything. And especially with that, he didn't even need to throw, man. It was so obvious that he went with the mid instead. But that was a beautiful set, but now it's coming down to this. All Nasser in Grand Finals. Tekken Master versus Wasim. Let's see how it's going to be in just a teeny bit as both of them are trying to make it into the lobby, or I should say Tekken Master. Wasim already in the lobby. Let's see how this one goes in Grand Finals of the Pro Competition here at the Middle Eastern portion of the Pro Comp.
It's been a good day so far. You know, I think we got through the technical troubles that we encountered, and we've had some fantastic games, some 3-0s at the start, and plenty of game 5s. It's almost like this is a final or something. But our grand finals is down to 2. Wasim versus Tekken Master. I didn't forget his name, I promise. I'm just a little bit fried right now. I've known Tekken Master for many years. But at the same time, a fitting grand finals. And you can really see, as we take a look at this upcoming bracket, why I think Wasim was picked up by NASA in the first place, and why he's held in such high regard by the Middle Eastern community, because here he is, grand finals. It was almost him in winners finals. 1 round away from defeating Tekken Master, and Tekken Master having that clutch. And a grand finals just about to begin. NASA, no doubt, going to be proud of their 2 players here. I know that Tekken Master has been representing NASA Esports for many years at this point, and Wasim being a more recent pickup, very happy for him to secure this grand finals, because I mean, it just goes to show, right, that this guy was the right pick for the team. He brings the talent and the skill, and now could even defeat Tekken Master in this grand final. Tekken Master will go Cetrion. It will be Cetrion versus Joker. This was the winners final matchup that went down to game 5, final round, both players. Remember it being double elimination grand finals, so Wasim does need to win this 3 out of 5 to reset the bracket. Whereas Tekken Master, if he wins a 3 out of 5, you know, we're wrapping up and we'll be jumping into EU East shortly after.
So here it is then, the grand finals of the Middle East Pro Competition. The IKK, Tekken Master, Wasim, Cetrion versus Joker.
But this is a matchup that we've seen countless times in grand finals, no less, right now. You can just look at the range and being able to contest. I think Wasim having the clutch and the range, and more importantly, I think the fearlessness on offense to not be afraid to stick out those grabs, not be afraid to just be ready for those kind of counter hits, and kind of like that, those trip guards that bag a full combo in Tekken Master. Not breaking, conceding the damage. Oh, that forward 1-4 whiff, that's unusual.
Good trade.
Respect will always be shown. Flawless blocks not being had just yet. They will be on
Man,
the
is
folder.
this even? Man, is this even?
But I think this goes to show the level of comfort and experience, because in the losers finals, Wasim versus Faisal, it was Liu Kang versus Cetrion. He's fighting the same character here in grand finals, because he's against Tekken Master, it's Joker, and there's a punish!
That was instant catch-up. That was instant.
Round 2, fight.
Again, folks, know your enemy. And that's what this is. I can only imagine they've run this matchup before, and the Liu Kang against Tekken Master is just less successful. That's the thing that happens with training partners and those that, you know, part of the same team and whatever. You get different characters because you're against a different person that has a different style. And in this style, Joker clearly works better than Liu Kang for Faisal. Not Faisal, sorry. Wasim, my bad.
Still punish with the Pinata. This is looking really good for Tekken Master.
My counter hit was already spent. That's always a crazy thing about this matchup, you know, is that amplified back forward 4, it doesn't get absorbed by the wall. I don't think it counts as a projectile. Oh, hang on. There's half of it. No, we save it.
Still has it. Doesn't need to.
No meter. No, the wake up grab.
Sucks. 100% left, the ground pound.
Ooh.
Yes, even though it was cancelled, no second hit, it was enough for the round. 1 apiece here.
Round, fight.
Active frames, looking for the pickup. I think was probably a little bit concerned about the breakaway right there. That's what Wasim does.
All these grabs, no fear from them. No neutral ducks, just yet.
Like I said, these are 2 characters that can really blow you up from introduction, especially Joker. The confirmable mids thanks to Kapow. He's a scary character to anti-grab, but he grabs you all day. Chip damage, we see the Bat Pew Pew come out to play for the first time. These flawless blocks are next level, the reactions of Wasim. we haven't talked about it much all day, but you know, we've been talking about the neutral heavy gameplay. I'd absolutely say one of the most impressive reactionary players that we've seen in pro competition.
Tries to interrupt it. Gets a deadly wind instead. Beautiful trip guard. Yes, sir. And that should be curtains. There is no breakaway available.
Oh my god. And there was
Easy
even
hit
a
confirmed.
second bar if we wanted to spend it right there. Fantastic stuff. And a game one.
Wasim striking first. Needs to work hard to reset the bracket. It's 2 more to put Tekken Master into losers.
I think with the way things are going, we could have a game 5 before the reset even takes place.
Oh, we could be in for a long one, that's for sure. Buckle up.
I mean, there's basically going to be no break between this and EUE, so we're going to go straight
It's all good,
in.
man. It's all
Straight
good.
in. That's how we
Full
roll.
weekend.
That's how we
of
roll.
Mortal Kombat. The pro comp, man. Let's finish it with a bang.
Who needs dinner? I don't.
So no change just yet anyway from Tekken Master.
I would be surprised actually in this matchup if Tekken Master does change, because there's just been something about him versus Joker where he relentlessly sticks to Cetrion.
Round 1. Fight.
As we now jump into our next matchup, are we going to play this magical game of back and forth, right? I take one, you take one. Rinse, repeat until the bitter end. War Flawless Block's coming out ready for that rock. Just shutting down any amount of chips that you can. The unusual...
There it is.
I mean, he's jumping at awkward times here, Mitsu, and it does eventually lead to a duct. Grab.
Again, tries to interrupt, take his turn. Deadly wins, stuffing that. Jumps on the corner, yes. Important. Even though he might lose the round, definitely not spending this one, just taking the cancel.
It's Joker in the corner. I'd say never count him out, but there's the armor break, and it will be the game. Tekken Master taking that first round in good fashion. And with Mita to escape the corner if he wants to, but I don't think he's close enough to it yet for Panic to set in. Oh. All active frames of the wall. You just you cannot teleport on this guy. Good trade for Joker.
But all these pinatas, man, so much damage adding up. Wise to it blocking now. Yeah, not counter poking anymore. In case of a deadly wins. Look at that patience.
This relentless
Chip at that point. Look at that, man.
And that's guaranteed. But the flawless block saved him.
Oh no. Ooh.
Oh, that was such a good play as well. He backed up to wait for the inevitable down one, but he just couldn't quite whiff punish it. The layer of which was seamless play in this game. Another level. The flawless blocks.
Oh no.
He kept himself way longer alive in that match than I think most players would have survived. Like, the flawless blocks kept him in the game, and
for sure.
Unfortunately, couldn't. That would have been, I think, one of the most impressive comebacks we had ever seen because of those circumstances. So, not surprised he lost it, but good God, he made it hard for Tekken Master to close that one out.
Just refused to die, this guy.
But that does now mean, even though it's 1-1, Tekken Master really is the one in the lead. He has the series advantage. He wins these next 2 games. That's it. This tournament's over.
The Joker. Cetrion.
No change. One more scene.
I have never seen this many flawless blocks used in a tournament. And I don't mean like just flawless block up threes and everything else, like straight up to save himself as often as he is. This is a thoroughly impressive showing. Middle East Mortal Kombat. Don't count it out. So many fantastic players. This grand final, I think, is a perfect representation of this community in terms of talent. Absolutely.
Oh no, not again.
That one a bit more deliberate, perhaps, because you have the amplify to save you, but again, push back to create good range. They're down 4. I mean, that's such a down 4. A magic button to just add to an already existing brick wall of defense. Dash in, you have a delayed mid. You think I'm gonna grab? Think again, eat this 20% damage. And now I grab. I do 2 grab.
Earthrealm obeys.
Tekken Master
Round 2. Fight.
taking control of things here. Steve not getting anything going for himself realistically here so far. This match 3.
Again, no absorb. The wall does not absorb that. Amplify. Not spending the crushing blow. It must have been because he had no meter and Tekken Master had breakthrough. It would have been a bit of a waste. Now, however, we have meter. So we can save it for the next play, and now 2 touch to kill. Tekken Master gets hit now. The round does go to Wasim. However, as that forward throw comes through, half of the life is gone now. Just shy of 40% left in the tank. Now make that 32. Fatal blow. This could be the ticket. 1 fatal blow. Who's going to do it? The reaction!
Oh my goodness. Was that a reaction, man?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He was looking for the projectile for sure. I think he was going to react to any projectile there, but he just gave him extra time. That was no coincidence. Not in my grand finals, says Tekken Master. 2-1 here, and 1 game away from winning not just the tournament, but the championship. The Middle Eastern Regional Finals of Intercontinental Combat.
The worst time to set out a Batsy Pew Pew.
It was just fast enough that I'm willing to call that a reaction. If it was like at the same time, I'd call it a read, but it came out just after. Like that looked very much like a reaction to me, especially considering it's not an input, like Fatal Blow being just, you know, your 2 trigger buttons. It just means that if you're playing on pad, which most of these players do, that Fatal Blow reaction in that range, you can react to the slightest movement where if there's no motion like required, it just cuts off input time anyway.
It was good regardless. And even
so good.
If it was blocked, it would have been alright. Worst thing would have been probably a 4-2 punish from Joker. But let's not forget about that, as Tekken Master needs 1 more to be crowned a champion once again.
But it is still going in with the Joker. This is where I am the most interested in that. There is no Liu Kang in this matchup. Against Faisal Combat, it was Liu Kang all the way. And the Liu Kang looked fantastic, but against Tekken Master, it's Joker again. Like I said, I think that's very much just knowing the opponent that you're against. And with the long journey that both of these players have been on in the online realm, the Middle Eastern side of this tournament, concluding in this grand finals as fitting as it is, first place is the only place for them. Neither of these players will be satisfied with second, I guarantee it.
Oh, almost. We're not active just yet. And Wasim needs a miracle at this point.
Uh-oh, that's going to be championship point for Tekken Master. One of these rounds, and we're done. What does Wasim have left in the tank, maybe? This Joker, we need to turn things up to 11, otherwise we're done here.
So many diddly wins in this potential final match. Trade. It's 3 for 3. Look at those flawless blocks, man. Nullifying.
You need to turn
Chip
that
damage.
dial up.
Look at that.
And if flawless block is how you do it, then so be it. Here comes another one.
Look at that.
Oh, we can confirm. Patience.
Hang off. It's gonna be.
We go for the guaranteed combo as well. The jump in. We are playing no games right here. Oh, overcommits.
Surely no breakaway.
Oh, the armor break.
How about that? Keeping up the combo in the corner. Tekken Master still on championship points, but Wasim is looking like he's waking up.
It's like we said, it's do or die right now. You have to do something that you haven't been doing before, otherwise it's going to be over for you. with the momentum that Tekken Master was.
No!
Oh, he's messing up these force blocks. That's
So
too much damage he
expensive
does
as
not
well,
want to
man.
take. Yeah, I agree.
So expensive. Dashing his way in. Wasim, and that is the third one. It's just not even a matter of damage. It's the spacing that you lose. All the space that you dashed in carefully.
Remember, everyone, this was the matchup in winners finals that went down to final game, final round. And this Joker has been able to take it just shy of all the way.
Oh, risky decision going with the grab at that stage.
Oh, the whip
Pinata.
race. Oh, and Tekken Master is gonna do it. Going into this tournament as the favorite, but having to work a lot harder than I think most people expected him to. Tekken Master is the champion of the Middle Eastern region of intercontinental combat here in the pro competition. But we gotta say, you know, commiserations to Wasim, to Faisal as well, to Hamo additionally. This has been a fantastic top 8 and a worthy top 4, but Tekken Master remains, I think, the man of the hour. He is the best player in the Middle East, but what today has taught us, Mitsu Owens, is just how much talent still exists in the Middle East, and it's no wonder Tekken Master became as good as he is now.
It's a great thing that the Middle Eastern portion at least got the finals stream because, you know, we've got some beautiful matches. Once again, Tekken Master prevailing, remaining the king of the Middle East, but, you know, like you said, had to work hard for it, but we still have seen so many good players. We've watched Wasim, Faisal, Hamo. You know, it's not just about Tekken Master when it comes to Middle East, and this top 8 showed exactly that. Congratulations to all the top 8 finalists. Every single one will be going home with some cash. Tekken Master with $1,500, Wasim respectively with $1,000, all the way to $250 each. What can I say, man? The Middle Eastern, once again, definitely showed up and represented their region and can be proud representing their countries respectively as well.
Fantastic tournament, and I couldn't agree more with everything that you just said, but this is not where Mortal Kombat ends for the day.
Oh, no.
We are going to be jumping into EU East with their top 8, and that's going to be a new set of players, new set of characters, and if you've been following the journey of everyone involved, you know it's going to be a good one. Before we sign out, though, I'd like to remind everyone for one last time how it's all been possible. PS4 tournaments, the compete.playstation.com platform, not just Mortal Kombat 11, but other games as well. But it has been, as I've said before, the one-stop shop for all things competitive Mortal Kombat. And again, it's compete.playstation.com. Go there for exclusive content, interviews, tech breakdowns, and all that good stuff. And it's how the pro competition has been powered all season long. Mitsu Owens, thank you so much for joining me here. I say that like we're going away for a while. We're really not. We're going to be right back with some EU East pro competition. See you in a bit.
No jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series.
Ready to rumble? Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app.
Filter by type and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournaments menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play.
Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time.
A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match.
Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition.
Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
PlayStation. Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine. End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.
as we're here to bring you the carnage following the Middle East finals that we just witnessed. Here we are in a final presentation of a long road of all these players fighting, like just constantly doing their absolute best in a series of different events, all to just culminate to this point right here. Mitsu, how you feeling about everything and the amazing stacked bracket that we've got ourselves for tonight?
You know, if you like what you've seen with Middle East, man oh man, are you in for a treat. EU East top 8 happening right now, and I mean, even after that, it's not done with the North American League happening this weekend as well, starting tonight as well. So we have a lot to watch, man. It's a good weekend for Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
That is for sure. Let's quickly take a look at this bracket to see the tail of the tape. So many names we have and so many flags as well. We have Ktop versus VTS, Ktop versus Mr. Ramirez, as well as Distorted versus Nivik, and of course the creme de la creme to finalize this top 8 Val taking on Blood Eyes. We see Greece, Russia, and of course Turkey being represented here.
Yeah, definitely very populated by these three countries over here in the EU East bracket. So naturally over here in the EU East, we're not going to see flags of, of countries such as the United Kingdom or Germany. We'll save all that for EU West. But before we can get into all the action, Mitsu, why don't you run us through what the PS4 Tournament Open Series is?
It is indeed one of the presenting partners of the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition, so a big thank you to them. If you have not heard about them, where have you been? The Pro Competition Center, it's all where it's at. Go ahead and go to compete.playstation.com to sign in with your PlayStation ID and be a part of the action, man. All the time, somewhere in the world, a tournament is happening, and the system does the rest for you. Go ahead, compete.playstation.com. It sends you notifications. The invites, really, it's all that easy. Big thank you to PS4 Tournaments. And saying that, we do have the first match on our hands. It's going to be Vicious taking on Ktop. Deserving, of course, Ktop being the first seed of the tournament, starting this tournament. EU East, of course, $5,000 on the line as well. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, and Ktop was incredibly dominant throughout the entire running so far. I mean, in the short amount of time that Ktop's actually been able to commit to competing, he's definitely made an incredible statement by not only winning one of the events, but multiple. And generally speaking, we don't actually see Ktop outside of top 3, almost ever in the EU East side of things. But Vicious, on the other hand, incredibly strong Sonya player from the Russian region, and we've seen Vicious pull off some insane plays throughout the months. Ktop, on the other hand, definitely the first seed over here, topping at the top of that leaderboard with the most points going into the regional finals, in arguably the best position over here. And, this isn't... I mean, if anything, we need to see Vicious bring his A game over here, because knocking Ktop down into losers would be the best thing you could possibly hope to start out with.
At this point, everyone is going to bring their A game. It is going to be finals. So let's see on the first match. We'll go classic skin as well.
Is your all kicks, and yours is your all punches. What we have here is a contest.
Round 1.
Here we go. EU East Pro Competition Finals. Ktop versus Vicious. It's going to be Greece versus Russia.
Yeah, now we gotta have Vicious just over here playing the neutral game, using his energy rings as much as they can. Catches the down 3 and goes for the forward throw, getting the throw counter as well, tacking down a bit of damage on Ktop. See, Ktop tried to get the whip punish over there. Gonna get a confirm as well and force the breakaway off of Vicious right here. Jumps himself into the corner. A little bit questionable, but I guess... Oh, what a duck right there. Oh, or that could have just whipped. Started right now, gets the amplification with the energy rings and the KB, but that whip punish right there for Ktop, ever so aware.
And short hop can come back to bite him here. Hold on a minute, and it is going to be exactly that. He only needed some chip, but he went with the short hop attack instead. What a comeback from Ktop in this first round of the EU East Pro Competition Finals.
Yeah, Ktop definitely just scouted that one out right there, blowing up the up 3 entirely and getting himself the round with a miraculous comeback. But right here, he doesn't have the Fatal Blow to work with for the remainder of this game. We'll have to see if Vicious can use that to his advantage, but right now he's just getting himself opened up, keeps himself standing in the corner as well. A great reversal, almost got the trade combo. And this is just a Ktop clinic at the moment with all the pressure in the corner. Vichas biting a little bit too early over there, gonna get blown up again by that air grenade launcher. And Mitsu, that was a very convincing round right there for Ktop.
I mean, ever since he got that comeback, it was all Ktop. What a start to the series. Vichas was looking so good in that first round.
I hope for Vichas' sake that he didn't choke the rest of the game based on that one wrong decision in round number 1. Just going for the wake-up attack. Hopefully they didn't play too much on his mental state going forwards in the remainder of the set, because, you know, you do have the entire set to play out. But ultimately, it kind of did look like he got in his own head a little bit, because Ktop just had control of that from the corner for the entire round.
The hourglass.
Stand down.
But yeah, generally speaking, I can understand this matchup being a little bit tougher. You know, you're quite limited to using your rings, and albeit they do have a quick recovery, one wrong call with the rings and one good call from a leap into a grenade launcher from Jackie, it's going to be a lot of damage you're having to hold, if not spend a breakaway. And even then, in the mid department, Jackie's definitely got Sonya's number.
Round 2, easily starting with some zoning, but in saying that, the leap from downtown.
Vichas not opting to break any of this, just going to take the early damage. Hold onto that bar as well.
Getting that knife away as well. Oh no. I mean, Ktop is just having his way, it seems like.
Just a lot of damage cashed out on pretty much every single touch, and Vichas just kind of, you know, at the mercy of all this pressure that Ktop is enforcing. Nice answer right there.
Getting rid of the blue stuff as well.
That being a great punish on the lead for almost 44%. Pretty much is on a 950 HP character. The 1-1 rings gets the confirm in the corner. No breakaway right here for Ktop as well. No combo drop for Vichas. And the short hop, the empty one, into the back throw. Gets himself the corner positioning that he needs to work with. And only one more touch, and that does it.
Just wrapping up.
Vichas.
Exactly what he needed in the first round.
Fight.
Okay,
this
great.
is dominant.
I like that. I like the resilience, you know, just sort of anticipating the leaps and when they're going to come and trying to get the contestant. But what a conversion right there off the airborne hit from Ktop. Cashes out with the dash punch KB2.
Yeah, he's not just letting it happen, he's trying to do something against it. It's working.
Vichas trying to establish something right now. Gets whiff punished by that forward 1-2. This is going to hurt. Unable to break until this last moment where the down 2 is going to do enough damage to close things out. And that puts Ktop at 2-0, but definitely a better game for Vichas. It's just so much harder now, Mitsu. You're going to have to make the entire reverse sweep happen.
I mean, even though that second round was all him, the match went by so quickly. I guess it's just the nature of Jackie, especially when she controls the pace and the match.
I mean, she's just going to be a lot of pressure, right? And then if you get opened up, I mean, it hurts. You're burning alongside taking the grenade launcher damage, like all that burn damage accumulating, plus if you get opened up standing, you're just unable to break up until the point where you get launched. It becomes a lot. You have to, you know, collectively deal with in the course of the match. And Sonya is not a character that hits lightly, you know, granted the over 40% combo we saw earlier. It's just more, it seems tough. You know, Vichas is kind of having to go for the mix or go for the stray hits that he can get. But ultimately, Ktop's kind of winning the overall exchanges. But we are going to see a character change potentially.
From mother to daughter, it is indeed going to be a Cassie.
Now, I've never seen Vichas as Cassie before. I've only ever seen Vichas play Sonya. So this is a very interesting change. Flying glow kick, air bullet barrage, and kneecap in a pretty solid loadout. A very comfortable loadout choice for a lot of people that still play Cassie since the Ultimate patch. And, you know, gives you a little bit more confirmability with the Fatal Blow as well. Okay. The air
there it is, air to air. Good anti-air, though, from Vichas. Getting shimmied as well. Here comes Vichas to the restand.
It's a good bit of knowledge for Vichas as well to say that Ktop will in fact get shimmied. It happened on the first try, but a counter hit with the jump too. Caught chest moving a little bit too far forwards over there, and he's gonna have to hold a lot of this damage. Try to get that punish.
Ooh, that was so smart to break away just before the final hit, putting Ktop at recovery frames. Beautiful play by VHS.
Yeah, honestly, that was just such an incredibly smart play right there, just to get him right in the last part of the string, and the air guns cheekily just to blow him up. We're trying to leap in and neutral, but the counter hit with a forward 1-2, he's going to get the launch, turn this into a lot of damage as VHS came off that bar very late in the last round.
Oh, his life is melting away. Doesn't care. Distant City. For the grab.
Okay, so VHS for that really nice confirm as well. Escape failed, not gonna matter in terms of the KB, but still got himself the throw damage. Tries to go for the 1-1-1.
Not there. Anti-air again. Could this be death?
Almost very, very close to it now. The 1-1-1 on block. Ktop trying to make something happen, trying to get one good opening touch. The breakaway to deny the fatal blow, just a little bit too late.
How is he still alive, man? He's just swinging for the fences.
He just refuses to die.
I mean, that was just Ktop pressing all the buttons, jumping all over the place, and somehow it worked. It's match point Ktop.
Just all of that pressure at the moment. I mean, that's a very heartbreaking way for VHS to lose that round right here, as we are in a final round situation, potentially final round for this set, as Ktop starts things off with a lot of damage, sets out the grenade launcher in the corner, gets the full string as well. VHS now on a very low amount of life is going to have to work a lot harder to try and get himself out of this situation.
It's not looking good for him, as he's getting that ever so important hit as well. Up 3 from VHS, trying to stay alive here, but needs so much more.
He really does, and he doesn't have that fatal blow to work with as well. He came off that in round 1. As his health is burning down, and that grenade launcher from the Carpet Flame is going to do enough. Ktop with a 3-0 victory to start things off over here in the IKK Finals for your piece.
Impressive start from Ktop to start this series. But then again, it's the first seed. He's been the most dominant player throughout the entire EU East Pro competition, so no surprise, I think, that he's doing well in the first match. Very well done.
I think, like, I wonder what would have happened had VHS switched over to Cassie one game earlier, perhaps. Because the Cassie pick seemed to be a bit more comfortable for VHS in the matchup. Or maybe, you know, he just kind of had that thought, that spur-of-the-moment thought, that why don't I just play this character I'm comfortable with in this matchup because it might work. But ultimately, in a reverse sweep situation, I mean, you're kind of playing at the mercy of Ktop, who also very well could have switched over to Cabal, which we're no stranger to seeing from, you know, past experiences.
That was just Ktop all over the place. But the good news is VHS still in the tournament. However, losers round 1 will be happening off stream, so let's see if he survives that Shark Tank fully. But for now, let's go over to the next match, which will be Mr. Ramirez versus Ktop. So it's going to be the other brother that, you know, causes havoc throughout the EU East Pro competition standings.
Yeah, I mean, like, just the brothers over here dominating. I mean, both of them in the regional finals is certainly a great statement to make. But Ktop plays very differently to Ktop. They have very distinctive styles between both players. And Ktop, you know, we've seen him play a lot of Shiva in the past, generally rocking Dragon Spin and just having the entire game of you get opened up, you get restood, I have plus frames, I just continue to mix you. And doesn't really have a game plan that revolves around Stomp. So obviously with the Shiva changes and stuff, I don't really think it's affected Ktop's variation too much. So it wouldn't surprise us to see, you know, Ktop playing Shiva in this matchup. But Mr. Ramirez is an incredibly strong Scarlet that we usually see topping these top 8 brackets, whether it be Open Series, whether it be the IKK, and just overall has established themselves as, you know, the Russian Scarlet, the one to represent the nation out there and generally do well in all these brackets.
You know, I think it's fair to say that the plan for the brothers was getting first and second seed. Unfortunately, Ktop not succeeding in that mission, so it could very well be that in the second round we can see the brothers act. So Ktop versus Ktop, definitely not their plan, but you know, the nature of the seeding, Ktop being first place and Ktop failing to get the second place, finishing at 4th in the pro competition standing.
Yeah, I mean, he does have, yeah, he's got like a tough opponent ahead of him, but there is still very much a possibility of us actually seeing the Brother Showdown happening in the next stage of winners. It's just going to be a matter of how well Ktop can deal with how Mr. Ramirez controls the neutral. His neutral game is incredibly strong from what we've seen over the course of time, and this is, you know, just against a wide variety of different opponents as well. So I'm curious to see, you know, what happens throughout that match. And if Ktop, because obviously it plays Joker as well, if he's actually going to be sticking with the Shiva, or if we're going to be seeing something a little bit new today.
I think that's the other thing I wanted to touch on. Shiva. Ktop was playing Shiva, but, you know, that's been a few weeks. I don't think he even played the final qualifier. I don't think he made it. But anyway, he didn't really rely on the stomp.
Yeah, I mean, he just doesn't really use it, right?
Exactly. So it could definitely be a Shiva in this next match. Would be kind of hype, and you know, I think he would prove a point like, no, it's not just about the stomps. I can win without the stomp as well.
Exactly. I mean, Dragon Stance is still just a very threatening tool, you know? It's
sure.
And, you know, with the way that he plays Shiva as well, it's a very mix-centric Shiva. It's just, you guess wrong, you get put into a situation that you're still going to guess wrong in, most likely, and he just enforces that, and generally speaking, it does it quite well. I mean, obviously enough to be here in the regional finals, but Mr. Ramirez, we've only seen a little bit of Kodal coming out of Mr. Ramirez in the past, but for what we have seen has been really good, Mitsu.
So I guess we guess wrong with that Shiva.
I want both picks,
now,
really.
Yeah.
This is a blow-up.
For now, it is going to be Cetrium from Ktop and a Kotal Khan, not a Scarlet, coming out of Mr. Ramirez. So let's see how that one plays out.
So Grand Discus, Concut, and the Command Grab as well. On this Beetleborg looking Kotal Khan, and then Cetrion, you know, for anyone looking, I know that a lot of people have very strong opinions about this character, but in a competitive setting, when you're playing for this kind of money, you know, it makes total sense to play Cetrion, especially against a character like Kodal who you want to keep away from you. Okay, the Joker with the interactable went for the anti-command grab. I think he actually tried to get the hit, but just about whiffed.
There's something big for 2.
Definitely scouted
jumping
that.
Out. Where he is whiffed.
A little bit unfortunate for Mr. Ramirez right there, but he's going to get himself a nice confirm ending in that command grab. Surely going to spend the bar to keep the corner and get the extra damage that we do see.
Oh no, jumping into the corner. What?
Definitely tried out some shenanigans right there, Mitsu. Good throw escape from Mr. Ramirez, and the late air-to-air, that was a very good call out on the Hell's
I think we're seeing signs of nerves being displayed here.
We could also potentially be seeing a little bit of unfamiliarity. Maybe Ktop hasn't spent as long playing Cetrion to feel, you know, as comfortable as maybe Ramirez does with Kodal.
So Ramirez being patient here. This ball draw onslaught.
Incredibly patient on the approach right now, just very resilient, very much just walking his way in, trying to get some hits to connect, but a good 1-1 punish. Oh, what an interrupt!
Yes, sir.
Threaded the needle with that forward 2, blowing up the boulder. He's gonna spend the bar over here. This is a lot of work right now for Ktop. He's going to try and get as much damage on the table as he can, but a majority of this damage is indeed chip damage.
I mean, one more forward 2 opening into Fatal Blow. He's looking for it. He's looking for it.
Didn't believe Mitsu. Just didn't believe that the Deadly Wind's going to restand from that height over there. Mr. Ramirez with the chip avoided on his last breath, and the forward 2 counter hit. Great whiff punish right there from Ktop. Keeps himself alive.
That was so close though, man. He needed a few more pixels to connect that forward 2. Round a piece.
Yep. See the natural barrier. Go ahead and twice over again to use these boulders to try and establish something. Mr. Ramirez just patiently waiting it all out. Okay, the down 3 check. Doesn't get the confirm into the con cut, but not gonna matter. Then what an anti-air right there from Ktop off the interactable. Gets the forward 2 into Deadly Wind straight away as well, just to keep him standing. Checks him with the poke, pushes him back. further in this neutral. Mr. Ramirez is getting a little bit overwhelmed at the moment. And Ktop just really setting up shop with all of these specials, making it that much harder, and the max range on the wall right there, catching out Mr. Ramirez, who looked a little bit flustered in that final round.
Just cannot get impatient against this character, man. The minute you start getting frustrated and try to force your way in with dashes and all of that, that's the minute you get those boulders, those piñatas, those ground and pounds, those Hell's Wraths. It's just not worth it. Really gotta be patient with it, even though it's just annoying to deal with.
Yeah, no, I'm
Stop capitalizing.
I sort of understand if Ramirez doesn't want to play Scarlet in this matchup, because I can't really imagine it being, you know, particularly great for Scarlet, but at the same time, I wonder if we're actually going to see Ramirez stick with Kodal. I don't really think it was a character, like, problem in that last match. I think it was really just a matter of getting clipped by one too many specials.
Right, yeah.
But it obviously very hard to avoid that from happening.
How about that? Going back to Kodal, by the looks of it.
Definitely hovering it, giving it some thought. Ktop obviously locked
right.
in the Cetrion pick over here. But Ktop does have that point advantage as well. If Ramirez is going to switch on the next game, he's going to be locked into that pick if this game goes the same way for Ktop.
So no changes. So far anyway. Ktop up 1-0.
Once again, we're over here in a stage with an interactable that lets you jump halfway across the screen. Pretty fortunate right there for Mr. Ramirez. Oh!
Oh! Exactly what he needed.
Coming off that KB a little bit early in the match, but didn't even get to spend that one in the last one, so...
Right. Get it out of here.
We take those.
Another chance. Wrath. No whip punish.
I've been respecting the entire string. Oh, didn't believe in that last hit, gonna connect as well.
I mean, I didn't believe either.
Okay,
this pizza. Oh!
I
tricky
like that.
Stuff. They're unblockable. Good block the 4-2. Then the wings and the 4-2, and that is round. Finally got clipped by it.
And Ramirez with a really good awareness of spacing right there. Got himself the hits that he needed. Now has a really good position as well to keep Ktop in this corner, but it's going to be a lot harder to deal with. Ktop going to get the position.
I mean, who techs within combos? That was smart.
Definitely was. Absorption on the boulder. Ramirez casually just walking his way downtown, trying to close up this space right here.
There it is again. Really likes his interactables, that's for sure. Patience, not opting to counter poke as well.
Yep, Ramirez spending the breakaway over there. Probably didn't want to get sent further back to undo some of this work that he's managed to do by closing the gap, but couldn't get the punish.
Not there. 4-2 probably a bit too slow.
Good neutral jump though. What a read right there in such a situation where you have low health.
Yeah, that's just chip.
Yeah, it's pretty much curtains at that point once you're forced to block a little bit too long. The last breath can only hold you alive for so much time. So we're down into the final round for whether this will be a 2-0 for Ktop or Ramirez is going to be turning the tides on him and tying things up.
Here comes Ktop, man. Here comes that zoning. Zang that jumps in actually. Comes the command grab.
Yeah, using that stand one tick as well after establishing that 1-2-2 nice and early on in this set. Grand Discus to send him towards the corner. Ktop now probably looking for a little bit of a teleport out, and Ramirez was ready for it.
Watch the interactable.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the same thing. Ramirez is hovering it. Gonna opt to just walk his way in. The Discus gonna connect, gets a little bit of damage on the table. Didn't believe in the 4-2.
Pizza, 4% left. Short hop. literally that's it. Yes, indeed. Mr. Ramirez putting himself on the board with the Ktop pick.
We're definitely seeing a lot more confidence in his decision making in just that game alone. I mean, the last round of the first game, Ramirez was 100% getting too eager, right? Way too antsy to just try and close the space. But now we're seeing him actually play with the space. There's a lot more that comes with that. And honestly, I feel like he kind of got in H-Dope's head a little bit. You know, things like when he inched further towards the corner and H-Dope teleported out. That was really obvious, right? Like, that was just a really, really obvious teleport, but Ramirez baited him into that, and in these high-pressure situations in tournament, you know, it works, as we saw.
Sea of blood.
So one apiece. Winners round one. Once again, no changes.
Do you think we're going to see a Hail Mary character switch on a 2-1?
Yes.
Because, I mean, both these guys play a fair few characters, right?
Yeah.
Like,
for sure, for sure. Well, unless it's like super close, this game.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Traded hits. It's a little bit too far out for H-Dope to connect that, but the forward 1-2 punish from Mr. Ramirez, being very aware, very vigilant. Another jump interactable. Yeah, look, I just realized, yeah, we're on another jump interactable. 3 for 3.
Man, oh man.
Okay, I like that challenge. Also adjusts the gravity with the KB on that counter hit. Gets himself a nice 32%. Now, Mr. Ramirez is getting opened up by everything.
What the heck?
Everything!
Just refused to block, it seemed like.
Round 2. Fight.
For the space. Okay, gets the confirm, goes to the forward one, just the command grab, gonna get that corner reposition. Almost 28% right there for Mr. Ramirez. And the damage trade-off, especially without that 2-1-3 KB for Cetrion, definitely gonna be in favor of Mr. Ramirez with Kodal, but a great punish on the natural barrier with that disc. Okay, Ramirez. Checking H-Dope right now. H-Dope trying to alleviate some of that pressure and open up some space. Great anti-air.
Divine Pole, beautiful stuff for Sin City, getting the grab. Realistically, one more 4-2 into a fatal blow is all he needs. Not even at this point. 1-1.
Just to keep things safe. Mr. Ramirez didn't go into fatal blow, held it over there, but the dash up unblockable. Cojones. This guy really just did it. And I respect that a lot. As we're now in a final round situation, both players have their fatal blows.
2 for 2, and it worked. Another pizza. 15% each.
That interactable connecting was really, really good for Ramirez right there as well. Keeps H-Dope in the corner and stopped him from trying to teleport out. But now we're going to see a teleport. There it is.
Ooh! Disastrous. Here, Boulder. Not punished. Pinata. A lot of those pinatas, man. Going for himself.
Okay, tried to jump the command grab as well. Guessing wrong over there, but the Grand Disc is not going to do too much. Then the full string rock as well. You see that corner to corner already, Mitsu.
Just beast. Very even round. What's the play gonna be? Eating another raw pinata and the 4-2 straight into the fatal blow. Putting himself on 2-1.
Can we take a moment to appreciate the absolute lack of respect that Ramirez had right there by just doing wake up forward dash into forward 2, confirm into fatal blow? Just absolutely believed in the very pit of his gut that H-Dope was going to backdash. So a wonderful call out right there, and now Ramirez has himself the lead over here in this set, as you mentioned, 2-1.
No fear. So, the Hail Mary pick.
Are we going to see the Shiva? I wonder. Or Joker.
Probably Joker. Maybe trying to keep him at bay. I don't think it's going to be another set run, to be fair.
I wonder what it would be like, because clearly Ramirez has found his comfort zone, but H-Dope is going to be living and dying on this hill with the Cetrion pick, not the Shiva pick, sorry, with the Cetrion pick. Master of Elements right here, and yeah, locked into this. So if things go south right now for Mr. Ramirez, then Ktop is going to still be on that Cetrion. I'd wonder if we would see a character switch from Ramirez, but generally speaking, the way the Kotal's been so far, I highly doubt it.
It's definitely looking better than the game 1 Kotal. Maybe just warmed up a bit, maybe just got rid of those German nerves, looking crispier going into this game number 4.
Yep, now Ramirez just casually catwalking his way through neutral. No fear. Ktop just gonna try and open up the space over here and just try and tack on these little bits of damage. The chip damage as much as he can, trying to avoid getting opened up. No punish on that reload. Okay, now this round is going very much in Ktop's favor with a gigantic call out right there with the straight boulder to blow up the jump in, and Ktop gets himself a very solid round.
Round 2. Fight.
Okay, the jump in.
First, match 5 here.
That was sick, Mitsu. That was sick. You got the perfect jump space right there into the forward 1-2 punish. Optimal stuff crushes the barrier as well.
This is all Mr. Ramirez. 3 for 3 out of those unblockables. But the anti-air is standing one though. What an interruption.
I like that. Keep him on. Let's check him with the down one, make him block, and then catch him with the command grab. Mr. Ramirez now on set point. If he can manage to close out this round right here, has an extra 100 health, which he just sacrificed by eating that natural barrier, but gets himself a nice pickup. A little bit of a late breakaway right there from Ktop. I wonder if he tried to get the punish on the command grab, but it didn't really work out for him.
Got clipped on the second hit. What a hit confirmed. No breakaway whatsoever. Does he spin the bar? No.
Yeah, he wants that Oki over here at mid-screen. Oh, he's getting
hit by a lot. Look at that.
Shades of game number 1, Mitsu. He's getting hit by everything.
I mean, to be fair, just too impatient, man. He could have had that round for sure, but he's gotten hit by so many individual specials.
He just got a little bit too eager over there, and it came back and bit him on the behinds. I mean, over there, Ktop really just held it down, did exactly what he needed to do, but Ramirez, I mean, that really was shades of game 1, just kind of got hit by things a lot after playing such a, you know, a strong neutral. But either way, we're in a final game territory between both these players.
Early as well.
Yeah, very early, yeah. And we could potentially be seeing the Brother Showdown, as you mentioned earlier on, between Ktop and Ktop in the next round of winners. But Mr. Ramirez, he's been having moments where he's been playing insanely well, and sometimes he's just getting hit. Very uncharacteristically, I think.
Going into the retrocade, you'll have another interactable to jump off.
You're right.
To keep in mind.
You're right.
To keep in mind, yeah.
The stages have low-key been matchup help. There've been matchup assistance. But Ktop's obviously like, I know that you're gonna try and jump off them. We've seen him anti-air before. But here we are, final game between these two players over here, the winners quarterfinals. And Ramirez just doesn't want to overcommit to anything at the moment. And he still has the health lead, might I add. Gets punished. Dash and block ends in the discus right there.
Ooh, good interruption from Ktop.
I wasn't even sure that was possible. I completely thought that the Grand Discus was not able to be interrupted since the patch. So that is a new bit of tech right there for me to learn. Okay, checks him, keeps him honest with the discus, keeps things in neutral. Ramirez could definitely win this round right here with one solid opening hit into a fatal blow. Oh, we could have seen it there.
The trade though. And the grab out of all things?
There must be
Ktop, after using the standing 1 and the 1-1 so much over there in the back 3, really deciding that that was the right moment to pull the trigger on the throw, and it worked out for him. But Mr. Ramirez starts this round off very strong. Gets himself a launch from the hit confirm, spends the bar over here as 33% damage buff and the corner.
Only some more command grabs. Has been a bit timid.
Ramirez is trying to find an opening hit. Gotta clean up the plate.
Stand down.
What call out.
From that range as well.
Yeah, I really like it. A very good read on the boulder right there. Potentially even a reaction. That throw not going to do too much against Mr. Ramirez. Oh, tried to get the discus, but it didn't quite work out. Caught in his toes. Ktop is bringing this back right now, Mitsu.
Smart. What? From that range, you was still there with the punish?
Yeah, that's really good matchup knowledge.
Flawless blocked it.
I think it was because he flawless blocked it. It mitigated a lot of that pushback that the Fatal Blow normally has.
Final round situation here.
What a way
start.
Yeah, exactly, right? 25% right there from the projectile. Great way to start things off. You can tell Mr. Ramirez is being a lot more patient with his jumps. He doesn't want to get clipped by that straight boulder, because that's a free 30% you're giving her.
Blocking more, that's for sure. Making this timing here with the 4-2. Amplification, back to the corner you go. Up 3 from Ktop.
Yeah, no, Ktop teleports himself out the corner, back into the mid-screen, eats the discus though, gets a down 1. Check on the whiffed forward 2-4. Has Fatal Blow to work with. Gonna have to be really careful if Mr. Ramirez wants to throw a discus. Oh my goodness!
It saved him. It saved him, Falcon. The infamous interactable.
The jump interactable.
Saved the day for him. Can you believe it?
The jump interactable is a winning matchup against Cetrion now. This is confirmed. I don't.
Wow.
But in all honesty, that was a really, really well played situation right there for Mr. Ramirez to take that one over Ktop. Ktop looked like he was really in the driver's seat of the last game for quite a majority of it.
We get to see the fatality regardless of that still picture. He's already left the lobby, but man, oh man, so many times that's gotten anti-aired, that interactable, but the last one, man, got him the round actually.
Yeah, I mean, just he had the jump interactable all of those matches, but even when Ktop was able to anti-air him or challenge him from it or anything, you still have to respect it to some degree, right? For moments like that, where, yeah, I mean, I'm surprised to see Cetrion's Fatal Blow not hit someone, but when you have an interactable that fires you off at that kind of speed, it makes sense. And he was in the perfect space he needed to just get that forward 1-2 KB punish and close out the game for himself, ultimately moving on in the regional finals.
Oh, he had so much time. I think he could have even squeezed in the 4-2 there. Regardless, very well done. I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised in seeing Ktop go down so quickly. Didn't see that coming, but once again, man, this is the regional finals.
Yeah.
If there is a time to get your A game, this is it. But before we go further into this top 8, let's quickly give a big thank you to one of the presenting partners, Astro Gaming, the official audio partner of the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro competition. What you hear, what we hear, our audio gear has been brought to you by Astro Gaming. So if you want to take a look at their official licensed PlayStation audio products, go ahead and visit astrogaming.com. But they went the extra mile with their support. All the champions of the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro competition are getting a Astro Gamer Regional Championship kit. They'll be getting white Astro ID headset with the Mix M Pro, of course, and custom MK11 speaker tabs, of course, with their name on it. Ignore the champion. Custom MK11 Pro competition windbreaker, and of course, some MK11 Ultimate joggers, you know, to perform some fatalities, I guess, in your comfort of your own home, and you know, and some swaggy stuff as well. Big thank you to Astro Gaming for their continued support.
Yeah, I mean, shout outs to them. Look how sick that windbreaker looks. I mean,
Yes, sir.
I need
Yes,
one.
sir.
That and the joggers. Yeah, no, that's dope for real. On top of the headphones, but seriously, thank you for Astro for the continued support for the Intercontinental Combat for Pro Competition Online as a whole, because we've been able to bring you at home all of this amazing Mortal Kombat content over the past few months, ultimately just culminating for what we have here this weekend, and they've been, supporting us throughout. So shout outs to them. But we still have more matches to get through before we can get too excited.
Sure.
Now we have a lot. We got bloodbaths from all over different parts of the world. What we've got down in the IKK so far, what has finished, has been OCE and Middle East. Wasminator winning the OCE, and then Tekken Master earlier on today winning the Middle East IKK event as well. So we have 2 winners secured over here on our quadrant of the world, but Europe East and Europe West still have 2 champions that remain not crowned yet as we get further on through these brackets.
So it's gonna be Distorted taking on Nivik, so another Russia versus Greek battle here.
As for the first 3 matches have been Russia versus Greek. Sorry,
It's
Greece
just one of those things.
versus Greek. Yeah, nice. No, but Nivik, a very household name within NRS games. Anyone who played MKX knows Nivik and Europe, right?
Yeah.
Anyone, even in different titles, we see Nivik popping up around the place, placing well in tournaments. Generally, just an all-around really solid fighting game player that's been doing it for a long time. Discarded, a little bit more new blood, fresh onto the scene from Mortal Kombat 11. Did very well throughout Open Series, playing a really solid Soul Eater Shang Tsung. Had a very solid custom Shang, but this is something I wanted to talk about a little bit, because Discarded's been playing a lot of Sub-Zero lately. And I'm curious to see if Discarded's actually going to be pulling out Sub over here in the regional finals, if now would be the, if you're feeling that confident having played the character enough now, if you're going to be playing them, or if we're going to be seeing the Shang or maybe a mystery pick.
So let me take a quick look at the bracket, because I do think the actual match that is happening right now will be Vel versus Blood Eyes. We'll see Nivik versus Distorted in a just teeny bit afterwards, but for now it looks like it's gonna be a clash between Russia and Turkey. So
yeah,
never mind what you said, we'll use that info maybe later on, but for now, Blood Eyes versus Vel. We've seen both of them time and time again throughout the pro competition when it comes to EU East.
No, they've both been very star players in my opinion. They've been underdogs, I would like to say. Definitely like the dark horses of their brackets. Val has a ridiculously good Sindel. I don't even need to beat around the bush. A very good Sindel. We are seeing a lot of character-specific tech coming out from Val. You can tell that this player is very much a character specialist. On the other hand, Blood Eyes doesn't really play characters that are regarded as top tier. We see Rain and we see Frost more than any other characters from Blood Eyes. And ultimately, Blood Eyes has been one of those players that comes from a region where you don't have a lot of representation in these brackets, right? From Turkey, we're only seeing Blood Eyes and Omi in these Pro Comp brackets, in the Open Series brackets. But Blood Eyes has been grinding this game consistently over the past few months, and it is no surprise to see him over here in the regional finals, because he very much deserves this spot in my opinion. He's been placing well, he's been doing well, constantly overcoming the difficulties that he struggled with before, and we're seeing the evolution of a player that is coming from a region where we just don't see a lot of representation, and definitely putting a spotlight on them.
So we'll try to get these 2 gentlemen into the stream in just a bit, and in the lobby of course, but for now I do think that Blood Eyes will be dropping Shiva, or has dropped Shiva, has been playing it throughout the pro competition, but I do think that for now, probably focusing on Rain and Frost. For me personally, maybe a bit biased, but 2 characters that are fun to watch, especially Rain, because it's just a character that is underrepresented, it seems like, anyway.
I mean, both of them, really. I think they are what we would normally refer to as painfully average characters. They have things that they have that are good for them. They have ways to play the characters and all that, but ultimately those 2 characters are a lot more honest than some other characters in the game. So Blood Eyes has a lot of gameplay that revolves around his neutral, his decision making, his reads, and he kind of makes the most of it with these characters, but you can tell he's playing characters because he finds them comfortable. On the other hand, Val, we've seen Val and Vityas go back and forth countless times, and Val has generally been proving himself as an incredibly strong Sindel player, where we used to have the basic over here in the Russian region, just like, you know, plowing through brackets with Sindel. Also, Jade, it's like Val has really been in this new wave of Mortal Kombat 11 been the one to put the, you know, put the queen out here for everyone to see.
So let's see, no surprises here from Vel. However, a Scorpion from Blood Eyes. How about that?
Yeah, now I know he does have a Scorpion, but this is honestly like not what I expected him to go into this with. Apparently, my reads on what people are picking today has just been completely wrong. So this has just gone. Yeah, Demon Breath he actually uses. It's so sick, right? Because I mean, even then, albeit it's unsafe, it's nice to see it actually being used.
Come to me, Master Hasashi.
You have nothing to offer.
I offer the pleasure of serving me.
Round 1. Fight.
I appreciate the fact that she's calling him Grandmaster. Whoa!
Yeah. Instant punish right there on that teleport. A bit of a Hail Mary right there for Blood Eyes. Hard read to start things off. Val now with a nice chunk of life on the board for himself. Cashes in on that hit confirm off the 4-2-1.
That was an odd start.
Okay, now Val shimmying Blood Eyes over here in the corner. The empty. I like the empty short hop at that range. Mess with his head a little bit and then check him with the 4-4. That was pretty clever. Cheeky
I mean,
stuff.
let's just forget about that whole round. Especially if you are Blood Eyes. Just forget about that.
Yeah, definitely don't let it get to you. It'd be the worst thing you could do in the very, very beginning of a set when you're in the winner's bracket. Blood Eye's gonna try and just use this space right here. We're seeing that obviously the help word cancel. He has the Demon Breath as well. Playing a very neutral-based Scorpion at the moment, trying to just play with the spacing, play with this full screen in mind, but currently, it seems like he just doesn't want to overcommit to anything. You know, he's happy to just sort of sit back, play with his movement, try and check Val on the approach, but Val gradually evening out these health bars. Has the lead at the moment. Good throw.
Ooh, beautiful throw tech. Back 2 though.
Blood Eyes getting clipped right there. Ends in that hair whip 30%. Right there for Val, getting shimmied by the forward 4 as well. This is a rough situation right now for Blood Eyes.
Back throw. Not gonna matter. And keeps it simple, unbreakable. Immediately into the brutality. That was rough for Blood Eyes.
That was a really good awareness of spacing as well. To challenge the forward 3, acknowledging the fact that it would be a little bit too far out, and just going for the Scream KB punish. That was just good situational awareness right there from Val. But yeah, Blood Eyes, I mean, I'm curious as to why we're seeing a Scorpion pick. Probably feels like this is just a more comfortable matchup, but it seemed a little bit one-sided in that first game, with all due respect.
It's odd to go with the Demon Breath, I feel like. I think a Death Spin pick would be way more in his interest. At least punish the back 2, I believe, can be punished by Death Spin, for example. But forget all that. The prince is here.
The son of Argus himself. But yeah, so Blood Eyes, I mean, I might have just been testing the waters with the Scorpion pick in the beginning. You know, wanted to see if Val was able to overcome a certain playstyle. But now we're seeing the character that we have seen more often than not. Geyser Palm, Tidal Wave, Hydro Boost, so running the exact same loadout that we normally see him on. Sometimes he does like to run Purple Pain as well, but, you know, for, I think, obvious reasons, we won't really be seeing that much.
There it is.
That Tidal Wave. That was good. Blood Eyes right now, he doesn't really need to overcommit to anything. He's got even better movement to boot as well. Ends in that stand 2 into the Argus lunge right there, knocks him towards the corner. The escape failed as well for Val. Going to be holding on to that throw KB for later usage in this match.
Oh, out of range with the scream.
Yeah, just doesn't want to be in range of that when he's throwing projectiles because he knows that's just going to be a loss condition for him. Okay, checked straight away by Bell. Is he going to spend the KB here?
Hold on. Yes.
Actually, opts to.
Jump in. Makes throw. Fourth is blocked. Qatar toss. Can take a lot more of those. But in saying that, the low Star Screamer, 16 seconds on the clock. Very even round. What's the play going to be?
Oh, got clipped by the last hit of forward 4.
Oh, and the forward 4. Either he was pressing or he was believing in a throw. Regardless, wrong is Blood Eyes. Yeah, trying to shift quite a bit. Look at that. Lane forward 4. Sindel classic, really.
Yeah, and right now Blood Eyes is trying to establish something over here. Gets clipped by that back too, though. Val gonna cash out in a fair bit of damage at the moment. Blood Eyes forces the breakaway out of Val with that jump 3. Has that corner positioning to work with as well. He has a fatal blow, but eats the scream KB right there from max range, and Val not gonna drop this one. Ends in that Hero Whip, and there you have it. Val 2-0 lead over Blood Eyes.
That last round, or that first round, I should say, that clutch. Can leave a mark, man. Sometimes it's not even a choke. It's just unfortunate. It's just an unfortunate ending to a very close round. But sometimes that can tilt you and just, you know, destroy your morale to a certain extent.
It really can. I mean, Sindel's one of those characters that, like, you know, a lot of people just don't really like fighting against, truthfully, because she plays a very simplistic game plan, right? When you're playing against a player like Val, who is just playing like the... you can see, he hates it. Like...
The hourglass.
But yeah, so Blood Eyes on his last legs right here in the winner's side of the bracket. He's gonna have to make a reverse sweep happen. All of this with the rain pick that he stuck to. And albeit he did play the last game a lot better than he had Scorpion, Val right now just is cashing out on a lot more. What a back two to start things off. He was airborne and that clipped him as well. Let that sink in from the forward 4. Oh, nice.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Oh, and an anti-air right there. We see that a lot. Val does this a lot against upgraded Jackie as well. Down 3. Good matchup awareness. Oh my goodness, he pressed the button!
He kicked him out of the sky.
Round 2.
It seemed like everything is going right for Val. Match point for Swift 3-0.
Yeah, again, the back 2 out of the forward 4. Knows Blood Eyes is getting a little bit too eager with that button. Now Blood Eyes trying to knock Val into the corner, gets the positioning, keeps him standing with that tidal wave as well. Amplification this time, but the anti-air straight away from Val gets that down 3, says get off me, get back in the corner. As he goes for the jump in.
Good block though.
Oh
Look
my
at that
god,
anti-air.
Mitsu.
So crisp.
He's too nasty with it. We see that so much from him. Poke into the Hydro Burst. Doesn't really get too much out of it.
Threatening. What a tech!
What a tech. That almost clipped Blood Eyes as well. That was so close to being disaster, but no fatal blow from Val. Anti-air into the hair whip. Oh, the jump 3 gonna connect. Down 1 check on wake up. Val right now trying to fight for it, and a short hop 3 to close things out. And that is gonna be a 3-0 knocking Blood Eyes into the loser's bracket.
He's just too clutch. Val was so calm in those clutch moments, it seemed like. Didn't choke one bit, didn't panic one bit. He knew exactly what needed to be done in order to clutch it out. The short hop attack to seal the deal. And just like that, stealing it almost. I don't even know if it's a steal. It's just
I mean,
playing his cards right.
Blood Eyes looked like he got in his own head a little bit, because when you have someone that close to death territory, but you haven't killed them and you know that they have a lot of resources still available, I think he got a bit too over-respectful of something that, you know, Val might have tried to do, but Val played that very well, you know, situationally well, to just find those few crucial hits that he needed in order to make that comeback happen. But just like that, man, that's a 3-0 right there, you know. Just like we started things off over here in the EU East bracket. In my opinion, quite an unexpected result, just like the first set as well, you know, where we have rounds that do go very back and forth. We have games that go back and forth or something like that as well, but ultimately they're very dominated by one player's ability to close out the games.
Maybe threw it away with that Scorpion pick as well. I don't know what that was all about, but it seemed like he had a tough time to just really get into the match, get something going for himself. But hold on a minute. He was so crisp with the anti-airs as well, man. Those down threes into the hair. What is it even? Hair flip?
The hair whip. Yeah, it's...
hair whip. There we go.
It was just so consistent, right? It was that, or it was haircut, right? He was either getting the relaunch off of the anti-air with the poke, or he is just doing it straight into the armor breaker. Regardless, it's a very easy confirm and still a consistent amount of damage. So even if you, like, no matter what option you pick, you're either getting a lot of damage or a consistent, decent amount of damage.
Right.
You're still not really losing out on anything. And that level of consistency shows why Val is very much a character specialist. To be able to confidently and consistently anti-air like that, because this is definitely not the first time that we've seen Val pull this kind of stuff off.
Val is looking really good, and let's not forget, he's the 3rd seed of the pro competition standing when it comes to EU East, so he's here for a reason, and I do think he could make it very far into the tournament. Let's see how the rest of the top 8 plays out as we are jumping into the final set of the winners round 1. It's going to be Nivik taking on Disarted. So it's another clash between, look at that, Greece and Russia.
Yeah, I mean,
advances to semifinals.
Old school versus new school right here is Nivek. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing playing Jackie. Nivek, you know, anyone who was watching Mortal Kombat 11 year 1, you would have seen him at the pro finals as well, at Final Combat, you know, just over there after pulling off a miraculous sequence of games against Foxy in the IKK finals and then qualifying himself, you know. But ultimately since then, you know, Nivek has been, you know, sort of here and there. We haven't seen him as much. But to be here in the regional finals obviously shows that he's been performing well enough to be, once again, in this position to be playing for the big money, right? But Disarted, one of the more consistent new-blooded players, the new school players. And I say that because we've not seen Disarted from before MK11. And when you're playing against someone that's more of like an OG with the games, and then you have someone that kind of plays their new take on how the new game is, because obviously, you know, very different to its predecessor is MK11, we start to see differences in approach to the game and how they play their characters, how they play their neutral, and both players are still incredibly good in their own right. But Disarted has, I think, an arsenal of characters in Sub-Zero and Shang Tsung to play arguably one of the most annoying styles of MK11 that he can. And we see Disarted doing things like jump kick OSs with Shang into Ermac lifts all the time. Just insane like dedication to just use it consistently because he knows how much reward it gives you. And we're seeing the same kind of decision making with Sub-Zero. So I'm curious to see what the pick would be.
Well, sometimes you gotta play annoying to battle an annoying character, as in Jackie for sure.
Definitely,
so let's see what the answer will be like. But you know, just looking at this bracket naturally, I think Nivik would be a name that stands out, especially if you're not too familiar with the other players. And you know, the thing with Nivik is he always seems to find a way to just squeeze into some kind of finals when it comes to like these regional finals or even the international finals. Always finds his way in there. Good stuff for him. It's nice seeing him really getting the reward for his continuous results and his hard work, you know.
Yeah.
I think he was in a time where he was not finding his character, not even finding his game really. He was all over the place, playing different games as well. But here at MK11, especially with Jackie, I do think he's feeling right at home. And you know, hopefully he'll be showing that here at the EU East Pro Competition Final. It's gonna be Nivik taking on Disarted, and it is indeed going to be Jackie versus Shang Tsung. Let's see how he opts to challenge all those leaps coming out of Nivek.
So we've got the Soul Leader with Corpse Drop over here for Disarted. Nivek rocking the upgraded 2.0.
You stay the hell away from him.
Your soul will be mine, and then his.
Shout out to Takeda.
Such a cool intro, man. Yeah, Takeda, gone but not forgotten.
Use that super kick, or you can see the plus frames right here, and Nivek gonna use that to launch himself over Disarted, answering back with the straight skull. Nivek with a counter hit.
First big hit. Late breakaway, I don't know about that. 33%.
I think that was the first moment he could have broken away as well. I mean, at that point you really kind of have to go for it, but the Soul Lift, raw and
frames.
Nivek right now doesn't need to do anything fancy. You know, he just he has the health lead, but what a confirm right there. The forward 2 into super kick. Gonna spend the bar on that Soul Lift as well, into the down 2 for 35%. And yeah, this has been completely shifted over in Disarted's favor, but we all know what Jackie's like. If you get opened up once right here, you are dead.
Gotta watch those drops.
Uh-oh. Oh, he caught the
And
breakaway as well. I think Disarted broke there because he might have been expecting a back 2-2 dash punch KD, which definitely would have killed still. But Nivek calling that out and going for the back 2 into Fatal Blow just to call out the breakaway. Very good decision making right there, and gets himself the comeback.
Nivek can definitely afford to press here. No defensive one, just came back.
Oh, actually managed to catch the final hit of the string after the second one dropped. What? That connected? Mitsu.
Did it connect? Also got the crushing blow.
That he did. He's got the corner position and the carpet flame to boot.
Ouch. Not looking for text, it seems like.
Honestly, Nivek might just be content with taking the throw.
Yeah.
I mean, it's given him the space to work with.
I mean, not only that, but you know, a character like Shang Tsung having such a strong strike throw gameplay, really.
What a call out on the
Look
cancel.
at that. Nivek up 1-0 against the Sword.
With a pretty much through and through Jackie game, really. I mean, that was, you know, as we could have expected. It's a lot of like, I think what Disarted has to do is he has to kind of commit to things that put him into a fair bit of recovery if he wants to try and make a good read on Nivek. But Nivek's, you can tell he's playing a little bit more reserved, a little bit more like, you know, picking and choosing his moments very wisely by just opening up the space and then kind of doing things like these short leaps or these walk-ins or things like that, just being unpredictable almost.
Shang Tsung.
Make him second guess those reads that he might be trying to make.
No change from Disarted. I mean, it's not like it was a total wash anyway. Definitely had some moments, especially thinking back of that to that first round. So close. I think Nivek's arriving with 2%. So I do think that's the right call to make, leaving in the Shang Tsung for now anyway.
Round 1. Fight.
Here we go. Game 2.
Yep. Oh, Disarted didn't commit to that.
Look at that. No throw escape attempt.
Nivek, wow, still managed to actually pick up that combo. I thought that was far too late. But right here, we're going to see him end in that down 2 as well, just in case there was going to be a breakaway. But the neutral jump, blowing up Disarted for using that 4-2-4. Got himself in the corner as well. Surely not what he wanted right there. And the super kick just about going to whiff. Nivek just backing off, short hopping over that amplification on the corpse drop. Goes for that leap.
Whoa! Oh!
Yo! That was
He's really feeling himself. He's really feeling himself right now.
That was so gutsy. That was one heck of a call out. Couldn't get himself the proper combo, but gets the breakaway from Disarted, who spent it very late in this round. Questionable decision making right there.
Life bar is still out. Ouch.
No pain, no gain.
It just seems like everything is working for Nivik right now.
He's definitely playing the spacing game and making Desarded want to approach him. He's taking that health lead and playing a hit and run game, almost a game of cat and mouse. He's content with just opening this space back up and looking for a point where he has the bar and he can just leap his way back.
First footage of a reptile slide they're missing.
Okay, Nivek just, yeah, he's gonna play this full screen right here. Disarded with just under 730 health. Playing very, very patiently.
Ooh, not there with the punish. Still, no throw it. Attempt to take the throw. I mean, this might be the moment where Disard goes with more throws because Nivik only ignoring them, it seems like. Not respecting them one bit. More afraid of the 1-1, it seems like.
Well, his damage trade-off is definitely, like, it's much better for Jackie right here, isn't it? Oh, what a drop right there. Overcommitment from Desarded to believe Nivek was going to stay grounded enough for that to work. And Nivek blowing that up with the wake-up buttons into the fatal blow. Just to be extra safe. And he is going to be up 2-0. Needing only the one more to knock Desarded down into the loser's bracket. Round 1 over here in the EU East Regional Finals. Seems we're seeing a lot of strong Jackie play today. You know, Mitsu, like, it's obviously we know that Ktop plays a lot of Jackie, but Nivek we haven't been seeing in as many of the top 8s as Ktop.
Right.
If anything, we are a little bit more unfamiliar with Nivek's Jackie since Ultimate, because it's been one of the ones we've seen a bit more on the lesser side. But at the same time, we know what Nivek is like as a player. Both of us having, you know, played MKX, we know what kind of player he is. And the way that he's playing this character right now is very much the Nivek style of playing NRS games.
He had, not to drift off too much, but he had the most beautiful Raiden in MKX, I feel like. It was just his character through and through.
Yeah. He was like the patented Raiden, really, for the longest time. Yeah, the other one really being the Ktop, right? Like, as well, but regardless, we're going into a potentially final game over here.
The grab for himself.
And he does. He has the Oki as well. Checks in with that forward 1-2. The down 1 check as well, looking for a whip punish. Started not wanting to bite. And yeah, Nivik's he's going to be comfortable just kind of, you know, waiting for his moment to strike. Sets down that carpet flame as well. Great stuff. Down 2 on hit. Right there from Nivek. Max reward is he's going to close out this round right there and put himself on set point.
Round 2, fight.
Plus, when you gotta give it to the sword, really patient with it, not swinging for the fences.
That's very true. Using that corpse drop gets a little bit of damage on the board for himself. Right now, you can tell Desart is just waiting for the leap. Nivek doesn't need to do anything fancy. He's just waiting around. And there, he found his hit. He's got the health lead now. Desarded actually managing to get that by holding on to the rain super kick a little bit more, but a great block on that, denying the crushing blow launch. Desarded now, he has the 2 bars, but Nivek could very well keep the next hit unbreakable.
And the trip guard keeps it unbreakable, and the down 2. Oh, still alive, but will it really matter? I don't know.
I mean,
anything
0.1 life. Nivek doesn't need to do anything over here.
Yeah.
Throw out the grenade launcher just to be sure, and that is going to be a 3-0. Once again, in my opinion, a very unexpected result over here, given how strong Desarded has been over the course of time. But Nivek taking it 3-0 and moving on further in the winner side of this bracket here in the EU East Regional Finals.
Nivik looking very, very crisp, and this is the time to do it at the regional finals to play for $5,000. I think this is a day where we shall be seeing Nivik doing very well as well and progress further into the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Nivek, if there's ever a time for him to really just kind of open the floodgates, it's always in these finals moments, right? Always in these crucial moments that matter so much is the part where Nivek
Right.
just unleashes and he's like, yeah, now I'm back to being God. Like, he just does this. So I'm curious to see like how far he's actually, I'm really eager to see how far he makes it in this bracket. But let's not forget that everyone that has lost in round one so far has been in the loser side of things, and round one losers is not on stream. So if you have seen one of your favorite players drop down, unfortunately, in the first set, hopefully you're rooting for them to be carrying on that will in further on throughout the bracket as well. But we do have to give a big shout outs to our presenting partner, the PS4 Tournament Open Series, a weekly set of competitions you can do right from the comfort of your home. Sit on over to compete.playstation.com. Get yourself involved with all of these free to enter different tournaments of all kinds of varieties, open to everyone at all kinds of skill levels. It's really easy because you just, it makes your session for you, gives you a notification. You can do it all through your PlayStation interface. So if you're looking to get your foot started in the world of competitive Mortal Kombat, there's no better place to do that.
Very well said. So round one has all been done. We'll be jumping into the round two winners in just a teeny bit. But let's take a little bit of a break, get some refresher, and we will be back with more Mortal Kombat action in just a teeny bit.
No jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series. Ready to rumble? Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app, filter by type, and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournament menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play. Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time. A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match. Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
PlayStation. Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine. End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.
How's it going, you crazy gamers? Yeah, we're back with some more Mortal Kombat. But for this side, we get to continue this bracket. And this bracket has been a lot of fun so far. And as we move on into this next round of winners, we're going to figure out who's in winners finals. And this is minimum top 3 finish, somewhere that I think everyone in this bracket is going to be pleased. But we get another fantastic representation. 2 Russian players, Mitsuones, and 2 Greek players.
Gotta say, that was probably the best intro I've ever witnessed when it comes to these streams. Very well done on that. And yes, indeed. So it is indeed going to be another Greece versus Russia showdown, back to back to back, it seems like. But the surprising thing for me, really, round 1, Ktop going down to losers very early. And I don't know how he did. Once again, not being shown losers round 1. So who knows if he's even in the tournament at this point.
It's one of those things where, like, you know that Ktop was going to change characters when Shiva had the changes, mostly I think because of the health differences. Like you quite rightly said, you know, doesn't really and never has relied on Shiva Stomp and never had enhanced drag and drop. So I was always thinking a little bit like maybe we would still see the Shiva come through, but ultimately it's, if you have a Cetrion, you're going to see it at the moment with just the, you know, the way the meta is right now, I guess. But as we move on to our next matchup, we get to see a lot more of Ktop putting forward that thoroughly aggressive Jackie. Now, Ktop's been one of the most aggressive Jackie players out there because it is just very much his play style to be that. You know, making a name for himself in the days of Mortal Kombat X, those old ESL community cups that we used to do, which is almost full circle, Mitsuones, considering you and I used to commentate a bunch of them back in the day. And that's where Ktop started. That's where he made his presence known in the online realm. And now here we are, like 5 or 6 years later, and here we are still commentating Ktop. So.
It's I did not forget about that, man. Getting me in early with those first to 10s as well. I became a commentator after being a player.
The humble beginnings, my friend.
It's something else, man. It's been a journey for sure. So has been the pro competition for MK11. This is the Climax EU East Regional Finals for $5,000. Ktop taking on Mr. Ramirez.
But this variation of Sindel is such a kind of representation of, I guess, Russian Sindel. It reminds me of before Ultimate, Russia had loud and clear Sindel on lock. That air dash, it was what the whole character was crafted on when it comes to the Russian scene. And they had the best loud and clear players out there, Mr. Ramirez definitely being one of them. So it's no wonder to see him still rocking this and just giving himself extra utility. And this is one of the reasons, right? The air dash to challenge the leap. Unfortunately, didn't quite get it there, but the idea is there. And trust me when I say normally that works.
Wild start to the match, I think, as expected.
Uh-oh, okay. Overhead though. Nice reactionary block. Lovely pickup.
It's possible all of a sudden. Hold on a minute. Holding block. Being afraid of it. Whoa!
Oh, that was almost there. Almost.
Wow. Ktop though, swinging for the fences, man. On whip. Getting the hit.
I love that choice. The meaty dive comes through and it's the up 3 instead of the up 2 on the off chance that it gets blocked, and actually nearly on the money, the safer option. And again, the Banshee dash. It's just such an obstacle to stop the leap in the neutral. You can see the usefulness of it now. I know she can punish it in certain circumstances, but there is that kind of built-in option select where if you amplify the air dash, on block nothing happens and on hit it works. So honestly, you may as well do it if you have meter.
Oh, even that hit. Ktop. Some of the corner. Not gonna matter though if you're Jackie.
The jumping into the overhead. This is where things get really scary because it's block pressure into death, damage on the floor into death, grab into death, and just like that, the Randy Savage into death, elbow drop out of nowhere. And I guess the game won. Just like that, a demonstration really of what Ktop brings with Jackie. He said it himself in interviews and stuff like that. He's like, look, I'm not exactly the most neutral focused player in the world, but I do love my rushdown characters. And that's why he plays Jackie. She fits that style like a glove, and it makes sense.
everything went right for Ktop when everything went wrong for Mr. Ramirez. But he didn't even get the chance to do so many things wrong there. Ktop was just all over Mr. Ramirez.
It's the art of playing for that one hit. If you have enough rushdown locked in, you can make it so scary to deal with. You close in that distance, you land that one hit, and then it's going to be a full combo into big damage, because that's what I say upgraded can do. And then at the same time, it's what comes next. So often when Jackie lands a full combo on you, this is not where it ends. It's the beginning, right? Because now it goes into a setup, it goes into more pressure, more chip, whatever the case may be. Okay, 1-2 knockdown. Ramirez, the entire objective here is to control that space, is to not be point blank all game long, kind of command that jump distance. And when you can have that sixth sense a leap is going to come through, you try and banshee dash out the sky. Unfortunately, when you're wrong and a leap comes out, that is going to be just shy of 40% for 2 bars with your name on it. So it's a scary game to play, Mitsu.
So Ramirez looking better in this game too, though. 4-2. 4-4. I guess he takes that trade. Hey, interesting choice to spend it, but to be fair, killer. That's not a character you want to keep alive.
Yeah, this is one of those things where it's such a useful crushing blow, but if it just secures the round win, it can sometimes very much just be that safe bet, right? Using it to shut down the leap. If it takes the round, then it puts them on the back foot, then I guess we'll take those.
Sure.
Forward 4, wow, in an unusual time, but now able to squeeze out the down 1 all the same, and the 1-1, expecting a button press. Ramirez so clean.
Beautiful interruption from Mr. Ramirez.
Frames that forward 4 string, puts you at a nice position to make a bait. It's going to be so easy to be tempted to dash punch there, but Ramirez will be looking for it. Oh.
Risky choice going with it. Low Star Screamer against Jackie. It seems like beautiful confirmed though into the round. How about that for an answer?
And it's the whip and flip giving her a lot more combo damage at the end than you might expect, and corner carry. Not that it mattered there because we were already in the corner, but whip and flip having pretty much half screen coverage. If you're anywhere near the mid screen and she ends a combo and whip and flip, you're likely to get put in the corner. And it's like I said, if you're going to play a loud and clear style of Sindel with that air dash, you may as well just input amplify when it comes out, because that happened way too late for him to confirm and see that it hit, but he's just pressing amplify in case it does. And because it did, he wins the game on it and he's prepared for the follow-up. That's just, I think, what thoroughly separates certain Sindels that use that air dash, because it shows who the specialists are, I think.
I'd be very surprised if we've seen anything but Jackie for quite a bit from Ktop anyway. Maybe against his brother, if it comes to that. But other than that, I think it's going to be Jackie through and through. Been doing so much work. Hold on a minute. 96. Level 96 this guy is, Mr. Ramirez?
I mean, he has been a grinder for some time. A lot of the players in this stage of the competition have been going all in for a couple of years. And Mr. Ramirez, let's not forget, in pro competition now, but he was one of the players that we saw the absolute most in the Open Series. And back when we had those weekly invitationals, he was a regular top 8 attendee on a week-by-week basis. It's like, this guy's just been going in. And most of it was actually with loud and clear Sindel before Ultimate came. Oh. I was thinking, does he risk it on a dash punch there, but he just doesn't want to pull the trigger.
Oh. He strikes first hero. He gets the first big hit. Back to back. 12% left. Ktop needs to make something happen. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't know about that one bit.
That's the kind of whip and flips that you're kind of used to seeing, but Not quite under those tournament circumstances. Now, he will survive this drop kick. There's a little bit of health left. And if he's able to win this round after Ktop uses the Fatal Blow, that is going to be a pivotal game changer. And the Scream is going to allow it.
Round 2, fight.
We traded some pretty important utility there, Mitsu. Crushing Blow Scream for a Fatal Blow, but I'd say worth it.
Yeah, for sure, for Mr. Ramirez.
Ooh. Able to land it.
Wanna carry? She's out just like that. Air Banshees. Keep her at bay. Stop those leaps. There it is. Beautiful stuff, man.
You can see why it's so useful. It's the benefit of being able to shut down the dash. Oh, this is looking so good, and I told you, deceiving damage output. Deceiving damage.
Ooh.
Mr. Ramirez.
Ah.
Do I sense a little bit of
A little bit, you're saying? Quite a bit.
I mean, it's a calculated variation of hit, and you can see why. Banshee Dash used in this way, it does make things kind of tricky for Jackie to advance. Now, when she closes in the space, I think most characters are as vulnerable as each other, and Sindel definitely no exception. But if you have anything that can control that space before she gets in, I think it's a very, very important feat to have. And Ramirez was always fantastic at fighting upgraded Jackie players. Before Ultimate came out, and when upgraded was really the pick that everyone was going with, Loud and Clear was often picked specifically to fight upgraded. And this is why. And I think that being able to control that space without the grenade launcher being able to get used too much, it serves a similar purpose. I'm kind of feeling a bit nostalgic watching this match, to be honest.
Chronicles key.
So no surprises here. Ktop not opting to change, even though he's down 1-2. That Sindel is so crisp though. That air Banshee alone, man, and confirming in case of a leap, so crisp.
I've always considered Mr. Ramirez to be one of the most underrated Sindels in the world, I think. He's not the kind of player that everyone would have heard of. I think if you follow the competitive European scene, especially this side of the world, you definitely would have heard of and seen Mr. Ramirez, but he's not the kind of player. You know, when you talk about Sindels, I don't see him come up in a lot of discussions. Oh, there's a trade. Just takes a little bit of damage. Nice little conversion there. Nice little bit of damage. But like I was saying, is that Ramirez, his Sindel is insane.
Short hop. There it is. Just covering the air, really.
Yeah, the matchup does change a bit, though, when it comes down to life lead. The second Ktop gets that life lead, he really can afford to just kind of sit there and allow the Banshee dashes to come through, right? Because remember, regenerating meter, this is where things change, because it's not like she can just whiff Banshee dashes and build meter like it's a different kind of game. If she has meter and he has it, then it's like, well, okay, I'll just sit full screen and let you get it back, because what are you going to do with it from over there? There's not much to fear. And with the way things are going, we could have a game 5 on our hands. Nice anti-air, lovely down 4.
There it is again. Beautiful stuff.
Sindel's down 4, dude. It's such a good anti-air.
No. There it is again. Now it changes. Of course, air Banshee. Oh. Wow, still got clip with the second hit. Hold on a minute. This is Ktop. 3. And late breakaway. I don't know about that.
I almost wonder if the late breakaway was used to try and create a punish, but he just went for the string that Mr. Ramirez was not expecting. And that's an instant jump in. And that's now going to be a game 5 between these two. Ktop not messing around, though. All business. End this game as quick as possible, and we go into the final matchup. Let's see how this one pans out. It's a fitting game 5, I think.
You will be, should he take this final match, he will be messing around. That's for sure. That's what I think anyway. So another match number 5. this clash between Greece
Jackie
and Russia.
Sindel.
And all the way, Jackie versus Sindel, it's gonna be. Momentum is on Ktop's side.
This is where we're at.
Ramirez.
We're going into that game 5, and I do agree with you. If we're talking about momentum and the fashion of which he won that last game, I mean, his hands are still nice and limber. But like I said, the life lead is going to matter a great deal here. The second Ramirez gets a strong life lead, he's able to, you know, Ktop has to go in. It's the only way he's going to get damaged. But now we're starting things off. He's rushing down already. That neutral control, especially now your back's in the corner, it just can't exist. And he gets opened up again. The chip damage, just like we've said about Ktop many times before, not known for grabbing too much. He loves the pressure. He loves the chip damage and the rebuilding meter. But there is the anti-air. But how much damage is Mr. Ramirez going to take before he has that opening? Almost 2/3 of it. Oh, scream this.
Not only didn't it work, but he got punished instead. Match point for Ktop. How about that? For being down 1-2.
Ktop always a motivated player. I think if you pop off on him in the middle of the set, it's gonna fuel him for the next matches. You know, as the famous saying goes, it's not over until it's over. And it still isn't. There's still a chance for Mr. Ramirez to take this.
For sure.
So like I said, it's not quite likely. Oh, he leaps right as! And he gets the conversion. Never mind, not quite. It's probably gonna be...
On carpets. Good check. Press the entire this time around doesn't autocorrect. 44 is going to be good. Oh, Star Screamer.
Happy to let the meter get spent. And if you're spending the meter, it means you're not going to be able to Banshee Dash. It means you're not going to be able to amplify that. Air whip, armor break. Oh, no, no counter hit. No counter hit. That's not going to KB. Oh. Wow.
Oh. Punish.
Mayhem.
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
He's going to back up a little bit.
Fatal blow, though. We know Ktop is not shying in pulling the trigger from downtown, though.
Ramirez, what happened? He just got hit by it.
Oh boy, is that gonna kill Ketchup?
No, it's gonna scale a lot, but it's gonna give Ktop the advantage though, because he's the one with the damage over time. No!
That would have been sick, though. That would have been absolutely sick.
Now, I feel like Ktop is popping off internally after that.
Not only internally.
Man got popped off on mid-set, and then he won the set. That probably feels quite good. Mr. Ramirez, though, really well played match. I like that very much. I never get tired of seeing his Sindel in action, and it is always a treat to watch. He plays the matchup against Jackie so well, but when he wasn't able to control that space and he eventually Ktop gets in, it's not just Ktop, but it's Jackie as well. She's going to get in eventually in most matchups, if not all of them, besides a couple. And it's what he can do once he locks that offense in, and that is where things really started to separate. The second he closed in that distance, you're as helpless as everyone else, and you got to guess right, you know, because that pressure is never going to stop. And one big thing about Ktop was that he stopped over-committing, I think, when he was landing those airborne blasts, because he wasn't getting anti-air anymore, no more down fours, no more anything. Good set.
It was an impressive comeback for Ktop, and you know, it just goes to show that it's not always smart to pop off on your opponents, you know, before it's over. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but as you said, it might have been fueling him, actually, you know, really trying to get revenge on him. Didn't even get to see those shenanigans as he popped his head clean off. Ktop advancing further into winners. Before we jump into the next set, let's quickly talk about the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition merchandise store. Rep your realm and your character at Amazon.com/Mortal Kombat to browse through apparel, be it t-shirts or accessories for your phone. It should be there on Amazon.com/Mortal Kombat and support the pro competition scene.
So I was taking a sip of drink right as that was happening, so I missed my cue. We can see now that
it's all good.
There's plenty of merch. It's interchangeable between the different leagues that take place. And it's crazy to think that it's coming to an end, you know? This is that weekend where everything finishes up. We had Liga Latina already come to an end. And we're now moving on into our next matchup. So one of our players for winners finals.
Oh, hold on a minute.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Let's take a second. This is the first time we see the low bracket for EU East. What happened loses round 1? Ktop over Vicious and Blood Eyes over Disarted. How about that?
Disarted is going to be devastated with how things went.
The second seed of the tournament.
He's one of the absolute hardest grinders, and he's been incredibly motivated. He's been what I've always considered one of the kind of top 3 up-and-comers since the online transition was made. And I wouldn't have been surprised if he won today, actually. So him going out that early, I consider that a major upset. And as far as I'd go to say, I think nerves probably got the better of him, because he is known to be a player that does get nervous. And when he gets nervous, he doesn't quite play at full capacity. And that's all I can assume. Now, Val is going to go Banshee Dash and Haircut. That's going to be an interesting choice. But again, the Banshee Dash exists because he's up against Jackie. But at least here, it's now also damage. The Haircut is an expensive move, but he's going to get conversions.
Worship. And I thought Cass was a diva.
Round 1, fight.
Here we go then. Another Sindel, another Jackie. Nivik taking on Val.
I do like this haircut being used, though, because when we saw the last matchup, the low star screamer, it didn't really do much. The whip and flip definitely did, but the utility of that, I think the idea here has got to be just being able to get damage. A conversion into haircut, air dash into haircut. Val, known for a long time for playing Sindel as well. He's no slouch of Sindel either. There's a reason I say that Russia has Sindel on lock, because of players just like this. Different variation. We'll see what flavor it adds. Nice pickup. It just stops the leap from being a thing. That one, not quite counting though, definitely an environment interaction. Oh, there it is!
Oh, he was ready for it, Ketchup.
Even just regular haircut on its own seems to give pretty decent Oki and damage. Being able to end with it and create a nice range, Val can return to this.
Man, this is gonna be annoying.
Oh, yeah.
Ah!
Ooh. Ah! Oh! Ah! Whoa, that feels like it took way too long to end.
What were those final 5 seconds? And back to this.
I think so, because the reality is you might be tempted to leap in between, but I don't think Jackie's going to be able to cover the distance in time before eating the next dash. There has to be a reason that Val is doing this. The reason it's not going to be as effective right now, though, is because no one has a decisive life lead. If Val had a considerable life lead, this would be totally different. Using the float to create some airborne space, okay. I sometimes forget she even has it. You see it so rarely.
Well, Content is doing absolutely nothing interesting.
Look, I told you.
Striking first. He was ready
This is
for
a
big drop.
Yeah.
Giving Nivik the chance to take the life lead here.
I think that might have been the longest time in a competitive Mortal Kombat 11 match that passed before someone took damage. That was like 40 seconds before anyone took even a % of damage.
It's a different kind of zone.
I told you. Didn't believe in the follow-up though, just in case. And it really does kind of neutralize the leap game. All right, Sindel, calm down.
Well, time is slowly becoming a factor. 14 seconds on the clock, and Nivik has to make something happen.
10 seconds. I mean, it really is stalling. This is looking like a completely different beast. The relentlessness. You can't leap. You can't do anything. And what an answer it has been for Val.
It wasn't even a secret. Like, Nivik knew exactly what Val was doing over and over and over again. Yet, he didn't find an answer.
It works. And this is the thing. I'm going to be honest, I'm surprised we haven't seen it earlier, because again, I'm going to regurgitate this information. Back when Open Series was a regular weekly thing, you had the monthly finals, like 5 tournaments per region a month. And during that time, in this side of the world, Russian players seemed to use loud and clear Sindel regularly to fight upgraded. And it was pretty much to use the air dash in this way, to really shut down the leap from working. Because it stops Jackie in her tracks, really. But then when Ultimate happened, we kind of just stopped seeing it used. And it's I never really understood why, I'm going to be honest. But now we get to see it working in all of its glory, and then some, because you can convert it into even more damage. And that's going to work, though. I mean, if it's a matchup-specific pick, that's what Ultimate and the custom variations are all about, so that you can go specialist, but with different loadouts.
Round 1, fight.
Let's see the adjustment coming out of Nivik.
I think it's going to be about respecting the air dash, letting it happen, not leaping into it, and kind of just seeing what to do next. But now, already... Out though, damage on the floor! Oh, you're so tempted. Nivek looking pretty lost. I don't think he's ever fought against this before.
It's tricky, isn't it? Even if he stays patient and walks his way in, that's the second at back 2 might clip you at forward 4. I mean, he's trying, look at that. Trying to walk his way in.
A little bit of damage on the floor, but it's not going to do anything to get the life lead back. Nivek
trying to get him in.
Out. But he's trying to figure out what do I do here, because 50 seconds, it's already gone. This damage is going to do nothing. And Nivek is the one without the life lead. He has to make something happen. The question is, what? This is like a challenge tower minigame.
I think he's trying to trap her and put the flame carpet out.
He can walk her into the corner. That's how he wins the round. A good trade.
And there it is.
Very favorable trade.
And there it is. He has to take damage here.
No, he gets clipped.
Just like that.
Oh, good lord. This matchup is being played to perfection. Nivek has to do something drastically different because it is not working. Now he's closed in space, but it took so long. There's 15 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, he's not biting whatsoever.
Punish.
He's blocking. And he will be blocking for sure this whole entire round.
Wait a minute, you're on the flames. Still alive.
Wait, one more.
Oh, a wake up 3. That was a failed wake up 3, and he didn't get hit. We're all good.
Wow, Nivik did have a chance there.
Oh, and there it is. Like I said, there's just no reason not to. And this is in the corner, so even then, 31%. Jumping back, and this is a turnaround. All the while, Sindel's going to build that meter back to build in the amplify. The whiff jump in just in case the leap happens. And you'll notice, always jumping backwards to make sure that even if she does leap, she'll drag the screen across with her and allow Sindel to continue moving.
Look at that. Just the flow to avoid that flame carpet. Look at that.
It's straight up looking like a counter pick to me. Which is rare. You don't see Jackie struggle like this. The only character I've ever seen do this is Shiva with the stance. But right now, Nivek, he cannot advance at all.
It's really odd to call as well. Like, what is this?
Frustrating, trying to force him to do something
really
creatively.
Must be.
Perhaps make a mistake. It's wasting time too. 40 seconds on the clock, and Val still has the life lead. Chases it down though. He doesn't get the air banshee dash immediately. Too comfortable doing the easy input, not the crisp instant there. He was punished with it. Running out of time. Screen doesn't work. Nivek chases it down again. He's having to pick his fights here.
Okay, he has the life lead. Does he opt to back off?
Any of these Banshee dashes land, it's going to be an unbreakable. Oh.
Well, time is frozen. I don't know who the life leads. Val has the life lead.
He does.
11 seconds.
How long?
What
The
there?
down one. That's it. No, the down one squeezed out. Nivek. Oh my god. What's going on? No!
Ah, the time!
No! Oh! I hope that didn't count. I really hope that didn't count, because the round was over. Wait, has it taken her? Has that just taken her crushing blow throw?
I do think so.
No!
Usually
The round was over. It should give it back. Give it back.
It went from bad to worse, man. Whoa, whoa. What was that sequence?
Oh. Oh my lord. Yo, if the crushing blow throw is gone, that's just so unfortunate. They should give it back. The round was over.
Oh, no. Okay, here comes Nivik. Gotta tighten things up here. Oh, the smart stuff. Melting her life away.
However, that fatal blow in play for Jackie. This is the chance.
One good lead.
Significant life lead. We're just going to be seeing this all series if this is the matchup.
Strange, isn't it? Uh-huh. He's gotta watch it, man. That crushing blow scream.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I think I know why that might have happened. So,
why?
I'll tell you afterwards, actually, because this match is about to come to an end. If Val can take this, he's so close to doing it. Ooh, good thing that didn't hit, otherwise that was game over.
Needs a miracle here, and it's just... It's gotta be frustrating, man.
Right, now, okay, I think I know why the grab KB'd all the way through, even though the round was over. So, and I don't know this for sure about Val, but I know that some Sindel players actually play with Crushing Blow held check on. And the reason for that is because you're not always able to make it so a scream... You're not always going to be ready for every single scream you ever do to counter hit Crushing Blow. But when it does, it's almost always game-changing. It's why you're using it. So some Sindel players play with KB check, hold, off. So it comes out automatically. I don't think when he landed that grab, in any universe, would Val ever hold the grab input to make it carry over to the round. I wonder if he's playing with auto KBs turned on, and that's why the grab just did it, even though the round was over. You know what I mean?
It's possible.
Man, either way, it doesn't even matter, because this whole game has been a total turnaround, a matchup that I've never seen played in this ferocious way. Like, I've seen the air dash used to deal with Jackie and kind of give her a tool, but not like this relentlessly. And Nivek, he's going to have to make a choice here. Now, another alternative is to simply work your way in without leap, you know, look for dash punches maybe or whatever, but I just don't think Nivek knows 100% what his options are on the ground, because this is not something I think he's fought before.
It's a tricky situation to be in, and especially knowing that Nivek having a Kabal as well.
I don't think any of his other characters are practiced. That's the thing. He plays a lot of characters, but he would have been training Jackie only for this tournament, I'm sure of it.
Which is usually a fair bet, but here it's not working. Look at that autocorrect as well.
In a minute, foul. Mad lad, he's at it again. Never mind those.
Hold on a minute. It can't be punished on whip, it seems like.
The key of it is the neutral though. That is one of the main ways you see it shut down. Ooh, stiletto right to the cheek. I mean, that's gonna hurt. Into the corner.
Up close. Bell doesn't seem to be having any issues whatsoever.
Oh. Eesh.
Wow. 14-1. How about that? Good block though. Getting the grab. If Bell's getting overzealous here, this could be around for Nivik still.
Oh! Doesn't overcommit though. That would have been a punish if he hit the finish. Instant punish. That's the round. He's done.
Don't be greedy, Nivik. Don't be greedy, Nivik!
No, Nivik, why did you get greedy? Look, he got greedy for the sake of 1%, but, oh god, the invincibility bypassing it of the up 3. Val did the only thing he could do to not die, and it worked. As now, he is on match point against Nivik. I mean, to be fair, can we really look at someone with a straight face and tell them that they would fatal blow for the sake of 1%? Most of us probably wouldn't, but oh, he should have. He so should have.
I mean, you already had a hard time but with the choke like that.
Oh, this is looking so rough. Nivek, he's half health down. Val, the only damage he's taken is chip, really. The damage on the floor. What does Nivek do? This is as back against the wall as it gets. Just throw a bone in for good measure. There's the chase down. Okay.
There's the bone.
Tries to low profile. The grab to create an opportunity.
Gotta stay on her here. Stay on her.
No!
That's what I mean. Like,
oh, the two
close. Bell does really good in this matchup. Look at that. Not afraid even to press the attack. Well, I guess especially with that kind of life lead. Oh! Breakaway? Huh.
Oh, I was almost half expecting him to use the fatal blow there, you know, but this will be a victory for Val. And hang on. Ooh, hang on a minute. Mitsuo, do you know what that means?
What does that mean?
We're going to get Jackie versus Sindel again, but this time we get to see how Ktop deals with that. And I'm actually really excited to see how that one goes.
That must have been the longest 3-0 in the history of the pro competition, really.
Oh yeah, that was a 3-0. I felt like a
right?
5.
That was such a slow set, but somehow a 3-0. But man, oh man, has that got to be frustrating, and I'm not even sure what to do there. Of course, trying to make it whiff. That worked with the down 3, just neutral ducking, I guess, would have worked as well.
The neutral duck is likely the key to that. When I normally see people fight Sindel in that fashion, it really tends to neutral duck is kind of your best friend because you have to let it whiff. You kind of have to very carefully work your way in. But it's not a matter of just neutral duck and you'll be fine. But it's better than. I think Nivek was doing his best to adapt to it, but I think that his strategy to go against it was not necessarily the right one. I think playing the more, as simple as it sounds, kind of try and command that jump distance. Don't really worry about the stuff on the floor. Don't really worry about the projectiles at all. You kind of need to just get in, but get in piece by piece. And that's how most people tend to deal with loud and clear of that caliber. But in a tournament match, when you're fighting something that you've probably not fought ever of that way, let alone in a tournament, I just don't think you had a lot of time to come up with a strategy, and Nivek did the best he could with the time that he had.
I'm sure if we could be seeing that later on, he'd be doing better, maybe coming up with a strat, maybe even another character, even though they might not be as practiced as is Jackie. Let's see him later on, Nivek still in the tournament.
I guarantee, Mitsuones, that Ktop is probably in training mode right now against that move. I guarantee right now he's labbing like what to do against it right now because he knows he's going to be fighting it.
Possibly. I mean, it's not the first time we see that kind of strat coming out of Val, but I don't think we've ever seen it, that's successfully implemented. We could talk about that matchup for a long, long time.
And we will later on.
For now, it's time for some losers action. It's going to be Mr. Ramirez taking on Blood Eyes for the time being.
2 players that have been able to make it through that first round of losers. Or one player that made it through first round of losers, 1 player that didn't make it through next round of winners. My brain is getting fried right now. I blame the muggy British summer. It is so hot here. But you know what? Total Khan versus Frost. Not a matchup that I've seen all that much, and I'm going to be honest, seeing Blood Eyes play Frost again, ooh, I like it. He made such a change to Rain for the longest time, but Frost was his original love, and his Frost was so good. Now, I did miss the moves, I'm going to be honest. I'm curious as to see what moves have been taken versus Total Khan. That's the breakaway. Ooh!
There is one.
That's the dive bomb. Stage 1. You have to be careful with that. I imagine Kotal gets a pretty chunky punish on a dive bomb that's not spaced correctly.
Oh, that's Crush of Low City for sure.
Yeah. Mortar might be a pretty good trading tool. If the mortar hits before the discus, then it will not counter hit Crushing Blow. That's good. Lovely.
That up to it.
It still lets you get 20% damage into the buff, so no amplify needed, really. However, side-switching throw, Blood Eyes now, with the corner pressure. How long does it last? Plus frames, the respect shown by Mr. Ramirez. Auger pressure, this is the stuff I haven't seen in so long, and he gets opened up!
Back 1. Late breakaway.
Yeah, he breaks
still doable. And there it is.
He's
instantly. Wow, he didn't even use a normal there. Jumped in straight into the fatal blow. That could have easily whiffed, man.
I really like that choice, though, as well. The fact that Ramirez, there's clearly knowledge of this matchup here, where Frost has got one of the more deceiving armor breaks, if you're not familiar with the matchup, but if you just wait for the string... Ooh, count hit. There we go. If you wait for the string to come out, you can break afterwards and still save out on a little bit of damage. Oh, that's a confirm. Blood Eyes doesn't break. This is no doubt going to be amplified. Ouch. Ouchie. 30% into a more powerful. Mix up.
Oh, command grabs.
Oh, wow, so nearly dead.
Not in time,
but... MK2 up in here. Kung Lao Fatality. Age rating. Game 1. This Kotal Khan looking good. This is a interesting situation, though, Mitsu owns, I think, for Blood Eyes, because he plays a lot of different characters, but I wouldn't look at any of them and say, oh yeah, they do amazingly well versus Kotal Khan. I think Kotal can fight all three of them. Rain is going to have the issue of, I think, consistent damage and being a little bit unsafe, perhaps. We'll see. It depends on how he plays him. Frost has more range than all of his picks, but at the same time, not the speed of buttons, which is always one of her weaknesses. What comes up next here? Blood Eyes. It's Frost again.
Nothing. Let's take a look at the rules this time around. See what he's going with.
Did I just see the microburst? I'm going to keep an eye out. Hang on, let's have a look at the moves. We know the dive bomb is there. The auger as well.
Yeah.
And it's the microburst. That's what we haven't seen as much. But the microburst is just excellent for conversions and unbreakable damage and everything else. Very much kind of just gets a lot of different combo pathing with all of this together.
Ouch!
Yes, indeed. Frost, she has the range, but they're not the fastest buttons, and they do take a fair while to recover. And a character like Kotal Khan will chew those up if you whiff them.
Yeah, getting hit by the mix-up. Probably trying to jump out. Speaking of which, here it is. Jump in, back three. Yes, sir.
Wants to try and get the breakaway right there. Two separate opportunities taken away. Drops the combo. I think the intention was that to connect anyway, but it didn't quite. However, this corner pressure still belongs to Blood Eyes. Takes it. Waits for his turn. The inevitable low poke
Back
comes
throw.
out. Ah, yeah, he goes for the less obvious grab direction.
Scary thing is, he's not done just yet.
Oh, Mitsuones, I get so worried every time he whips that down four because I'm just waiting for the forward two to chew it up.
It's just not worth it, is it? Son?
Oh no, he just got
forward
clipped.
two. Back to back forward two to seal the deal. It's gotta be frustrating, man. Blood Eyes was looking so good, especially in the corner. But 2-4-2 is was all it took.
Gets hit before. He's mixing up that offense just a little bit. Like that parry, kind of really expecting the breakaway and trying to get a few more extra plus frames to work with as she's standing up. Can't push him forward now. 1-2-2 plus frames, expecting that forward one to come through, and it will get blocked. Frost answering back air to air, but I don't think he believed in being able to convert off that, so we're just gonna let it rock for now. And this is where Fatal Blow comes into play once again. Blood Eyes. Oh, he's
Forward
just getting
two, man.
caught.
The 402 is such a pain in the neck for Blood Eyes. Getting clipped by that over and over again.
And it's looking rough for Blood Eyes right now. He does play multiple characters here, and I really don't know what his pick for Kotal Khan is. I do have to assume that it is Frost, but it's not working right now. So this is going to be either change of variation, change of character, or we take a few moments to sit and character select, and we have to think about one adaptation we can make. What is it? What are we thinking about? He's not getting mixed right now, Mitsuones. He's just getting hit in the neutral. Why is that? Are we sticking out one button too many? Are we not showing the right amount of spacing in this matchup? Something here is not right.
Sub-Zero.
Ooh, hold on a minute. Sub-Zero?
That's new from me. I've never seen him play Sub-Zero before. From the understudy to the Grandmaster. And it is that classic online Sub-Zero variation. Deep freeze and creeping ice. You know what Blood Eyes has in mind. We're going to try and mix our way into the next round. Flawless lock and instantly, Mr. Ramirez, with the reactions and the readiness. Almost gets a whip punish on that one. Had the launcher in mind. There's the absorb. Nice reactions, actually.
Right, on the amplification as well.
Enforcing plus frames and backdashing on it means he thoroughly expects you to press a button. Otherwise, conversion.
Again! Another down 4 getting punished by that 4-2. Just sticking too many limbs out at the wrong time.
Oh no, the short hops. I know we blocked those offline, but Kotal Khan's short hops, even they hit offline a couple of times. I've seen it with my own eyes. Oh! We'll side switch it now, and the knockdown allows Mr. Ramirez to put himself onto match point here. Blood Eyes on the verge of elimination from this tournament. Not the placing he would have wanted. Wow!
Oh, that was instant.
What?
Down 4 into slide.
I look like
yes,
a two-hit combo. Preparation. On the break from Blood Eyes. Oh no! Is he going to get thrown straight back near the corner? Oh!
That's been working all day, Ketchup.
Yes, it has. Whiff! Oh, that was so nearly there. He picks it up anyway. The down one's going to whiff. That's going to be a moment of peace for Blood Eyes, but no, he's dead. He is dead, dead, dead.
See you later. Convincing 3-0.
Blood Eyes will be eliminated from this tournament and eliminated from pro competition. A respectable top 8 finish. Was able to make it into that next round on the loser's side. But this is where his journey ends for the season. Mr. Ramirez will be moving on and we'll be seeing more of that, probably Kotal Khan. Lex, let me just sit up. So I want to slouch over in my chair on camera. It's bad form. Yeah, it's a really warm day. My room looks incredibly red. The sun is out and my light destroying curtains are doing the job to keep that.
It's looking really cool, actually.
Light out of my video games. But what a match that was.
Great. 3-0. 3-0, and the story repeated, you know, just sticking out too many limbs. Those down 4s easily sniped by Kotal's 4-2, and that was really the end of it. You know, he's tried to get sneaky with down 4 into slides and all of that. Definitely final round, almost dead strat. Unfortunately, not working out for Blood Eyes. That is the end of him. Mr. Ramirez, will see him later down the line. But for now, the next losers match shall be, it's the Greek clash, really. It's Nivik taking on Ktop. Now, this is a match I'm definitely interested in seeing.
This is just a matchup that these two players have fought each other in across multiple NetherRealm games. It really started with Mortal Kombat X. They did play off against each other in Injustice 2 a fair amount as well. And I guess it's only fitting that as we now move forward, we collide in MK11 for yet another time.
Take a few moments before we jump into action. We want to give a big thank you to one of the presenting partners of the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition, the PS4 tournaments. By now, you should definitely know what they're all about. They've been behind the structure, really, of the Mortal Kombat 11 Pro Competition. Go ahead and visit the Pro Competition Center. Go ahead and visit compete.playstation.com. Sign in with your PlayStation ID to find tournaments to compete in, as well as some extra footage. Ketchup earlier talked about that. A bunch of interviews and extra content behind the scenes. You know, your favorite character might be featured as well. Good stuff. Thank you very much to PS4 Tournaments for their continued support and, you know, allowing us to have a pro competition, really.
For sure. Their support has gone on for over a year now. And it's actually gone on for longer. The Open Series and the PS4 tournaments in general had been going on before the broadcasts began last June, but the broadcast side of things has, I think, really accelerated how everything's gone through for the community. So continuing it and doing it with the Intercontinental and I guess pro competition in general is a really nice way for it all to come together. And their support is greatly appreciated. Now, as I was saying, this is a matchup that these two players have played in for 3 different NetherRealm titles, but it begs the question of the characters we could see, because we know that Ktop, he has playing Cetrion today. He does have a Cetrion, obviously, and he has had one for a while, but it's never really been his main pick. The question I'm thinking is, has he now made a full transition over into playing Cetrion, or does he still actually play Shiva for certain matchups? Because let's not forget, even though Shiva does have less health now, against Jackie, Shiva and the stance is very good at keeping her at bay, but it looks like before I even finish asking the question, there's the answer. It's going to be Cetrion versus Jackie.
Soul Chamber.
You know what? I wouldn't have been surprised one bit if Ktop would have had a Sindel as well and just tried to cheese him out as well. Wouldn't have been surprised one bit.
It's actually nice watching characters have things that make Jackie, who normally wants to leap around all over the place, which is normally a pretty safe thing. It's nice to kind of see characters still exist where you can use ways that make it a bit of a tricky matchup to do.
Wait, you having a
new thing.
Personal vendetta against Jackie, or what is that?
I mean, who doesn't?
Fair point.
I'm not ashamed.
Ooh. Wild match instantly, man.
And the preemptive air boulders before I can even finish. It's going to work out. Oh, and another one. God, that does so much damage. You forget how much damage the air version does even without KB. 14%.
Round
Ugh.
2. Fight.
About 14% is clearly why you can see the airborne version of the rock still comes through. A single projectile doing that much damage is highly rewarding. Conversion though, Ktop picking that one up. Playing a whole bunch of different characters. You're going to have good footsies when playing Cetrion. You're going to get those conversions and EAs. You name it, she can do it. And wow! Down 2. Stop you from getting a bit too comfortable. Partying a bit too hard, mate. Slow down. Oh! No. I party as hard as I want to.
Alright, there's a punish. No bar though to make it count.
Ooh. Dissolving
there.
The rock.
Probably fishing for a breakaway, Ktop being wise to it, but even without a breakaway, this will hurt quite a bit, man. Flame Carpet probably out in just a teeny bit. Watch the Fatal Blow coming out of Ktop. Big whiff, no punish though.
Walks up and whiffs that mid. And this is now scary. What do you do? The read and the reaction. Almost a trip guard. I think Nivek with a bit of an execution error there. No flawless block on the wall. In the round then and there.
It's timid. Fatal Blow. Rick is there. Chip, even at this point, don't get hit, man. Don't try to flawless block. All of a sudden, Ktop with the light of advantage. Can you believe it, man? Can you believe it, man?
Just like that. We have our first game on the board. You think that you've got an opportunity, but as long as Cetrion is full screen and you don't have an instant way to challenge her, a life lead only really means so much. And she will boulder by boulder or by beam or whatever it is. She will chip it down to become even, and that's exactly what Ktop did. He didn't overextend, didn't push himself too far, kept it simple, and he knew, if I just play my cards right, I can even this up. And he did.
Jackie Briggs.
It's just frustration after frustration for Nivek. That's gotta get to you, man. The life leads had the opportunity to make something happen as well. Ktop, I believe, was whiffing what, the 4-2 string, I believe?
Yeah.
Didn't take his turn.
Advancing mid.
Yeah. But this is losers. Few mistakes like those, and you're out of the tournament. 1-0, Ktop.
And we go back to that full screen game instantly now. We know the first round of the last game, it came down to an almost immediate crushing blow on the air boulder. Important trade for Nivek to get the knockdown. Unfortunately, the lead doesn't accomplish much apart from take away that defensive bar, which he might need. Pushing forward now. Back up into rock wall. That natural barrier, such an amazing move, especially considering its base built into the kit.
Oh, that 4-2 still flipping Nivek.
Moment of hesitation. Oh, hang on a minute. Does one hit too many of the string, sends them airborne, and there's no grease kick. That was a full combo that definitely should have landed, but didn't. So, fatal blow territory, and especially now.
You know, that sucks for so many reasons, man. That combo drop didn't only mean less damage, but he technically just pushed her away even further, and what an anti-air from Ktop. Things are just not going his way.
Absolutely not. As long as Cetron has a fatal blow, you're just not safe. The fact that it goes full screen and can convert off anything at all, it just takes the character and ascends to a new level. Lovely answer from Ktop. Able to avoid, but he just opened himself up for 20% worth of punishment, just shy of. All right, there's that knockdown and the corner pressure for Nivek. How long? Oh, the judo trip with the spear. Okay.
How did he even see that? Through the flame carpet. That was so much stuff on the screen.
I didn't even know that was interactable. I never see anyone use it, and I certainly haven't ever used it. Chip damage is real.
History might repeat itself here. Nivek had the life leak quite a bit, still has it, but here comes Ktop, slowly chipping away Nivek's health. Look at that. Individual hits, good throw escape. Could have been curtains. For 2 into deadly wins.
No pain,
And
no
finally Nivek clutching out a round with 1% left.
Probably expected it to be a grab of some sort or whatever it is. Anything that gets chewed up by that standing one string, I suppose.
Good pickup from Ktop. I didn't even use the ground pound, I think. All the way until this point. Leave it.
Ooh,
So
nice
ready,
out.
man. So ready. What a conversion as well.
He is incredibly ready
Stand.
for it. But unfortunately, getting opened up all the same. Nivek, this is his chance. It's a perfect read on the breakaway.
Look at his health just melting away. Good punish.
Oh! And he forces out the teleport, and he's prepared for it.
Surely this is
Looking
it.
like it's a game apiece. Yeah. Here we go now. This could be game 5, Mitsuo, into the back and forth nature of things.
Nivek was definitely looking better in this game too, especially after clutching out that first round. After almost, I don't want to say choking it, but you know, allowing a comeback for Ktop. Let's win a piece, so anything is still doable.
And I reckon we can very well see these characters until the end, especially from Nivek.
Yeah, I think at this point, anything else will be surprising.
The surprising thing to me is that Ktop has straight up stopped playing Shiva. And because it's the nerfs that she received, I really don't think they were Ktop related nerfs, to be honest. The stuff that was changed around, he really didn't use, and his variation of the shield spin and everything else, like that was his variation, and that was unchanged. And I think actually against Jack, he could be very effective. It's the stance alone that makes her struggle.
Look at the chip, man. Oh, not even the chip.
Honey!
Wow.
18%, maybe 19.
Whip down 2. Now 1 into the pinata. Forward 2.
The light purifies.
It looks like we've been able to play that defensive game pretty well here for Ktop. As long as we can put up that relentless... Oh, speaking of which, she gets a clean opening though, Nivek. Chance to answer back, but a grab is opened up. The side switch near the corner. And there's the crushing blow. 32%. A clean anti-air because Nivek just uses meter to do the leap. He gets knocked out.
I think...
Plus 10, he challenges.
It's getting obvious that Nivek is relying too much on the leap.
Oh yeah, it has been his issue for the day, I think. We've fought characters that the leap is very much getting answered back, and there's not been a massive amount of adaptation. There has been some, but I think the hesitation or the just being unable to resist has been kind of plaguing Nivek today. And it's often unlike him, actually, to do that. He's normally a very composed player, thinks about it, you know, takes the necessary time in character select. But right now, it looks like we're going straight back in, and there's not a lot of time. You know, his tournament days are numbered here. This is loser's bracket. Loser of this tournament is out. Or the loser of this match. Loser of the tournament is out. I mean, that goes without saying.
Special Forces Desert Command.
And no surprises here, Nivek believing in his Jackie. Or just not switching. I don't know if he's still believing. I hope for his sake. But I'd really like to see him leap his way less. Full screen anyway. It's working up close.
Oh! Active frames of the natural barrier. Say less. Here comes the confirm as well. And we're piece by piece working on it. Grab towards. That's now going to equalize the health just about. And Nivek doesn't get the chance to be more aggressive here.
Wow, even from that range, that standing one. Such a good anti-air tool.
That anti-air game is phenomenal. Whether it's anti-air buttons like that, the down 4, low profile in the way it does to make jump into width completely. Double flawless block, but not really close enough to get a punish on that.
Don't want to see a leap from Nivek. Patience from Ktop, who finds the first big hit. Don't leap, Nivek. Not from their range. There's too many options! Oh, that could have been a huge punish.
A hard read, that one from Ktop. You think maybe...
There it is.
Yeah, there's that jump in.
Wow. The ground pound being punished. How about that?
Round 2.
Being so low to the ground, that was probably not an easy hit.
Okay, another opening. Like I said, we could still have a game 5 in our hands. Nivek, he's not giving up. There's that clean jump in. Even without spending meter, he can continue the offense. And really, H2 getting hit by everything in this game, the micro duck. Okay, this is the start.
Hold on. There you go, just walk your way in.
Oh my lord.
Sniped.
Hang on a minute, mid-swones. Is he going to make this full comeback?
Well.
No!
Oh! Forgot about it's not gonna matter. Match point. Ktop. After a pretty impressive comeback, but I think this has been the story for Nivek.
Just had a bit of a...
For the day, anyway.
Oh, just a bit of a hard time, I think. Just, never mind. Not a hard time punching the chin. All right, full combo incoming. There's the crushing blow as well. A bit of the extra damage to come out now. Oh, I can't convert it. Too high up.
Good throw take. Let's see it then. Does he come back again?
Oh, this is going to be a frustrating way for Nivek to go out.
He had a huge life lead once again. It's almost even.
This is one anti-air into fatal blow into game over. Like right there, he wanted you to press. He's challenging you to press. And now he's got it on his mind. Those 2 buttons, you know fatal blow's on his mind. Just don't get hit. As Foxy Grandpa once said, do not get hit.
First rule.
First rule. Ride it on the back of your hand. Ooh. No!
Finally, boy, oh boy. I would have been frustrated for Nivek at that point. And somehow we find ourselves in a 2-2-2 situation. Man, oh man, does Nivek have to work hard for it. But somehow, here we are.
All right, as we go into a game 5 now. one of our last blocks here of the show. We throw into a break after this one, and I think this is a fitting one to give us that little refresher. Game 5 between two NetherRealm Greek legends. Now, when you look at the most consistently high placing Greek NetherRealm Studios players across the last 3 games, it's Ktop, Ktop, and Nivek combined. They've become a real force in Greece. Only one of them can move on here. The other one is out, but 2 of them will still remain in the tournament.
So the final match here between Nivek and Ktop. Excuse me, Ktop.
No, don't worry. We've been getting them mixed up for years. It's a twin.
It happens to the best of us, doesn't it?
I mean, coming from experience, absolutely.
Here we go, though. What a start from Nivek.
I think I blinked and missed half of this round.
Right?
Half the life is gone.
Here.
Right. Stage 1. A little bit of damage. Ooh. Doesn't let it rock. That could have been a bit of an execution error there from Ktop. Normally, he would absolutely confirm that into the binds. Punish!
From downtown, this is Nivek. Ooh, didn't confirm the punish!
They trade a lot
Way
of damage.
more.
That's actually a damage trade I do not think Ktop would have wanted. About half of the remaining life was taken from that goop.
Oh boy, this is so scary, man. He's timid to even walk because of the fatal blow, because of the Hell's Wrath, because of the ground pump, because of the boulder, because of the pinata.
What?
From downtown, though, not gonna matter whatsoever. No standing one for you, sir. It's gonna be match point Nivek all of a sudden.
Uh-oh. Counter poke as well. Down 4 into Whirlwind, speaking of which. Anti-air, doesn't let it rock. Doesn't want to risk getting punished on a breakaway. Nivek saving the bar. Smart. Nivek being on this match point. Lovely up 2. Rare footage of Cetrion's up 2 actually doing something.
Good punish. That was a reaction through and through. He's to reset it. No. Damage over time. Out of there. Smart choice. Straight into their hands wrap. Ktop. The awareness. What? I turned this time around. Is there gonna be death? Hold on a minute. This is 950 Cetrion. Ketchup, talk to me.
I mean, I'm keeping an eye out, but I think that dropkick's gonna do it. Bam!
Wow. Nivek. After looking to be done and dusted, taking it over Ktop. How about that?
How about that indeed? That's now
Wow.
Ktop eliminated from the tournament. Nivek will be moving on. But a close exchange all the same. And of all the series that could be a game 5, I think I was really, really proud of the 2 of them that was one. You know, like I said, it's a fine representation of Greek Mortal Kombat. And it has been for many years, at least 5, probably 6 at this stage, where these players have been just running rampant in online, offline as well, especially if you're in Nivek's position. Still looking good, and as good as ever. Nivek moving forward, and we're starting to establish our top 4 right here, Mitsuones. This is a good tournament, and I'm really, really, really excited for that winners finals, because we get to see Val versus Ktop, and I think we're gonna probably see that Sindel again versus Jackie. Now, Nivek looked very lost against it, because we've never really seen the strategy put to this use before. How is Ktop going to fare? Like I said, I'm pretty sure he's been labbing it as we speak. He must have tested it out, because he knows he's going to be fighting it. The question is, what the hell do you do about it? I guess we'll find out.
Just learning as we go, I guess. And this is the losers bracket. Look at that. It's going to be Nivek taking on Mr. Ramirez. So the top 4 is decided once again. Every single one has at least won $500 at this stage and point. So, you know, very well done to the top 4 for qualifying so far and progressing in the tournament. But to be fair, Congratulations to the entirety of top 8, done so well, being so consistent to even qualify and make it to this point. Very, very well done. We will be back with the winners finals once again between Ktop and Vel. It could be very much a returning matchup between Jackie and a very annoying but very effective Sindel. We shall see in just a teeny bit. But for the time being, I'll be tagging in Falcon for the remainder of the evening. Stay tuned for more Mortal Kombat action in just a teeny bit. Stay tuned.
No jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series. Ready to rumble? Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app, filter by type, and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournaments menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play. Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time. A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match. Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
PlayStation. Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine.
End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.
I am excited very much. And that is not Falcon. That is Mitsuone's Frozen in Time. In fact, I'm going to do my finest. I was going to do my finest Mitsuone's impression to try and copy the commentator can. But you know what? We'll talk about the winners finals instead. Ktop versus Val is going to be our next matchup, and this is going to be a story to be told, right? So I want to give you everyone a bit of history over the past few minutes of the show. We saw Val versus Nivek. Val had this air dash Sindel, but it was like relentlessly full screen only, and it clearly caught Nivek off guard, and he wasn't 100% sure on kind of what to do to get around it. And he ran out of time, right? He didn't win the set. Val won dominantly 3-0.
Yeah. I mean,
now I think it'd be the same matchup, isn't it?
It pretty much will be. I mean, it's safe to assume that we're going to be seeing Jackie. I mean, Ktop's only really pulled out like Cabal over the course of things, but that was really like after he already solidified himself as the first seed going into it, right? So he played around with Cabal, did pretty well with him. But honestly speaking, I think we're expecting to see Jackie over here. On the other hand, there's a lot to have learned from just watching Val play against Nivek, just in case he doesn't have too much experience with the matchup. But this is also not the first time we're seeing Ktop against Val, especially in a winner's finals side of the bracket. So these guys, they've played against each other enough in tournament, but I think ultimately Ktop tends to be the favorite that comes out on top. However, Val's been showing off really good signs of life throughout the entirety of this top 8 so far, Ketchup, right? I mean, he's been playing just out of his mind.
There are the two finer. It's weird to say that now, actually, but I know that Dubasic doesn't really use much Sindel and that anymore. But the two players that I think represent Russian Sindel the best right now are in this bracket, and they have been in this bracket: Mr. Ramirez and Val, for sure. Val being a Sindel specialist, very much so, for a long time, and it kind of makes sense to me that Val is the player that brought forward this kind of relentless air banshee dash strategy against Jackie earlier, because that's very much the kind of strategy that I think a specialist would come together with.
Yeah.
If you had a character on the side, you probably wouldn't think in that direction to try it out. But you've gone into this tournament, this is going to be your strat. Like, you know, you're going to know what this matchup is because you've looked at your bracket, you know what your opponents are, you know what your path is. So you're going to practice for those characters and try and have some kind of secret weapon as we go into the rest of the tournament, which there's not much of it left.
Yeah. I mean, and you know, speaking of like what you were just mentioning and stuff, like Val's obviously like he's using these air banshees to just like mitigate any approach that Jackie might have. But Ktop is he's a player that like doesn't stay still a lot. A very different approach to Jackie, I think, from Nivek. Nivek looked overwhelmed in the matchup. That's definitely very evident. However, Ktop, generally speaking, doesn't really play the same way. He's more like up in your face all the time, ready to choke you out, as opposed to Nivek kind of picking and choosing his moments and trying to find the right time to leap in. So I'm curious as to what his approach would be specifically to this matchup. But generally speaking, if we're going to see anti-airs as clean as we saw from Val earlier on, a lot of his lead pressure is kind of going to go out the window.
Exactly. But on the opposite end of that, Falcon, I'm curious too, because Nivek is much more of a neutral-focused player than Ktop is, and that's just player difference. Ktop has said in interviews before, you know, neutral is not exactly his favorite part of the game. Like, he loves the rush down, he loves the pressure. That's just the way he enjoys to play, and that's why Jackie fits him so well. So, if we are playing in a matchup where the neutral gets completely obliterated by this air banshee dash, would Ktop in theory struggle against this even more? Because does he even manage to get in once? I think the start of each round is going to be the most important part of each round, is how it begins. Because if you get knocked away full screen and Sindel gets the life lead straight away, now we're going into the rest of the match and you constantly have to play this game of chase down versus a Sindel that just refuses to touch the ground.
Yeah.
And sounds like we're in this lobby, and it will be the matchup we wanted to see. Now, this was too much for Nivek. Will it be too much for Ktop?
We'll have to see if Ktop's able to pull off the same kind of stuff that he's been doing throughout the course of the IKK up until this point. I mean, he's had an the most dominant run for EU East to make it this far in. Val, on the other hand, hasn't really gotten the same level of success, but consistently manages to find himself within the top 3 to top 5 placements. And that means a lot, especially being over here in the winners finals when you're playing for the bigger money.
What do you
All
expect
right,
from me?
here we go.
Flattery.
We're going into winners finals. This is to get into grand
Word.
finals winners side of the top
And
three
I thought
finish.
Cass was a
Yeah.
diva.
Pro Competition EU East regional finals. And already we create that distance. And we start things again. Now, how does Ktop work around this? What is his adaptation? So he waits for the dash first of all. And I think we're immediately testing the waters to see how instant Val's instant air banshee dashes can be. Because if you mess up the timing, she might be able to squeeze a leap in anyway.
Yeah, I mean, over there it seemed like Ktop was kind of fishing for the recovery, like on the descent, and then trying to leap in over there, like right there, just catching the air to it, just in case he goes for another Banshee. Just straight away. Ktop definitely ready for it, trying to make his approach, and that is about 3 for 3 now, isn't it, on these leaps into the jump too.
I would go as far to say we've reached the next layer already, and that now means that Val, this air banshee dash is going to be used simply to bait the leap. And I'm sure there's going to be more left in the tank. Now, this fatal blow is going to do decent damage. It's not going to do a huge amount because a whole combo has been dealt here. But where we are right now is air banshee dash gets used. Ktop tries to catch it off rhythm. And that was just a why not, because he's not going to get punished. I'm actually surprised that Val has jumped down for another time. Did he mess up the instant air input, or is he just trying to go for the Banshee dash again? We know that the dash gets Ktop to jump, so I thought he was going to use that knowledge against him.
I thought so too as well, Ktop. You know, it's right over there. Just opens up clean by a leap straight in. Definitely not finding the same level of success that he had against Nivik, as Ktop is just picking his moments just as soon as he's done with the Banshee. And so far it's been working out perfectly for him.
There's no time to adjust. There's no time to do anything else. The leap comes almost as a free ticket right now. He's just waiting. He's waiting for his moment again. That projectile used because I don't think Ktop was expecting another one. There's the confirm he was looking for. Full combo. Full combo right here. 32%.
Yeah, almost 33 off an air threat. Missed the punish on that dash punch though. Missed golden opportunity perhaps right there for Val. He's going to get himself the escape fail to work with for the rest of the game though, if Ktop's unable to take that one going forward. So the Banshee definitely working out combo drop though.
Yeah, I don't think... Normally you do the amplify, like, just in case. Kind of like a why not. But right there, I think it was way too unusual to expect him to just get hit by it. The punish doesn't get anything into it though. Val, this has not been the cleanest round from him. And Ktop, so close. And it's the forward 4, and then back to back! Ooh!
Just ever so slightly delaying it as well, just to mix Ktop up right there and make him think he was going to throw. Val, with a little bit of a scrappy round for himself, manages to tie things up. Oh, that was interesting. Okay, definitely tried to get the full combo punish over there to Ktop.
Ooh, definitely expecting a wake-up roll or something similar. And now Ktop, this is where he starts to make it count. Watch your feet. He expected a wake-up there for sure. The Ktop, nothing happened though. And we're right back where we started.
Definitely are about whether Val can actually just keep Ktop out over here. Cashes out, gets the Banshee hit this time. He's going to spend all of his meter over here, ends in that forward 4 haircut, goes to that soft knockdown, straight into the forward 4, up 3, and right now Ktop, he still has the fatal blow, so one good confirm, one good opening is going to be all he needs. Just going to have to find that. Meanwhile, Val, you better clean up your plate, finish off your food. Don't want to leave Ktop alive with this much health.
He will be content taking grabs, finds his time to forward 4. I was going to say, Val, he just blocks and blocks and blocks, because with you having meter and fatal blow, all it takes is one moment of hesitation into a clean hit, and that would have been the round. But what you can afford to do is take at least a couple of throws in that situation.
Val's
not assuming that you just managed to tech it, right? So,
yeah.
Safe defense.
His patience has been impeccable. Honestly, I mean, Val's generally like a player that doesn't seem to overextend a lot with their offense, but generally speaking, the patience over there and really the dedication to stick to just not trying to bite with a counter poke at the wrong time or space, or not trying to do anything too antsy that you would try and close out the game maybe a bit too eagerly. Just ultimately, you know, held it down and secured himself the game, because he very well could have choked that at any given moment, because, I mean, let's be real, Jackie can make you live. And then one of those into a simple confirm, it's a fatal blow, that would have been game.
As we go into this next matchup here, Ktop, what does he do?
Round
He's not going to be able to be as commanding as he otherwise is. Part of that too is that Val's defense is historically incredibly strong. But now, this is the opening you'd rather have. And if we land that clean hit, we get that crushing blow to begin with, get a comfortable life lead, but immediately put in the corner. So Val, it's party time. There's that back two. He pulled into it.
Absolutely low crushed by that forward 3 over there. And they're just going straight through. Now, Ktop has just got complete domination of this entire health bar at the moment, and that is going to be all he needs with the air grenade launcher to secure himself that round.
Oh, damn.
Round 2.
Now, they're the rounds that Ktop is looking for. The ones that just rapid their way through the round. Catches the off rhythm of the dash again. Perfect timing, and he lands another full combo here. Spends both bars, and there's no breaker for Val. There goes half the life. And then some, 40% of it left in the tank, and trying something to wake up. Whether that was a fumbled, flawless block or what, I do not know. But what we do know is that this is pretty much a flawless victory. Just shy of.
Very close too. Wow. Just about managing to avoid the grenade launcher that would have inevitably killed Val with another chance at life. We'll have to see if he can make it count. He has the fatal blow. All he's going to need is one solid touch into it, but you can see Ktop throwing down all these carpet flames. If Val walks over any of those right now, it is going to be curtains.
I like that Ktop opts to go for the projectiles only when he's through screens.
Oh my god!
No! Oh my god, I was about to say he's just watching out for the comeback tools and staying out of range of meter burn. Scream, you have to. I think he's dead! Oh my god, Falcon! Let's talk about how that entire comeback started from teleporting through the projectile thanks to Amp Dash. That was sick.
Everything just worked picture perfect right there for Val. Got the breakaway nice and early in this round. Catches the back 2 counter hit right there. Gonna make all this damage count to Ktop's 950 HP and set out this Banshee. Start making it a lot harder to start taking these trades. Everything becomes that much riskier for Ktop on this approach.
Ooh. If Val had meter, that would not have been a trade. That would have been a full combo with Ktop's name on it. He pushes forward, presses, and spends all of his meter on the offense. But it now means you cannot safely advance. And down 4, so good. Sindel's anti-air game and a punish again! I don't think her down 2 would be fast enough to KB it, so...
Definitely not.
1-1.
I think it's a 21 frame down 2 or something like that. It's
Absolutely
something
not
ludicrous, like 17 to 21 frames. But either way, I mean, Val managed to secure himself 2 games now over Ktop. And, I mean, winner's finals
looking
right
like...
now.
Dude, Falcon, Val looking like the Jackie Slayer today.
He does.
Sindel has been ready for this matchup. But Sindel has been ready all day long, all season long. Val has always been a Sindel specialist.
Yeah.
And I truly don't think that the Russian community in general gets enough attention for just how good their Sindel players are. I'd go as far to say I think they have the best Sindels in tournament, in my opinion. Like, it's out of this world, the stuff that you see from them. The knowledge and the absolute, like, matchup details that they have. It's impressive stuff.
It really is. I mean, a lot of the, I think the, the Russian community is such a large community that plays such, they often play usually very similar characters, where you do see, a lot of people playing Shang or playing Jackie or playing Sindel. But the thing is, whenever they play these characters, you often have very strong groupings of people that play these characters. And it's no stranger, it's no surprise that we see these kinds of players making it far in these brackets, because they are exceptional players and they're just very dedicated to their character and making them work.
We would almost come full circle if Val was able to win this. Never forget, the first tournament that we had in official online pro competition for EU East, Val was the very first champion. So if Val's able to become the first and last champion with Sindel all the way, that'd be impressive stuff.
Can we talk about this instant execution, how he's been consistent with all of those in a row? It drops on straight away as soon as I mentioned it. But
nah,
we didn't see that.
I missed it. I blinked and missed it. All with a 100% hit rate. No punish on that one either. I think the dash punch would have checked that.
Val just being a wall, as per usual. Gets opened up that time, forced off the breakaway. He is going to be burning over here, but catches the forward 4 up 3. Now back to this Banshee game right here in the neutral.
No tech. Intent to hold it right now. Again, it just goes back to how Ktop, absolutely, because you try and challenge a throw and this happens. This is what I'm talking about. Ktop's offense is so weird because he almost never throws. He loves the pressure, he loves the meter build, he loves the chip damage, and the stress that is put forward. But all it takes is like 1 or 2 throws that he then puts into the mix if he notices that you're just comfortable blocking. But it throws your whole defensive game off the rails. It really does.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, you know, using them sparingly but still keeping them in the back pocket always makes him a looming threat, doesn't it? And when you're dealing with a character like Jackie on the offense, especially a player like Ktop, it becomes that much more threatening, where you kind of end up second-guessing yourself a lot of the time. But Val, let's hope he doesn't, you know, choke out this game right here. Ktop did have a very strong start with that first round, but right now, Val isn't too far behind in terms of the general health. One good hit is all he's going to need as he cashes it out right there, ending in that hair whip nice and early, just in case there's going to be a break, and gets the escape.
Ooh, yes indeed. I was just about to point it out. I'm glad you got it first, because this is going to change Sindel's whole rushdown game. You have this full screen game to be played, and these punishes that come forward, and with the haircut, that 1-1's going to become a full combo, dash punch being even more unsafe.
Really is, and those actually hurt when Sindel has a confirmable launcher that she can go into like that. And a clean down 4 anti-air again from Val, being ever so dominant with these throughout the entire course of this top 8, is now on set point in winners finals.
Alright, there's no grab attempt right now. Val content to hold it for now. If we get sent to full screen, as long as he isn't too far behind, it's not really somewhere he's going to be uncomfortable in. But now the damage is definitely adding up. Ktop has to play the long game here. Bring her into the damage over time. Catch the off rhythm. A punish though. No meter to make it happen.
Yeah, not too much damage, but still some regardless. Has a bit of a mountain to climb though, as Ktop finds an opening hit right here. No breakaway available for Val. He's gonna have to hold all of his damage, but has access to the fatal blow. Great anti-hit right there, and gets the corner position.
Dashing grab, beautiful tech. Oh, the trade stops the combo from working.
Drops execution right there, the burn, and the instant grenade launcher from the air. Ktop surviving to live another day right here. But Val, you know, still has the game advantage. It's still 2-1 in his favor at the moment. So anything could still happen.
Important to get a game on the board, because you can look at that and go, right, why did that work and how did it work and how can I do it again? In a matchup that Val has looked well prepared for, one that people have struggled with today. I think seeing that 3-0 would have been a fantastic result, absolutely. And there's definitely a part of me that, you know, I love Ktop. He's a great guy. But at the same time, I would love to see Sindel in Grand Finals winners side. It would be a great result. We just don't see a lot of Sindel in tournament settings like this. And I know she can be popular online, and I think almost an infamously online character, but
yeah, definitely.
It's a treat to watch.
She's like a Combat League demon, but in tournaments you just don't see her too often. Like, and not this high up in the placements, right?
Yeah, not winners finals.
Round 1, fight.
Here we are in the Coliseum Beast Pen as we approach game number 4. Ktop trying to start things off very aggressively, comes off of all of that offensive bar and 1 defensive. And right now Val gonna go into the Air Banshee game just to try and set something out in the neutral. See if we can get a lucky hit to convert off of.
And that was a highly expensive round start, but it's good for Ktop that he's been able to get it back. Escape failed though. That is not so good. A high damage KB throw on both directions becomes a threat. Shocked he wasn't able to get the punish on that dash punch, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
Now Ktop's the one that's playing with the full screen. He's happy to bring it here. And actually letting Sindel whiff instead. Whoa!
No, it's the second one now. He's gonna have to be a bit more alert to punish those as he did earlier on. Let's hope he's not getting into his own head a little bit too much.
I think Ktop's playing this matchup really well, all things considered. He can't break this though. That's a full combo.
Yeah, no, I mean, he for sure is. He's just staying outside of range of the amplified Banshee screen and outside of the Air Banshee, just to, you know, he doesn't need to do anything, really. I mean, now he does because he has the health deficit, but that clean jump in is going to be all he needs at the moment, because a clean stand-in combo right there for 35% is going to take the round.
Round 2, fight.
That's a really good turnaround as well. The empty jump as well, goes for the jump in and sees that the scream is a threat, so he doesn't press a button. And that scream crushing blow only happens when it counter hits. It can anti-air all day, but if you haven't pressed the button, it ain't gonna do anything. Another good combo here.
Yeah, Ktop just not able to break out of that one. The forward 4 up 3 is going to connect as well. 14%. The dash punch on Wake Up just a little bit out of range. Ktop not afraid to just let it rock at the moment. Has no more space to continue walking back on. Is forced to start moving forwards.
Such a bizarre full-screen game, this matchup, isn't it? So heavily dependent on who has the life lead, because just like that, she gets 30%. 2 bars. An air banshee dash actually collides.
I mean, both these characters, they hit you so hard per touch, don't they? Like, that air banshee.
Especially with this variation, like with the haircut.
Oh yeah, definitely. Nice down 1 challenge out of the overhead as well. Ktop has a tiny bit of life left. Oh!
That could have been so much more. Oh my lord, it missed.
Ketchup, we are down to a very important round because this is potentially make or break right now for Val. If he's able to get this round for himself, or if he allows Ktop to steal some momentum and go into a final game, we'll have to wait and see.
I would definitely say with this strategy on deck that this is an important series for Val to win on the winner's side. This Sindel strategy, the longer Ktop is playing it, the more comfortable he's getting and the more he's figuring out. So if he goes into grand final winner's side and runs it back, I think he's going to be so confident to turn it around. Yeah, don't worry everyone, that is a visual bug up there. It's to do with crushing blows and the damage over time. I've been seeing it for ages thanks to Sunio's next gen last year. Yeah, big damage, but the health bars do not reflect it when the damage is on the floor. It catches up eventually.
Yeah. But we are now here at a 2-2 situation. I mean, that round was entirely Ktop. And I'm sure that Ktop's morale is probably raised a little bit from having won that one. But here we are seeing someone that, you know, dominated the very beginning, winning the first, as you mentioned, the first week of Eve East in the IKK. But then Ktop, you know, coming a little bit more like halfway throughout the season, has pretty much been the guy to beat thus far.
And it looks like we're going into our final game here, Falcon. Like I said, the way the strategy is coming out and that Ktop is looking more comfortable in this matchup. For Val's comfort, he really needs to get this winner's side grand final. Because if he's on the loser's side and we run this back, Ktop gets more games to play to get more comfortable, I can only see it being good for Ktop and bad for everyone else.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree with that. Because Ktop's just going to be in a much better position to pretty much do what he's been doing, I mean, how many months now so far?
Oh, it beats the dash punch. Beats the dash punch, Falcon, but because it's so low to the ground, cannot result in a traditional confirm.
Very, very true. Now we're going to see Val just start gradually making his approach. Trying to make something happen as well. Punish.
Hey, back-to-back forward 4. Whipping that screen like nobody's business. Just Sindel things up in here. Almost getting punished and Wake Up. The 1-1-2, not expecting the final hit. Absolutely not. Fatal blow and play. This is now where things are at their most critical. Val is going to sit and block all day. I just don't think he wants to get opened up here. The grab is just an easier way. Tries to answer back. The fatal blow misses.
I respect the attempt, to be honest, because if anything else that Ktop would have done to stay on him, it would have worked. But right now, he's not standing for Ktop with the block, being ready for the overhead, the flawless block as well on the way down, blocking the fatal blow with the forward 4 up 3. Not enough damage to kill. Val still leaving Ktop alive with a little bit of health. And the forward 3 connecting. Oh my goodness, Ketchup.
Was that a down 4 into a special move or something that just didn't come out? I'm so confused what happened there.
I'm not too sure, but it definitely did look like he got counter hit right there by the forward 3. And Ktop is about to potentially make this reverse sweep happen.
Ktop is mixing up when he goes for that shrapnel blast now. He's not being one-dimensional with it. Val is getting very uncomfortable trying to anti-air this. It's not working anymore, and half of his life is already gone. And here comes another one. Oh, the meaty pressure, and he expects a grab. There's no one home. This is looking like a total wash of a final round, and it will be. Ktop gets himself a flawless victory, and more importantly for him, a grand finals winner's side placing.
And what a way to go into grand finals as well, off the back of a flawless victory, off the back of a reverse sweep against a player like Val, who has, you know, been seen to go pretty much head-to-head with Ktop, very back and forth. But over here, I mean, albeit it came down to the final game, it was still the same effect. Ktop came out on top, and now, just like you said, he's going to be in grand finals in the winner spot, which is really the most comfortable place you could be over here in the regional finals.
It is, and from what I've been able to watch, the best scenario to pretty much now defeat everyone that remains in this tournament, because Val was able to look kind of like the Jackie Slayer of the day, especially those early games that we saw in this winners finals. Actually, it was looking like Val was going to just make it into grand finals again, with the Sindel having taken out these characters in matchups that he was well prepared in. But the longer that set went on, Ktop's adaptation to what was going on in front of him was super impressive, and something he doesn't really get a lot of credit for. I think Ktop as a player in general doesn't get a lot of credit because Jackie's not exactly the most popular character in the world competitively, and because he uses that character, he does get a lot of hate from people. But how anyone can look at his adaptation in that set and pretend like he's not a really strong player. I mean, he's grand finals winner's side in the pro competition regional finals of EU East. Like,
where it's stacked on with solid now, players, right?
It's foolish. There's no other word for it. It is foolish.
Very true.
As we go into our next matchup, diving into the rest of the tournament, I'd like to give a special shout out to the official audio partner of Intercontinental Kombat and the pro competition in general, Astro Gaming. You can find all of their officially licensed PlayStation products over on astrogaming.com. All of the commentator audio has been provided by Astro as well. We thank them very much for that and their continued support in the FGC as a whole. Now, Astro has been around for a while here in the FGC, supporting all kinds of tournaments and being in the pro competition. Welcome them with open arms. Now, that's not all. The winners of these regional finals will be receiving a special Champion Astro care package. It comes with a white Astro ID headset and a mix amp. The mix amp very much being the MVP in my opinion. It's a fantastic piece of kit, especially for home streamers. And you'll be taking the special Pro Comp windbreaker and tracksuit pants as well as we go into the summer season.
Yeah, man. I mean, I totally agree with you on the mix amp. That's actually broken. It really is the tech. I've
got mine plugged in right now. It makes doing shows really easy because you just turn the dials up and down.
Yeah, honestly. But as you can see, we're here in the top 4 side of the bracket. Now, loser semifinals between Nivek and Mr. Ramirez is going to be a really, really tough one because both these guys have managed to fight all the way up until this point. But Mr. Ramirez being down here is like... It's crazy to think that Ramirez would have lost this early on in top 8 to even be in losers semis. But Nivek's been playing, in my opinion, Nivek's been playing pretty well today, despite the set with Val, which he obviously looked a bit lost. Every other set that we've seen Nivek play, especially the set against Disarded, he's been playing really, really solid. So I'm curious to see what the approach is, or actually, like, you know, what Ramirez's option is going into the set against a player like Nivek.
We could see the same, and we will actually be seeing the exact same matchup. Is Nivek going to go Jackie again? He will. All right, so... Here we go
Top
again.
4 is Sindel and Jackie. Let's get it.
There has been very much this, what feels like all tournament long. But the difference here is Mr. Ramirez rocking the low star screamer and the whip and flip. That is the difference between them. The whip and flip definitely matters here, but he doesn't get much use out of the star screamer.
It's an interesting choice. I mean, just to kind of have the projectile on deck, you know, and that was an instant jump too, if I've ever seen one. That hit straight out the gate from Nivek. Okay, and you can tell Ramirez a little bit faster on the approach, a bit more like, you know, trigger happy to throw out a few things, as opposed to Val. You can see the same kind of execution from the Instant Banshee screens as well, just to try and get that on the table. And obviously Ramirez knows just how much success Val had against Nivek earlier on. It would have been watching the stream.
But what we're seeing right now is clearly something that Mr. Ramirez saw with Val, like this relentless of the dash. Like, it's going to be used. But the question is, can Mr. Ramirez do it as effectively? Because if it's a very specific style, maybe he hasn't played this all that much.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's a very valid point. Like, he might just be, you know, going for purely a counterpick situation. But you can see Nivek just being really, really patient right now, getting a few stray hits on the board. is Mr. Ramirez, who does have a significant health lead at the moment. Doesn't really need too many more hits to close out this round.
This is such a weird top 4, Falcon. We have 2 Sindels and 2 Jackies.
It's like, it's just EU East really, isn't it? Right there, as we've been seeing these two characters arguably the most. But right there, reversal punish with the fatal blow is pretty much going to be enough damage to kill. I mean, that's just a raw fatal blow.
I don't even think the punish on the screen was like the intention. I think it was used maybe to just interrupt a stagger or something.
Maybe.
But you know what? If it works out, all the power. Nivek now caught by that low star screamer. The down 3 before the forward 2 can land. That's a cheeky little catch.
Really is Nivek just setting down these carpet flames at the moment. Flawless block on the air Banshee. Trying to make an approach matter, but the air to air straight away by Mr. Ramirez, reading that leap over. Nivek getting himself out of the situation to drop the grenade launcher from the air, and Mr. Ramirez just going to be absolutely patient right now as to not give Nivek a chance.
Whipping the jump in. Ramirez still showing a lot of respect though. Nivek, the objective is always going to be stay in as long as you can against this character. We don't want to be full screen against that air Banshee dash. Ktop was able to conquer it, but oh, the drop punish on the short hop. Oh, that big scream.
Now this is going to really hurt Nivek right there. Didn't opt to spend any of the air Banshees, but instead got himself a nice 30% on the board. Still has the health advantage, but Nivek trying to get his way in. Trying to play aggro, but only has 1 chance left in this round.
Amplified hair slam really do be hitting like that super hard. Tons of damage. More damage than you would expect, and it being an armor break, very much the cherry on top. 1 round apiece here in our first game, and we're looking for the catch again. Even though the crushing blow has been spent, if you can get that charged screen situation, you can still stun. It's not as rewarding, but it's still there.
Very true. Now Mr. Ramirez trying to be a bit more preemptive. Is currently sitting on full health as well, as you can see Nivek getting tacked down, just forced to just start playing the approach right now. Mr. Ramirez playing back as much as he needs to, and just opening up this space constantly, making it hard for Nivek to even think about approaching. Air to her again.
Ooh, KB. Nice little burst of damage that Nivek will happily take, but there goes most of the remaining life.
Really does
dash in.
That the hair flip, right? The hair whip, the down forward one. It's a lot of damage when you spin the bar in it, right? You don't often realize that, because I mean the normal one does like a decent amount of damage by itself as just like a special you can confirm into, but the amplified one really kind of hurts, you know, in these crucial moments where you have that little health.
Yep, it's basically like 2 hits into that amp, and it's about 20% damage, and the cherry on top is that she can choose what side to end the combo with.
Exactly.
Very, very good. And the first game, there's a reality that the top 3 of EU East is going to be 2 Sindels and a Jackie.
What if we have... now, I don't want to jinx anything, but like, what if we were to have a Sindel in, you know, sorry, no, never mind. Completely brush off everything I was thinking. It doesn't even make sense. I was like, what if we had a Sindel, 2 Sindels in Grand Finals? I can't imagine Ktop playing Sindel, genuinely.
I was about to say,
I can't imagine
Falcon, that won't happen. The bracket won't allow it.
Yeah, the bracket won't allow for the other possibility. Brain fart.
It's like I've already been blaming the English weather on my fumbles. We'll blame it some more. It's incredibly hot today. I wish I didn't wear a blazer, but you know, we have to dress up for the finals, you know. No, we haven't been made to. I made the choice to, but you know what I mean. Same difference. I'm wearing shorts. Anyway, as we go into this match. Oh, there's the 1-1. The slam. You know, I said 2 hits is basically 20%. Ah, whoa, damage. I can't even finish my sentences because here comes even more whip and flip.
And that is an ender as well. It gets you a nice chunk of damage as well in the end of those combos. He doesn't even need the air badge. He doesn't need the meter for it. And right now, this round is entirely Ramirez.
Absolute demolition this has been so far.
Yeah,
jump back kicks just for good measure.
Just like, you can tell how he's acting preemptively, but he's doing it in a way that just really doesn't put him at much risk.
I think we may have stopped Nivek from being able to use the leap with those Banshee dashes that we established the Star Screamer just a little bit. I think a button press there. Now, Nivek's jump-in game, gotta say, it has not been very good in this series. He's consistently jumping, and he's just pressing the button at the wrong time. It's whiffing completely. the point where he's just kind of giving a turn up. Mr. Ramirez is able to get some kind of button on there, not necessarily a trip guard, but his turn at least.
Now Nivik, once again, he's just on the back foot over here, trying to, you know, respect the Banshee dash. I'm curious as to why he isn't just, you know, walking in and ducking, really, like, but really just, as you can see, like, picking and choosing his moments, trying to do the exact same thing that we saw from the last set with Ktop. About just finding the right moment to leap. He's gonna, oh, drops the punish with the 3-3, he tried to be optimal, just a little bit too hesitant.
Looking for gigantic damage, but not quite able to land it. The KB on the screen was already gone. Spent in round 1. And the leap whiff. And the leap is something that has very much been neutralized by Sindel, but that instant jump 3, I don't know whether he meant to do some kind of air Banshee dash or something, but...
I think so.
Trip guard, big time.
Yeah, Nivik really cashing out as much as he can by taking the round over here, most likely. Yeah, that's gonna be it. And, I mean, really, that just seemed to come from a bit of dropped execution, right, on Mr. Ramirez's part. That jump 3, I'm pretty sure is meant to be a Banshee. It just seemed a bit too risky to try and go for that as Nair in that situation.
Especially to do it as early as he did it. Like, yeah. No one does a jump in that early.
Except Nivik at the start of the this game with the instant jump 2. Okay, what's
different? He could have done shrapnel blast on the end of it. We see that from Jackie. Oh, dude, 21% for forward 4. That's such a good little cash out.
Really is. It has a jump back too. He's gonna get that air to air like he just said. And right here, Mr. Ramirez has a huge health lead once again. I mean, Jackie obviously does do a lot of damages. We're gonna see a nice, decent conversion over there, but still, that's on the lower end of the spectrum when it comes to Jackie's damage output. Nice conversion again by Nivik.
Nivik, this is such an important round for him to win. Oh, that was so cheeky.
The Kombat League special.
So cheeky. Wait, Nivik takes the game, and now we equalize 1 game apiece.
Another blundered. Yeah, just another blundered situation from Mr. Ramirez there. Kind of both those rounds really just slipped through his fingers, and Nivik was able to just explosively capitalize in all of these individual moments and just steal the round away from him, really. Goes to show you can't stop really, you know, playing as solid up until the moment where you definitely get rid of Jackie's health bar. Because when you have players like Nivik, like Ktop, who are able to play these characters, you know, just to name a couple over here in the EV side of things, it's like, they will definitely take advantage of those situations, and we all know that Jackie's gonna just destroy your health bar if you slip up over there.
Cyberlink assembly.
That was a nice even split so far. We could be in for the long haul once again, and this isn't even losers finals yet. What the adaptation might be on either side, because Mr. Ramirez, he isn't being as aggressive with that kind of ranged Banshee dash that Val is, but I think it's just a different style. The whip and flip is still looking real nice. Nivik, and he does have a more patient Jackie. He always has done. An interesting top 4 of 2 kind of groups of the same characters, but they could be played in variously different ways from the players.
Yeah, that's very true. Both Sindel players and both Jackie players play pretty different. Granted, Ramirez right now just overwhelming Nivik in this neutral space right now, just stopping him from being able to leap in on the approach. Nivik opting to just, you know, keep himself in the corner, not trying to move in too hesitantly. He's definitely looking out for a position to leap and just close that gap as instantly as he can. Okay, that is a big, wow, but only a 4-4 punish. What? Was that a micro duck?
It had to be. It looked like the microest of micro ducks. Up 2! Oh my lord, whip and flip, 1% left. What was that explosive round that we just saw?
Round 2, fight.
Right there, I mean, Mr. Ramirez pretty much just giving Nivik a taste of his own medicine after the last game. Okay, the plus frame just got caught trying to jump Nivik without the dash punch confirm over there. He's going to get a nice confirm as Mr. Ramirez off that airborne forward 4. The air Banshee Scream not going to work out for him, but he's gone back into the air Banshee game, which Nivik blows up. Nice forward 3 to dash punch confirm. He's going to sit down that carpet flame and has his pressure to work with the corner.
That deceiving whip and flip, always. Such a sneaky tool.
Oh, challenged.
That's not the first time he's done that though, Nivik. He's been wild with the defensive buffs.
No, obviously this doesn't do enough damage to kill, but it's going to put Nivik in a really good position to try and take this round. Dash up, dash punch into instant air grenade launcher. I don't even know how or why Ramirez got hit, probably just squirming around a little bit too much, but Nivek managing to take that round for himself. This is as even as it could be right now, Ketchup.
You can say that again. Uh-oh. Here we go, the rerun. The leap at the perfect time. It's going to give plenty of damage here. Nivek, throw tech, back into the damage over time, and even that forward 4 string able to do the same thing. Stream begins.
Even though Nivek got such a great read and punish on that Star Screamer, Ramirez still has the health lead at the moment. And a great anti-air right there, using that low poke from Sindel straight into the hair whip.
About 19% left and 1 bar of meter. All Ramirez needs to do, I was about to say, is hit anything, but the wake up 3 creates the situation all the same. Fatal blow finish. The budget fatality. Now 2-1. We could have 2 Sindels in top 3. We're 1 game away from it being reality.
We could do, however, we both know that Nivek is no slouch when it comes to competitive Mortal Kombat. So, if there were ever a time for him to just, you know, really pull everything out, just all kinds of gimmicks or anything that he might have on top of already playing solid, now would probably be the best time for it. I mean, we saw something work in this game that I honestly don't see any reason for hitting other than just a little bit of conditioning, and that's forward 4 whip and flip. Like, that's not even attached to a mix-up, but it hit. Just because that's the kind of game these guys are playing with each other right now with the adaptations.
Is there any more adaptation left in the tank? That's the question I ask. I mean, it's not like there's a second chance here. This is loser's bracket. If you lose, you're out. And this is top 4 territory. No one wants to finish top 4. They always want to have minimum top 3. A lot of these players, though, having the capacity and having won tournaments in the past, there really is no other placement than first that these players will be satisfied with.
Of course, yeah.
Every little helps.
I mean, all 1 step closer towards getting a nice chunk of that money as well in the final
money.
pool.
Got to have money.
And these guys have been fighting incredibly hard over the past few months to qualify for this position anyway, so to let this slip through your fingers now would be a real heartbreaker. Okay, gets the dash punch punish this time, or a counter hit really. I don't even know if that was a legitimate punish. Okay.
More of a full screen game taking place to the existence of the Star Screamer, it seems.
Nivek's playing his movement a little bit differently, sort of, you know, moving in a little bit, then walking back out, and then trying to find a space to leave, just to bait Ramirez into something. But right now he's going to find a confirm straight up. That actually manages to trigger the dash punch KB and sets out the carpet flame, as this should be a nice, clean kill right there for Nivek, as Ramirez jumps right into it.
Round 2, fight.
Game 5 could be in our future the way things are going. That Air Banshee dash has not been able to be as apparent as it was.
Oh!
But again, teleports through. Nothing personal, kid. No, he messes it up.
That was surely meant to
combo into it.
That was surely meant to be an amplified hair flip or something. Or I can't even begin to understand.
Something that wasn't that.
Something that was not that indeed. I'm sure he didn't want to give up 40% just for free.
Sindel said it's the one thing she didn't want to happen.
Okay, gets the Air Banshee this time. Drops the conversion a little bit too early as he was just a little bit too far out. And right now, Ramirez is trying to keep up that Banshee pressure in the air, stop Nivek from approaching. Nivek only has 1 more touch from right there. That blocked Air Banshee is going to put him in fatal blow territory. This is now really anyone's round.
Okay, nice little catch. Bonus damage for where we are.
Playing outside of range of that amplified scream, but the Air Banshee off the air-to-air is going to be...
Oh, the damage!
Oh my goodness! That could have been a bigger punish right there, Ketchup.
Hey, anti-air forward. Oh, it's going to be good. And it looks like at this rate, that Sindel mirror is moments away from taking place. Who's going to be out of 4th? Nivek needs this round, and then we'll be in the game 5. There's the air-to-air, though, expecting a breakaway, perhaps. Doesn't overcommit.
Key difference between how Nivek and Ktop are playing this matchup is Ktop was looking for the descent of the Banshee dash to dash in, sorry, to leap in like that just a little bit earlier. But Nivek's trying to make the reads on these Air Banshees, to which they kind of don't really go his way all the time. And that is a free punish right there for Mr. Ramirez due to a lack of hit confirmed from Nivek's side.
Oh, we narrowly miss it.
Very narrowly, but narrowly whiff punish as well. Buy that back too.
Oh, the seeding scream. I think I'd have got hit by that, to be honest.
Okay, Ramirez now. Oh, catches the 4-2-1. That's going to be a nice chunk of damage. Look at that, as we were saying earlier. And when you have this little health, that really does add up. And the 4-4 upgrade to close things out. And catch up. Looks like we got ourselves a Sindel mirror, most likely, over here in the losers finals, as Mr. Ramirez is going to take it over Nivek and move on.
Well, we freeze at probably the best time, actually. We get all kinds of different angles of Sindel's face, and the friendship comes through. So that's going to be Mr. Ramirez taking it over Nivek. Minimum top 3 finish now. Nivek out at 4th, which always is going to be a result that I think he would rather not have. But I think top 4 is still a respectable finish in the...
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So that opens up for our losers finals. Going to be between Val and Mr. Ramirez. We say it could be a Sindel mirror. Now, Val does play Sindel mostly.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Mr. Ramirez plays loads of different characters. So the chance, I think, of a Sindel mirror is low, even though it's his most used character today. The moment you're fighting a Sindel player, does now Mr. Ramirez have other characters that he could use in this matchup that he thinks might do better? You know, there's plenty of different variables here, and only 2 series left of this tournament, losers finals and grand finals.
Yeah, that's very true. Now, we do know Ramirez to predominantly be playing Scarlet, right? And he has an amazing Scarlet that's been giving him a lot of success gradually just over the course of Open Series, over Pro Competition, and really the character that cemented his placement over here in the regional finals. So I'm personally not too familiar with how the Scarlet matchup goes with Sindel. Like, what really people feel about that, because I main neither character. And that would be an interesting one, because Ramirez has obviously got a few counter picks to play around those kinds of matchups that do give him a lot of grief.
As we go into the rest of this tournament, which of these 2 players do we realistically think will have a better chance against Ktop? Because Val, I think, was able to demonstrate the most confidence against the Jackie. Mr. Ramirez, known for getting a bit frustrated mid-match. I think we've seen that come about, absolutely. Yeah. So that can be your worst enemy at times. And then at the same time, it's kind of like we've learned a lot since then. And in this tournament itself, there's been a lot of changes being made with players and how they approach the matchup. It's hard to answer that question, I think, because Ktop still remains the favorite for me with the players that are left. But which of the 2 Sindels would have a better chance?
Ktop's undoubtedly the guy to beat in this tournament. If you want a chance at winning the regional finals in Europe East, Ktop is like kind of the standard of who you need to try and beat. But in the losers finals, obviously everyone in this top 8 right now, no slouch whatsoever. We're really going to see, I think what you're saying though about Ramirez sort of getting flustered and frustrated and stuff mid-set, that's very true. But we don't see that a lot from Val, on the other hand. Seems to be a very composed player, a very disciplined player that very much lives and dies by what they believe in. And I'm curious as to whether the player aspect of that is going to, come to light over here, because this is losers finals. This is going to be arguably the most high pressure situation that you could be in, right? In this top 8, where if you win the set, you're in grand finals, sorted. You have a guaranteed minimum 2nd place. But if you drop it here, hindsight's 20/20, right? It's very easy to start beating yourself up over dropping that.
Well, it looks like we should be jumping into this match real soon. I imagine we've gone for a lobby restart. That's normally what these kind of minor delays happen with. We've been touch wood, it's been quite a smooth broadcast, and we had a few internet troubles during the Middle Eastern tournament, but we were able to get through that one. For those that might have just joined us a little bit late, it was Tekken Master being able to take that tournament, the 1st place, but he had to work incredibly hard to get that tournament win. It was not easy. It was not free. He was 1 round away from losing winners finals against Wasim.
Yeah.
And I know Faisal did a fantastic job of bringing it to him and making him sweat as well.
Those 3 guys are like the star players of the Middle East, in my opinion. I also want to give props to Reaper as well. I think his Fujin is ridiculous. But the Middle Eastern scene, just having that, just getting themselves out there and then having the spotlight on them is truly great, because they have a lot of strong players out there. But without further ado, Mr. Ramirez, we saw the Kodal pick from him in the very beginning in round 1. And for what it's worth, showed a very, very strong Kotal Khan as well, managing to take it over Ktop Cetrion.
And here we go. Basically Ascension minus Totem into the Grand Discus. But this is what I was expecting to see. You know, we could have, in theory, had a mirror. But it was more likely Ramirez had a pick he'd rather play against Sindel. On that note, we have a different variation from Val, and this is something he's brought forward. He would win tournaments with all 3 variations used at different points before Ultimate, and now she can mix and match the moves that she wants. I think one of the bigger winners of the customs anyway.
It's like the loud and clear 2.0
finals,
right?
Yeah, often. I mean, some players even straight up call their variation that. As long as the airband, you actually swap out moves you'd rather have. Nice 1-1. Ready for it to catch. Yeah, good stuff.
Okay, back to getting crushed straight through. Gets the armor break and the corner position from that as well. Great value right there for Val. Gets to the 1-1-2 as well. Dashing up into Ramirez's face and catches with the shimmy.
The 1-1 has been a pretty staple part of his offense so far. Interruption though, from Mr. Ramirez, and that command grab to create, amplifying the command grab. I mean, look, you got to make a comeback. You take damage when it's available. Short hop pressure, waiting for the inevitable low poke. There's that forward 4 though to create a situation for Val. Defense now. What? He lets that rock.
He really let that rock. That was
since week 1.
That was flawless block up 3 on the jump in as well. Didn't opt to go for the up 2 over there. Might not have worked. I'm not too sure, but. Down 1 check on the stand 4 as well. Gets the air to air straight into the fatal blow. Ramirez really clutched out that round for himself.
For sure. And it will take the round. Way too much damage to come out for you to survive this one, my friend. And 1 round up there. Had to fight hard for it. Plenty more of those where that came from, but it's Kotal Khan. Not messing around. It's been a character he's used a lot in Ultimate. He's tried a little bit beforehand, but always looked a little bit rough around the edges. Clearly the practice has been paying off.
Definitely. Okay, goes for that jump in, does get the confirm into the full combo. The back 2 gonna connect for Mr. Ramirez, is gonna, for Val, who's gonna get the corner reposition as well. Ramirez, you can see, trying to fight his way out the corner, trying to establish all the pressure he can before going into the Grand Discus 2. 1050 HP, only gets like that extra little bit of percentage in terms of the life bars. But right now, Val definitely having that lead.
Full combo forces out the breakaway almost instantly. No mid-air conversion. Normally you see Kotal Khan players do the command grab off that. Mr. Ramirez must have just not been prepared. Has to be a thing.
Val also the first player, I think, to successfully punish the dash up unblockable attempt as well for Mr. Ramirez. And not get hit by it, but that was meant to be an Ant Banshee Scream that did not come out in time for Val. And Ramirez is going to take game number 1.
Okay, a couple more of those, and Mr. Ramirez is going to be in business. Kotal Khan, a nice pick in this matchup.
Now, I'm curious. I'm sorry, I'm not curious. I'm actually impressed that he plays this matchup without the use of the Tekwani Maul. Because I would have figured having Cat would just be such a good approach, and also a safe approach if you spend the bar, if she goes for Star Screamer or Air Banshee or anything of the sort. But Ramirez doesn't use that at all. You know, we're pretty much just seeing, as you said before, just Ascension with the Discus. And, you know, ultimately just kind of plays, I think, Kotal for just Kotal's normals and then having the command grab on deck just whenever he needs it. He has, like, 1 solid option to go into hit confirms. He's got a command grab that hits mid. That he's going to have very low likeliness of actually dropping. But Val with a very uncharacteristic switch right here to a character I've never seen them play before.
Right. What variation is it then? Air, slight gas, and hook grab. I mean, who am I kidding? We knew what variation it was going to be. But yeah, we've gone straight to Cabal. Interesting.
Very interesting. I'm curious to see how Val's Cabal actually is, but clearly there's some confidence to pull this pick out in losers finals of the regional finals, you know? Gets the jump 2 straight into the confirm, gonna end in that hook grab as well. 35% mid-screen right here. Goes for that late dash in straight into the 4th throw.
There's another confirm. All right, so far some pretty basic Cabal working out so far, but this is going to be 2 characters that will be swinging hard, I think.
For sure.
Ooh, interruption.
Ramirez went for the confirm over there. Forces the breakaway out of Val, but Val currently has such a huge health lead right now. That's going to be a lot of work for Mr. Ramirez to try and take this round. But he does have the fatal blow. He does have total damage with that jump kick. That was a confirm right there.
Round 2, fight!
I'm looking at screen positioning. Ball able to very much switch things up a little bit. Beautiful up two. And you forget just how far Kotal's up two can go sometimes.
And Greatsword really putting in the extra work. Yep. Gets himself. Oh, he's going to spend the bar over here. He's going to sacrifice the Oki for the damage and the damage buff.
Safety of the discus, but it's not just the safety with Kotal Khan as much as it is just the push back into a range he still wants to play at.
Yep, counter hit with that 1-2-2 as well. And see Ramirez is trying to play really, really patient right now. Doesn't want to overextend anything. Val gonna get himself Oki with that back throw. Wow! What? That was perfectly timed and spaced right there. I think Ramirez really did try and make the right call, but Val just out of range of it, gets the whip punish and gets the confirm, because that 2-2 has a very generous amount of reach. And Val, with a very uncharacteristic pick, a surprising pick, manages to tie things up 1-1.
I'd need to watch that back in slow motion to see how that up two missed. It must just be because the up two is so fast. I wonder if the active frames just ran out right as he goes across it. So like the visuals just didn't match up with the active frames or something.
I think it was baited. Genuinely, like I think Val jumped at that space and did the late slight gas because he knew that there was going to be an up two attempt or some kind of anti-air attempt. And it looked like it was just out of range of the up two, and then he dashed in with the slight gas.
Wow.
We'll have to get a clip on that one, right? Someone clip that. Let's see the VOD. Like,
very.
Either way,
so.
it was sick. Like it was like the perfect whip punish right there, and manages to get himself that game. And Ramirez gonna switch over to Sindel. But if there's anyone in this bracket that knows the Sindel matchup, it's gonna be Val.
And it will just be the battle of Sindels, it seems, just not in the way that we were thinking. The same variation for Mr. Ramirez, though. And now it'll be Sindel versus Cabal. The Cabal just appeared out of nowhere, and here we are.
Round 1, fight!
Ooh, immediately with a knockdown. First hit props.
Coming off of those two offensive bars straight away, though, is Mr. Ramirez. Using those two amplified star screamers. Gonna go for the dash in the 4-3. 4-4 up 3, gonna connect. Instant air towards again. You can see it kind of shades of it with the set against Nivik as well, where you see Ramirez just kind of go instantly with his instant jump normals to try and get the air squares and stuff on a character that does have air-based movement that is quite good.
Wake up 3, Mr. Ramirez. This Sindel is looking really tidy. Now the confirm. Val, bit of a mountain to climb with the comeback, but is it possible, I wonder?
Just a little bit too far out for that hook slam to have connected. Ramirez gets himself that round. And now Val trying to do staggers into throws, not going to work out. Ramirez ready for it.
Pretty beneficial trade, really, because one of them was going to be a poke and the other was a full combo. Good thing for Mr. Ramirez that didn't go into a full confirm.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, gets the KB as well with the counter punish on that buzzsaw. He's gonna get a nice chunk of damage over here. Ends in that hook slam just to keep it all unbreakable right there. But a down 2 challenge straight away on the slight gas approach. Mr. Ramirez fighting back right now. Has the health lead. Another 4-4 up 3 gonna connect over here. Down 2 again. Whiff punish into that back. Oh, that was clinical.
Yeah, it really was. That down 2 was so premature on that whiff button that he just knew it was coming. He knew it was coming.
That Sindel has a slow down too, right? Callouts. It is a huge callouts from Mr. Ramirez.
That's my whole thing. When you watch a button that slow work the way it does, it looks like a reaction, but it kind of only half is given its lack of speed. I think it's definitely much more of a testament to just the reads being on point here for Mr. Ramirez. Now, wait a minute. The Cabal lost, and the change was Sindel. So now do we mirror? Because Val picked Sindel before the Kotal Khan got picked.
Oh,
here we go. Here we go.
This is
everywhere.
This is, I think, what we hoped to see the most, right? It was the Battle of the Sindel's only one's gonna come out on top. But right now, Mr. Ramirez is definitely sitting more comfortable in a position to try and take this set to advance on into Grand Finals to fight against Ktop. But Val's not out of this yet. Switching over to Sindel, we're now gonna see a battle of one person who is definitely a specialist. And Mr. Ramirez, a proficient Sindel player, but all around player of many characters.
The same variation too. This is a total mirror.
Escape failed, nice and early as well on the side of Val. He's gonna have that one to work with later on. Potentially the Air Banshee gonna connect through that forward 4.
Which is not something you see every day, actually. I see that move go under a lot of things, but crispy instant Air Banshee dash is definitely going to change a thing or two. Down into what? It back to no counter hit, though. That was an empty jump, but a 1-1 confirm is still good. No meter to get anything else from it, though.
As you can see, Val just backing off, opening up as much space as possible. Plus frames for Mr. Ramirez. Just going to get a back throw. Doesn't have that KD as it has gone over.
Oh, and he's not watching his ahead. Vulcan.
SV's that he got fatal blow.
Yep, you cursed it, mate. You cursed it. But I mean, look, the Sindel mirror. You're so used to hitting other people with the forward 2 that when it comes out of nowhere, even you can get caught off guard. And that's exactly what happened there. Val now down around. Mr. Ramirez on match point here in the Sindel mirror.
He released mirror match moment right there. Okay, ends in the whip flip. Gets himself 28%. Catches Mr. Ramirez whiffing that 1-1 a little bit too preemptively. Val right now has a great position as well. Losing that though as we're approaching the mid-screen right here between both players. A back throw for Mr. Ramirez. Val now, he still has that throw KD sitting in the back pocket.
I think it's going to be something that's on Mr. Ramirez's mind. Looks for a punish, but not quite able to get that forward 4. Had it ready to rock though. Unfortunately, the back-to-back forward 4 is great. They trade.
Oh my goodness, when he was coming out of it.
It was still active. I've never seen that exchange before. This has been a day of firsts.
Yeah, we're like over 2 years into seeing things for the first time now. Okay, neck and neck moment right there, the meaty 1-1. And Mr. Ramirez is going to be advancing on into the Grand Finals to play against Ktop.
This has been such a ridiculous tournament. And coming down into the Sindel mirror match, finish things off here in Losers Finals. Grand Finals now belongs to Mr. Ramirez, minimum 2nd place with this finish. And the play at the end was so good. That corner pressure, we made it work. And that looked really good for Val. And we just started to seize control, I suppose, back into the way. And then the next round was fantastic as well. It's been a good day for Sindel fans.
It really has, yeah. I mean, all the Sindel players out there, I'm sure you're probably just relishing in this. I mean, watching the 2 best Russian Sindels go at it like that. And only one of them really manages to come out on top. And that has been Mr. Ramirez. So, the Grand Finals is looking pretty juicy right now, Ktop. It's going to look really good. But it isn't a matchup that we haven't seen. However, we saw Ktop versus Val in Winners Finals. But Mr. Ramirez, slightly similar, but also a little bit more erratic when it comes to playing the Sindel and just being able to do things on a whim. I'm curious as to whether he actually will play Sindel in the matchup, but I don't really see any reason not to. I was just kind of considering the Kodal, but, you know, it's things to consider.
It will purely come down to, I think, player comfort level, perhaps, because, you know, really, when we go into this, there's a lot to factor in here. The fact that it's a very different player. Now, before we go into this tournament and this Grand Finals, is what I mean, I'd love to give another shout out to our wonderful audio partner over at Astro. You can check out all of their officially licensed PlayStation products over on astrogaming.com. They are the official audio partner of the Pro Competition, and all of our audio has been powered by Astro for the entire season, of which we very much appreciate too. But on top of the prize money and all the other swag that you can get for getting first place in these regionals, Astro have provided a very generous champion pack, custom built for the winners. They'll be taking home a white Astro ID headset with a mix amp. Again, that mix amp is a fantastic little piece of kit, especially for those definitely on the streaming uprise, I think. And then we have some wear as well. We have the windbreaker and the tracksuit bottoms or the jogging bottoms. Depends on where you are in the world, I guess. Changes the name of them over here in the UK. We call them something different, but just a nice little extra bit of prizing for players that are able to seize that first place. And we are just about to crown another champion today.
And I mean, what an amazing way the IKK has gone so far with just the other two regional finals events. I mean, Oceania with Wasminator winning that one, and then obviously Middle East, we had Tekken Master winning earlier. But without, with a very short break before we get back into it, we'll be able to crown a new victor over here on the EU East side of things in a grand final set between Ktop and Mr. Ramirez. We'll see you guys soon.
Jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series.
Ready to rumble? Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app.
Filter by type and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournaments menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play.
Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time.
A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match.
Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition.
Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
PlayStation. Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine. End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.
Welcome back, everyone. How's it all going? We got EU East over here. It's grand finals time, baby. I'm here, Falcon, joined by none other than Ketchup over here on the mic to bring you all the action as we have a set between Ktop and Mr. Ramirez, and it has been an absolute bloodbath throughout the entire course of the IKK throughout today. I mean, Ketchup was commentating earlier on with Mitsu for the Middle East to bring you all the action of the strong players from around there as we crowned the champion Tekken Master, and earlier on we crowned Wasminator as the champion of OCE. But that's just 2 regions of the IKK done so far. We're closing things up in EU East today in this grand final set, and we're going to have EU West tomorrow. But who's going to come out on top for tonight?
It's a question that we are moments away from answering. Ktop's going into it as the favorite, as he is on winner's side of grand finals. And then we had Mr. Ramirez going into loser's side of grand finals, having just defeated Val. The last match they played, 1 game, let alone, they did change characters a lot, but finishing things up on a Sindel mirror match that we were kind of all hoping for, and we did get it in the last moments. But our grand finals are prepared. Now, this was a matchup that Val, I think, played a bit better versus Jackie. But Mr. Ramirez has done enough to get this far, so I'm absolutely not going to doubt him. But I think Ktop is going into this matchup, if it is going to be Sindel, with some of that prior knowledge. Now, the question is actually, this looks like a different variation still.
It looks like
bring over some different ones. Is he going to pick a different one? Okay, no, it's the blue one. But Mr. Ramirez is one of those players that you can tell a different loadout depending on the different visuals.
Yeah, definitely. But it looks like he's going to be sticking with the same variation. It should be whip and flip. Yeah, so Banshee Dash, whip and flip, and then Low Star Screamer. Same variation that we saw against Nivek. Ktop definitely looked a little bit more comfortable, or rather just, you know, proficient at playing this matchup and picking the right times to allow him to play the game he wants to play when he was playing against Val in the winners finals. But Ramirez, a different player. You're going to have to really pull it through and try to close it out for yourself if you're Ktop. But if you're Mr. Ramirez, you've got a bit of a mountain to climb over here to take down the #1 seed in grand finals.
Yeah,
very much possible.
I definitely say the most aggressive Jackie in this side of the world as well. There are plenty of Jackies out there, but Ktop, rushdown is a core part of his entire game plan. Also these, immediately again, waiting for the dash, and that is his opportunity to go in from the lead. Because clearly, whether you can do it back-to-back, it might be a very tight input, and it's not one that's been proven to be consistent.
The throw escape right there, gonna get a punish as well. Uses the full string because he was just still in the air, and the grenade launcher just to close things up. Ktop with a really strong round for himself.
Fight.
Okay, seeing Ramirez getting opened up a little bit over here, holding the plus frames in the corner. Grenade launcher has been used. Ramirez opening up a little bit of space and catches the shimmy with the 4-4.
On the pressure. Oh, we're being sneaky out here. Okay. Things meterless so far, though. Whip and flip. Another one.
The combat league special.
There's the air to it. Here we go. Sindel. Whip and flip up.
And that was all corner pressure right there for Mr. Ramirez, as he just kept it very, very simple, but very effective right there. He gets the round for himself. Ktop now forcing things back into the mid-screen, trying to play a lot more aggressively.
That's actually likely to trade damage outright, to be honest with you. It does do about 10% or so, give or take, if you're in an entire puddle. Tries to punish too far away for the 1-1, actually. That's kind of tragic.
Yeah, still a little bit. Until that was the second time in a row Ktop took that option. Ramirez was definitely ready for it, but missed that punish. And now Ktop burning down all this life of really goofy forward 4 right there, hitting from behind.
Sindel. She's out of the flames. Only took a tiny bit of damage. Would have been much worse. But the back-to-back again, the call out from Ktop, and he has 2 bars of meter to press, and he will. This chip damage is severe. Watch the stilettos. Oh, he's taking so much damage. The 1-1-2 pushing back to a safe distance, but the question is, Falcon, how long? Oh, no, no.
I mean, that was, unfortunately for Mr. Ramirez, that grenade launcher whiffed. If he had blocked that, it would have been mostly okay, but because the carpet flame was down, it was kind of like, you know, between a rock and a hard place over there. And Ktop managing to take the first game for himself in that situation, no surprise.
And that will now be a game 1 with the winner side advantage. A couple of those left, and we'll be in business. Ktop. I know Ktop, though. I know that how much this tournament win would mean to him.
Yeah, definitely. Yo, Ktop, if you're watching the stream, we need a live pop-off reaction if Ktop actually does win. We need a video. Like, we need this to happen. But no, in all honesty, I can't downplay Ramirez at all. I know I'm talking about K-pop. K-pop? This is like the third time I've done this to the poor guy's name. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's the first time I've ever heard it.
Oh no, but
I'm a K-top stan.
But in all honesty, there's absolutely no means I don't want to sound like I'm downplaying Ramirez if in any way, shape, or form. There's a reason he's in grand finals. He's been arguably one of the more consistent players in the CIS region throughout the entirety of Mortal Kombat 11 Ultimate.
Start things off by being aggressive once more. An opening here for Ktop and a knockdown. What's it going to be from this point? Yo, that wake-up scream got blitzed by the plasma.
It really
Chucked
did.
in that plasma.
And only now did the burning just stop catch up. That's still 601 life on the table. Ktop just looking for that moment. The leap in. It's going to trade hits, but ultimately Ktop still with the advantage. Goes for the leap in again. Gets the hit this time. My god, how many grenade launchers do you want to use? And right there, the clean conversion off that air-to-air. Ktop getting that round for himself.
That's definitely a how many grenade launchers do you want to use in one round? Answer, yes. And the stagger game of Ktop being as effective as it is allows him to regenerate the meter. The meter he can use to loop the offense even more. Feels like it never ends sometimes.
Really do be like that. And right now, the down one check. You can see keeping the plus frames on, just trying to keep Ramirez honest, but Ramirez pushing back the space with that forward core up 3, trying to establish the air banshee, but the jump in straight again from that leap. The jump 2. Ktop getting a lot of success out of that, no matter which Sindel he's been playing against.
Good round here from Ramirez. So fall will be it. Active frames of the scream coming out hot. And now with a round each, Ktop, this is a pivotal game for him to get ultimate comfort zone. Ramirez, you don't want to be 2-0 down when you've already got to make a reset happen in the first place. Oh, the whiff standing too. I don't think that was intentional. Maybe a flawless block it was meant to be.
Maybe. But right now, Ktop, he has a decent lead at the moment. That air banshee is definitely going to even things out. Right now, it's in favor of Mr. Ramirez, who's going to find another one. Has the corner as well to work with off that 26%.
He's getting rushed down by the Sindel now. That crazy good effective range, and just like that! That was such a fast sequence to make it a 1-1. That was looking all Ktop. And then out of nowhere, corner demolition for Sindel. Mr. Ramirez equalizing.
Ramirez has been incredibly good at just establishing the standing 1 stagger and then using forward 4 a lot just to shimmy people. And when you're watching it happen to the players this far into the top 8 bracket, you can tell that there's a lot of, it's not that easy to do that. You genuinely have to make them fear the throw, because a lot of these players do obviously understand that they can take a lot of these throws in situations. There isn't really much reason to try and challenge it or try and tech it, especially when they have a solidified lead. But Ramirez is still managing to make that work for him.
Black Dragon Fight Club.
As we load into another matchup, a major element of this is that Mr. Ramirez is not afraid to be aggressive with Sindel. And that's actually being a bit of a game changer. It hasn't been ultimate defense. It's been great use of the air banshee dash when possible, but going for the most, I think, unpredictable offense. Like the forward 4s, they've been used in really awkward times. Like Ktop, he thinks he's comfortable. He feels like he can press a button, jump, whatever. And then bam, he's clipped by something.
Yeah, perhaps that might have been where Val fell short just a little bit. Probably being a little bit too defensive, and whereas Ramirez not afraid to kind of just go on the offense at any given moment, just in the flip of the switch.
Lovely pickup as well. Fantastic. Nice tech. Push back now.
Yeah, straight into that dash punch as well. Ktop not respecting anything. You can see from Mr. Ramirez, the down one on wake up as well, sitting out that grenade launcher. The 1-1-2 going to connect into the dash punch. They push things back mid-screen.
No button press. Another why not amp. 1% shy of it being around, but it doesn't matter. We go in and get yet another one. Good form for Mr. Ramirez. This Sindel looking good. Able to compete with the pace of Ktop. He's a fast-paced player. If you can't keep up with him, he'll overwhelm.
Yeah, that's for sure. right now. Ktop managing to spend the amplification over there, stopping himself from getting clipped. But Ramirez over here gets the breakaway from Ktop, has the pressure to work within the corner, gets the jump in for the crossover. Doesn't get the combo though.
Oh, that hit on the way up. You don't see that every day. Normally that's used as a bait. You try and anti-air or something, and then the shrapnel blast comes out. You rarely see the jump 2 actually hit as it's climbing.
It's very true. Ktop mashing on hit a little bit, but manages to get the trade over there. Keeps himself safe. But right now, Ramirez is going to be burning down. The 4-2-1 connecting again into the fatal blow. I can't believe Ktop got hit by that twice in a row, but Mr. Ramirez might actually kill with this, I think. Oh yeah, no, that's dead. Oh, yeah. Wow, that did a lot of damage. The second hit.
That's a great showing. 1 game away. Uh-oh. Oh no, Mr. Ramirez. Did he not make this mistake earlier today? Did man not pop off mid-set against Ktop and then lose?
Well, let's see what happens, because obviously, when you're in the loser side of Grand Finals, I mean, that was a very good game from you, yes. But the bracket hasn't been reset yet. You're still kind of playing with fire over here. If you just sorry, that's not even a word. If you just lit a fire underneath Ktop's backside, you have to be prepared to deal with that heat that he delivers then afterwards, right? And we both know what Ktop is like when you, what's the right word to use? Mock him, almost, right? When you BM him. It's like a different form of Ktop becomes unleashed.
It's what happened when they last fought, if I remember.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was around the Grand Finals, wasn't it? In the last stop.
I think it was a match that we saw earlier today, in fact. It's been a long day for me.
Oh, yeah.
I have a memory like a sieve, so big apologies there, but I know that Ktop was motivated, we'll say, to push forward and continue.
Round 1, fight!
A virtual reaction images only. Oh, the scream straight out the gate.
And now we get extra damage because we're close enough to get the scream. And the low, he's just getting mixed right now.
Let's see how he inched forwards for that back two to connect at max range as well. Wow, the up 3 went the wrong way, and Ktop guesses a punish as well on the roll. Has the bar to get the confirm. Dash punch KB, not going to matter over here, but ends in that 4-4 dash punch anyway. As Ktop's now backing off with that health lead. In what was a very strong start for Mr. Ramirez.
Important KBs are gone. Not having the lead right now definitely might hurt plus frames. And the block, actually. There's the confirm. Unbreakable. Nice grab as well. This is looking like a great round.
This really is. Ktop trying to get that amplified leap in with the hit, though. So you can see the Banshee's being used really low to the ground, and Mr. Ramirez not even allowing Ktop a way in. Is on reset point against Ktop.
Watch the wake up, but that's only part of the battle. The punish, though, on the whip and flip. We take the KB. And no breaker is going to allow for big damage here. Corner pressure, which is more important.
40% right there as well. Yeah, not having the breakaway over there really hurts. Ramirez with a nice micro duck into that 1-1 as well. Tries to scout the backdash. Not going to work out with that 2-3. Back to the neutral. I mean, yeah, Ktop could afford to just play out the rest of this round with just timer over here, but it's not really the Ktop style.
No, it is not, but with Fatal Blow in play, this is a scary situation now. Watch the rest of it. Overhead, and now this should be it! The instant jump and blast. Now, with this being a reset point for Mr. Ramirez, it is not over. If Ktop wins this, we are going into that final game pre-reset. Can he do it? Ramirez lands the first hit here.
Very true, now Ktop is going to have to win this round. What a down 2 right there. Up 3, not going to work out for Ktop off of a very good flawless block, but the reversal counter with the dash punch gets a little bit of damage on the board for himself.
Ktop, he's getting mixed, but a combo drop from Mr. Ramirez. I do not think either player was ready for that one. Loads of meter to wake up from Mr. Ramirez. Happy to block for now. We go to a far distance, probably trying to bait something there. Now, just being reset point. We are just about to go into another set. Up 2!
Wow, what a gutsy move right there in this situation. Go for the up 2 right there, but lets the entire scream rock. Don't know about that one. Took a very big risk without the breakaway. Ktop just needs one hit into the fatal blow, but speaking of one hit, challenge the 1-1 hair flip, and that is going to be a bracket reset catch-up.
It will indeed, and I love the challenge from Mr. Ramirez as well. I love the challenge, because in between, I was actually nervous. The second I saw him press a button there, I was not sure what was coming next. Because that was a button into a fatal blow. It's clearly why Ktop didn't spend it before.
Yeah.
You know, it was regular combo first, and then fatal blow afterwards. But he was able to interrupt and get the call out, and now a bracket reset. And now a fresh 3 out of 5.
Yeah, I mean, it was 100% that, like, Ktop held that fatal blow because he was just aware it was not going to kill. But he just needed that one touch into the fatal blow that was going to kill. Or, I mean, we also know Ktop to just do wake-up fatal at times as well, you know, and have quite a high success rate with it. But Mr. Ramirez has been playing out of his mind so far at just being able to take what was dealt with very well, adapted to very well by Ktop when he was fighting against Val, doing near enough the same thing with Sindel. Ramirez is doing it in a slightly different tempo that's making it so much harder to try and overcome.
Sindel.
Now we go straight in for the same characters, yeah. Ktop is not really going to change here. It's purely just about being able to... I'd say adapt. I know it sounds a bit generic to say, hey, he just needs to adapt. But he's actually playing super well. Ramirez is just getting those bursts of aggression that are working wonderfully for him.
But yeah, we're here on a bracket reset as well. The score is going to be 0-0, so anyone who is unfamiliar with how the double elimination format works, Mr. Ramirez was in the loser side, but now both players are effectively in the loser side of the bracket as we go into a last and final set over here for the EU East, the IKK Pro Competition Online Regional Finals.
Empty jump standing 1. That's a great opening for Mr. Ramirez. To a safe distance, but there's... Oh, that was no punish. That was a counter, so he tried to press something off it. And a full combo again.
Oh, but a combo drop right there. That was a 4-2.
Had enough score.
Characteristic for Ktop, manages to find a lot of stray hits right now.
Gonna wake up 3 just to try and shut down something. Anything, really. That's a lot of damage to take.
Okay, no dash punch right there from Ktop. And the overhead just to close things out. Ktop gonna get that first round for himself.
Round 2. Fight!
Back-to-back blast. This is the layer of Ktop. I actually think in this reset, he might start going for a lot more grabs. Like, look, the pressure on the block, the second he goes for pressure, Mr. Ramirez is just extremely content to sit and wait for his turn, and it's a really smart way of playing, right? But now Ktop, I think, is going to go for more mix. Expect to see more grabs in this reset, something that he does all the time. And he said it himself in many interviews, too. When Ktop gets knocked into losers, he feels like it simply just motivates him further. And we've seen so many times he makes a complete comeback from the losers bracket. Reset and all.
Yeah, very true. Now's the time to really prove it, right? Just kind of hold it down, because this is where it all really counts. Like, all of that effort that you guys spend months on, you know, that you spent a long time really playing through and trying to solidify your spot in these regional finals. Now is really, in grand finals, after the reset, like, this is the time to really make it count, right? You have no more chances. Ktop getting himself that first game post-reset as well, stopping any potential momentum that Mr. Ramirez might have been accumulating for himself after that reset.
Being able to win a game straight away after that is the best start you can possibly ask for, right? Because it truly, I think, enforces that, look, this is a new set. It may be taking place mere seconds after the last one finished, but this is not a continuation. You know, this is now, I win the next game, you were feeling momentum, now it's gone. Now we start again. Mr. Ramirez giving it some thought. This will be Sindel once more. Sindel showing up as much as we kind of expected to see from Eastern Europe. Such a common character. Always has been. I've always believed, you know, CIS in general has had Sindel on lock. This is why. Fantastic players.
Well, I feel like the Russian community in general doesn't... they are incredibly strong. You know, there's a lot of players over there. So generally speaking, I mean, Ramirez has already got a wide variety of different players to level up with. And we've been seeing a lot of that level up gradually over time. Ktop, on the other hand, we know him from the previous game, and we know about his time away from the game as well, and then, you know, coming back to it in full form, really.
Defense trying to jump out. That's not going to quite work, and that is a punish and a half. I don't think Mr. Ramirez was fully expecting. Lovely scream, though, and still taking the damage. That's one thing I've always disliked, is that the damage on the floor stays. You know, it's meant to go. It's the fact that it stays is so tragic.
But the escape failed as well for Mr. Ramirez, who has that to work with. Probably going to spend it now. Yep. Not enough damage to kill, though. Very, very close to the situation, but right now, I mean, what an anti-air. Wow.
Clean stuff. Big fan of that anti-air right there.
Fight.
Oh, cheeky knockdown.
Okay, the instant air to it that time, that jump to is used a little bit early this time from Ktop. Trying to go in for the pressure with double grenade launcher from the air, ends in that down two just in case there was going to be a break.
Yo, wake up forward 4. Fearless display from Ramirez.
But see, Ramirez hit another one of those forward 4 into whip and flips again, just off of being able to stagger forward 4 enough to condition you.
Dash in, and this is what I mean, the grabs. Expect a lot more of those in the reset. It just makes his offense a lot more uncomfortable. The punish messes up the input though. Ktop, that was the round.
It really was. He just needs a one touch right now. The air to air from Ramirez into the fatal blow is going to get him the round.
Yep, a crucial combo drop. Ktop had the punish in the palm of his hand on standing up, and he just gets the wrong input. And that allows Mr. Ramirez to take another game. And another game. He will make Ktop sit through it every time. There's no fatality, simply a 1-1. My spider senses tell me this will be going the distance.
He's probably trying to play the mental game, really, at this point, right? Just try and tilt your opponent if it gives you a fighting edge. We have 1-1 over here post-reset. Really neck and neck between both these players at the moment, but if anything, Mr. Ramirez has currently given Ktop, I think, the hardest time that he's faced so far.
I think as well, what I'm loving so much is just how neck and neck this is. That's a fitting grand finals. I think the last one was too. In Middle East top 8 was excellent showing. It's almost like this is the finals of all of the regions, right? And everyone's giving it 100% or something.
Yeah.
After this reset's taken place, Ktop has said in the past many times he sees it as motivation. Unfortunately for him, a critical combo drop led to him losing that game just now. That should have been his round. And Ramirez running away with it. Got to keep his head in the game, though. Oh, try and whip punish Sindel and get kicked in the face. Break at the last minute. Really did not want to eat that full string.
Really didn't want to, but he gets himself opened up over here. He gets himself knocked into the corner with that instant grenade launcher from the air as well. Ktop right now, he has a really favorable position to work with. Wow, what a down one check as well on that attempted throw.
It's a micro duck as well. I mean, I know that the hair flip is a high that you can crouch. A bit of a read, obviously, that I wonder if there's somewhat of an OS there that he was going for. Either way, the 1-1. Minimal damage, though. Nice anti-air. That's an answer. Always.
Very clean stuff right there from Mr. Ramirez. But the forward 3 punish straight into the fatal blow. Is that going to kill? Like, is that why he used it that early?
Very likely. It should be. It was only a couple of hits, and we know what fatal blows can do. Bam! Just like that.
Well, really good awareness, right? For the damage calculation, because I had no idea that was going to kill. But clearly, you would know these things if you made the character. I do not know Jackie.
There's a pickup. And that should be really good damage, actually, because it's one of Sindel's highest damaging strings. 23%.
Oh, cross-ups?
Yeah, if that was injustice, that would be a sick mix-up.
Okay, standing 1-1 punish on the way down. Mr. Ramirez is going to get that trip guard. Checks with the back two, but to no avail as Ktop now leaps his way back out into mid-screen. No more corner pressure to work with for either player, but we're back into the air Banshee game right here. 4-4 anti-air.
Can't quite pick it up, but I don't think it matters at this point. The wake-up jump, the whip grab, though, goes into yet another Some extra damage on the board. And a meaty leap. Trying to push forward once more. Crazy amount of plus frames from that straight punch. Lets it rock. Jailing into even more of it. The forward 4 chase down. The instant. I mean, that was a flawless block attempt, but we'll take those. Mr. Ramirez gets another round.
100%. When a dropped flawless block attempt saves your life, I'm sure you're wiping away the sweat in your forehead and just thinking, oh my god, thank you. Like, right there, 20% to start things off over here. Mr. Ramirez is going to catch that Star Screamer, also stealing away that bar from Ktop, which is really important. And another bar stolen away, but Ktop still swinging and ready for the hits. And right now, Ramirez not going to break any of this. He is going to hold all of this damage and still be burning, but has that breakaway to work with now, just in case.
Stagger. That forward 4, but a down 1 to challenge. A good trade, but unfortunately, another clean hit. There's the escape. Love it.
To confirm, though, he's going to get the KB. Yes, he is.
Extra damage to come. Shout. The fatal blow. The chip. He's dead. Yep. Oh, and the grease kick to do it. Now 1 game away is Ktop from taking this championship. But with how things are going, it's so hard to see it being the next game win for Ktop. I thoroughly expect a game 5, but only time will tell, Falcon. We're almost there.
We almost are. Ktop right now looks serious. He's challenging a lot of things. I think a little bit more than normal. But he's doing it in a way because he knows that that's how the set has gone so far. He needs to. And I highly rate the decision making, to be honest. I mean, Ramirez has been doing really well at forcing this much pressure on Ktop, but it's always going to come down to the micro adaptations between, you know, players of this caliber. But who's going to be able to stuff the other person first, and who's going to be able to capitalize on all those individual touches that they can get the most?
Okay, here we go. On that note, I think Ktop would be quite happy to win this one. Ramirez, equally as much. Sending that message and having Sindel win this championship would be a phenomenal result for the Russian.
Really good bait, the leap in to no avail from Ktop. Tries to get the pressure started with that 4-3. All the grenade launchers used in the air, but Ramirez being patient for it this time. Down 1 on Wake Up, just absolutely challenging him, despite the fact he ate 2 4-4s in a row. No mental damage applied to Ktop, who's going to get that 4th throw in the corner. Ramirez now, he has 2 bars to work with in case he does get opened up, but these throws are not breakable.
And he was expecting a Wake Up button so much there that Ktop dashed in with a down 1 meaty. Like, that's how much he wanted to stuff a Wake Up button. It didn't even come.
Too right. Right now, we're seeing Ramirez dash his way all the way in from full screen. But right now, gets thrown again. We're seeing all the throws, as you mentioned earlier on in the grand final set catch-up, start to accumulate. But that 4-2-1 getting caught low blocking is going to seal the round for Mr. Ramirez, but he is down on that fatal blow, which could be crucial later.
But able to take the round and bring him into 1 round away from taking us to game 5, like I said. Ktop can have other plans. Wow! We dash punch to start off. Not gonna be as risky versus Sindel. You know, she hasn't got haircut in this variation. The down 2 won't KB punish. It's too slow. Speaking of punish, giving damage.
Yeah, he wants the big damage over there, doesn't he? But the anti-air, great stuff for Mr. Ramirez. Gets the corner reposition as well. Tries to put a mini back to. Not going to work out too much. We're seeing the leap back to mid-screen as well from Ktop. He's just trying to open up Mr. Ramirez, but not getting anything come from it.
There's 1, but it's not as punishing. The second the meter gets spent. Oh, no punish! He tried! Out of range! That's tragic.
Really did try, just a little bit too far out in the final active frames to that low Star Screamer, catching Ktop on the way down. Had to break there. Tried to get the punish on the last hit of that string. I know that's why he broke over there. Definitely tried to pull off the same thing Val did earlier on. Ktop right now, been given another chance.
But this is what I mean. This is why we see grabs. The flawless block on Wake Up. Was clean.
My
Wake
God,
Up, fail blow.
Oh, he just does it.
He does.
He just really feels it. And he's like, I'm going to press both triggers right now. It's like you know that meme. It's like me trying to avoid a bad day, and like a bad day trying to have me. Like that's Ktop ready to press fatal blow on wake up, and gets the thunder. Yeah.
Now, what's that going to do to momentum? Because Mr. Ramirez was definitely feeling it. We were so close to going to a game 5.
We were, and he didn't have the bar as well. Yes.
That's so unfortunate. Would have wanted the damage, but he just didn't have the meter.
Okay, that's an important launch right there for Mr. Ramirez. All these individual bits of damage really do matter so much right now.
Wake up jump. Not able to get anything from it though. Bit of a missed input there from Ktop. You could tell the nerves might start to factor in. This is still championship point for Ktop. And he gets caught by the low.
He can't break over here. That's a lot of damage right here. No fatal blow to work with as well. And the throw.
All right, we're going into a post-reset final game here in the reset grand finals. Mr. Ramirez, even his BM isn't as long. He wants to get into the next match too.
He doesn't want to ruin his entire momentum just by BMing for too long.
All right, here we go. It's one final game and that's it. Only one person's getting grand champion here. Is it going to be Ktop or Mr. Ramirez, Sindel or Jackie? So many stories going on in pro competition throughout. You know, Ktop, a player that had to miss the entire first year of Mortal Kombat 11 due to mandatory military service in Greece.
Yeah.
Mr. Ramirez, a loyalist all the way through the lifespan. Sindel being one of his main characters for sure, representing CIS, Russian Sindel specialists. One of the absolute best out there.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, a last game situation, this is really like all we could have hoped for, right? I mean, for it to go this down to the wire, where whoever really comes out on top of this is definitely going to feel like they really earned that, you know? It was a hard-fought battle, but as we approach the last game over here for EU East, we'll have to see who you guys think is going to come out on top. Is it going to be Mr. Ramirez or is it going to be Ktop?
There's that throw to immediately challenge him. I like that choice, trying to chase it down with a forward 4. Not quite though. Constantly putting Sindel at a range where it can be risky to challenge otherwise. A little bit of that chip damage on deck, but Mr. Ramirez happy to hold it. What?
Interesting exchange. Both players just went the wrong way, it seemed.
That's the wrong number. Oh! Back-to-back forward 4, and this time Ktop getting clipped. That whip and that was such a good challenge. Let's go.
Yeah, that was sick right there from Mr. Ramirez. What a huge read.
He's dead. 1% left. I lied. Now he's dead. Sure. Tournament point and championship point for Mr. Ramirez. Can he do this with the Sindel?
We'll have to see if he can make it happen. He's burning right now as Ktop is down on that bar. But right now, Ktop trying to fight his way out of the corner. He's going to have to throw a bit more. The overhead going to connect.
Jumping after that elbow connects is becoming quite a pattern here for Mr. Ramirez, but he's not getting punished or challenged for it. There was no counter hit to be had, so no KB. Which does mean there's a scream still locked and loaded forever.
There is a leap right in there, finding his moment is Ktop. He's gonna get the reposition as well, gets the roll. Gonna get the KB over here with the dash punch as well, and now he's in a really good position to take this round. Ramirez fighting back.
This could be one touch to death. You feel like it was such a good situation. The defense here. And the fatal blow works wonders. Mr. Ramirez gets the job done. And that is the end of it. Before the match even finished, Sindel about to lay the smack down. And we are done. Ktop will be heartbroken with that result. But Mr. Ramirez will be through the roof. Sindel winning a tournament series. I'm here for it, and it's a very Russian way to do it.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it better myself, Ketchup. I mean, what a way to close things out. He was making some ridiculously good reads in that final game anyway, but Ramirez did what really you had to do, take down Ktop, right? This guy's been a monster throughout the period that he's been playing in the IKK, but Ramirez ultimately going to be the one to come out on top, having won this entire grand final set through losers and being stuck with Sindel the entire time, really believing in the pick and the play style, and ultimately is going to be crowned your EU East IKK Regional Finals champion.
I definitely say GG's to that one. That was a fantastic show. I mean, both of our top 8 today have been really, really good. But that grand final, having the 3 out of 5 into reset, we'd seen a clash earlier be super close. Every match was close here. We had countless game 5s, and then we had a reset post grand final with the same level of closeness, and a character that you don't see in a competitive setting all that often. Sindel, courtesy of Mr. Ramirez, able to get the job done, and I've got to give Sindel shout-outs to Val as well, being able to get that 3rd place finish with the same character. It's been a good day for the Russian scene, and I think they're going to be very happy with that result. I can already see people in chat super happy for Mr. Ramirez for getting that result, and I'm happy for their scene as well. Congratulations all round. And Ktop, like I said, being able to get 2nd place here, he's been able to win some of these tournaments. This was the big finale, so I know he's going to be gutted not getting that 1st place. But again, like I said, he's had him and his brother have both had quite the unique story in this game, and the fact they're able to catch up without a year, that opening year of learning it with everyone else, that's still impressive in its own right. Now, before we finish things up, Falcon, I want to give a final shout-outs of the day to PS4 Tournaments, the one-stop shop for competitive Mortal Kombat 11 for over a year, whether it's Open Series, Pro Competition, and more now, as the Road to Evo tournaments have officially begun as well. Everything can be found through compete.playstation.com, and it is as simple as that. We still have the monthly finals for the Open Series, so if you want to play competitive Mortal Kombat, you can still do so. And I mean, Falcon, before I wrap this up here, is there anything you want to say to the lovely people at home?
I just want to say, like, thank you guys all so much for tuning in and just watching and supporting Mortal Kombat 11 competitive. Really, like, this is just, you know, between our regions, and the fact that we actually get to have Mortal Kombat on an international scale where we have loads of different players from loads of different regions. We actually get to see just how strong all these individual places really are. So just thank you for supporting that, and for tuning in and everything and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it from me.
Well, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a great day, and the combat will continue, because tomorrow we have the rest of Pro Competition. We have the North American tournaments. We have EU West, which is yet to be played out, and North America starting tonight, if I recall. So it's just going to continue to go all the way up until the end of tomorrow. But I, unfortunately, unavailable for tomorrow. So this is just going to be me for Pro Competition. Thank you all so much for having me. But you'll be left in the wonderful, capable hands of Falcon and everyone else. The official announcement happened, and you're in good hands, I promise. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a great day. Shouts to NetherRealm, Warner, the hard work and production team behind the scenes for making these shows possible. You lovely people at home for watching. It's not possible without the complete package, is it? And we'll catch you tomorrow, same time, same place, and later tonight for North America to begin for the Pro Comp finale. My name is Ketchup, joined by Falcon and Mitsuones. This has been Pro Competition, Middle East, and EU East Finals. Thank you so much. Peace out, good night, and take care.
No jokes, no gimmicks, just combat.
PlayStation.
Hey guys, Ketchup and Mustard here, and it's time to test your might in the Mortal Kombat 11 Open Series.
Ready to rumble?
Power on your PlayStation and head to the Events app, filter by type, and select a convenient date and time. Boot up MK11 and locate the PS4 Tournaments menu option. Click it to visit a familiar place, the Console Events tab. Sign up and prepare to play. Once registered, you can view your tournament details and check-in time. A notification will remind you to tighten your black belt and get over here for your match. Continue combat in the open qualifiers to close in on the competition. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the tournaments.
PlayStation.
Who are you?
I'm your worst nightmare.
Any ring I step into is mine.
End of the line.
Then this fight is now personal.
It is exhausting being so perfect.